Again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Never to be seen again. Nobody wants that. Nope, nobody wants that, I'll tell you that much. Alright. Good to see you, Space Fams, on this Friday evening, week-ending report. But one story is dominating everything right now. Before we talk about anything like that, though, some shout-outs. First, YouTube chat, Moa Noah, Quaximus, and Raby Baby 123 with Mike Tool, close fourth. Looney Tunes also here, the reference frame. Jet Mend. Blue Tomato, Cheetah Man. Sasha G. Twitch chat. I see Manda the Pivot, Chill Penguino. And a bunch of other people who are also in the YouTube chat. Multi-stream experience. Well, as I mentioned, one story is taking over, certainly in the United States, and that is, of course, the murder of American Renee Nicole Good. A tragedy that has shaken the nation. Caused people to take to the streets, see the shining sea. Yes, indeed. Other things going on today as well, which we will talk about at some point, including the economy, new numbers on jobs. Trump declaring once again that he wants Greenland, that we will have it. America. That's where we're going to start today. Oh, Manda the Pivot. Feeding Leica over on Twitch, the only place you can feed Leica. You gotta use your galactic credits that you get from watching the stream on Twitch to feed the puppy. Okay. I have no hat, I have no glasses. Weird. Well, we are going to start off talking about the murder of Renee Good. Oh. I hear sounds, glasses, there we go, beautiful, thank you very much, Manda. Thank you for using your space bucks to give me some help over here. All right, this is where we're starting off. If you haven't,
and said stop, and then I mean she was already moving, and then point blank shot her through her windshield in the face.
I can't imagine what it was to see that, Emily. The way that you are laying this out, though, I just want to repeat and make sure that I'm clear, and please correct me if I say anything wrong. You're saying that what you saw was disorganized ICE, but then when they tried to get her to stop, she got spooked. She reversed her car to turn her wheels to get away, and that was when the officer stepped in front.
They were telling her to leave. They were telling her to move, and then all of a sudden they were seemed like they were trying to get her. So they were telling her to move, and then in a split second they were saying they were.
Yeah, no, they changed their orders in, like she said, a split second. In literal, within a moment. While she was already the car was already driving. Right? The car was already in motion. And this guy's just trying to rip her out of the car, which he has no jurisdiction to do on U.S. streets to a U.S. citizen. Doesn't have a right to just pull somebody out of their vehicle. Oh, somebody just followed on Twitch, 87. Thank you for the follow.
Trying to get her out of the car. So it was like,
Yeah.
she was trying to move. Once they were trying to get in her car, she was, of course she wanted to leave at that point. They were extremely aggressive. Yeah.
She would have been scared, obviously. You know, President Trump, as you know, he posted a video saying that it's lucky the ICE agent was alive. And I just want to be clear, the ICE agent is walking afterwards, and we know that from anything that he had in the hospital, he's fine and he's out. But President Trump posted.
Stood there.
Yeah, and we went through this earlier. We watched this frame by frame. This guy put himself in front of the vehicle initially. He tries to block the car with his body, right? A police officer, like, no one in their right mind, there's no training manual says, hey, if you want to detain a suspect, block their vehicle with your body. But that's what he does. He actually moves seemingly in front of the car, right? And as she turns, he's then left into the side of the vehicle and just unloads like on this woman's face. It's disturbing. It is fucking, and this is why we need due process, and we can't have just vigilantes with guns running around the streets just enacting whatever justice that they see fit at any fucking moment. Americans get murdered when that happens, apparently. This guy was not in danger when he fired that weapon. And the only reason he was even potentially in danger was his own actions. He put himself in front of a moving vehicle on purpose, so that he could try and enact his vigilante justice on this woman. For just being on American streets. For just existing on the street in a way that he did not like. Decided to just pop off. Just decided to execute her. Broad daylight. This is America. Literally, anybody who can watch this and be at all supportive of what's going on right here and find any justification for what's happened here is a fascist. Okay? If you're listening to this and you think this is a good thing, you're a fascist. Write that down. This woman back here was minding her own business trying to make breakfast. Right? The woman in the Honda Pilot, Renee Good, who is now dead, just got done dropping off her kid at school. These are just American citizens living their lives. And if you can justify this, then you're justifying fascism. And at some point, it will come back to you. At some point, the fascist snake comes back. People, you think that you're somehow exempt from the backlash, right? You wind up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Your mom winds up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Your girlfriend, your brother, your cousin. Just go through the list. You too could get murdered in broad daylight by ICE. You just witnessed a white woman, American citizen, get murdered in Minneapolis for being on the roadway. Nobody was in danger. You can't watch that video and tell me anybody was in danger, aside from her. Besides from the public. The public was in danger on multiple occasions because this guy pulled a gun out in the middle of the street for no good reason and then discharged that weapon multiple times at a moving vehicle, which then did the thing which everybody knows it would do, careening down the street and slamming into another vehicle. What if a mother was walking her baby in a stroller down across the street at that moment? Think about that for a second. He didn't, but you think about it. Be more responsible than the ICE agent that did that thing and think about what would have happened if there was somebody walking, their dog, their baby, whatever, across the street at that very moment that he decided to just murder this woman driving their vehicle, right? Do you see what I'm saying here?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. In Minneapolis, thousands gathered for a candlelight vigil Wednesday evening to mourn the death of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a mother of 3 who was fatally shot hours.
What was the relationship between the person taking the video and the person in the car? Zero relationship. That was the woman that we just saw was the woman taking the video. She was making breakfast and then walked out of her house because she saw a fascist death squad in her neighborhood, right? And went out to film it, right? And then she wound up filming history. Filming a goddamn murder in broad daylight, an extrajudicial killing. They had no relation. She just happened to be there. Captain Homer. Thank you for the tinfoil
Earlier
hat.
by an ICE agent at near point-blank range.
Officials who are calling for the immediate removal of ICE officials from Minneapolis. And not only that, we need the federal agent responsible for Renee's murder to be arrested and for local ownership of the investigation to proceed, because we cannot trust the federal government.
Yep, but the federal government is currently blocking a state investigation. They're claiming that the state does not have jurisdiction in their state. It's fascinating. It's fascinating, unconstitutional gobbledygook. But they are trying to make it play. Now, protests, since all of this, have been cropping up all over the place from the very beginning. Starting seemingly in Minneapolis. You can see this is a video that we watched the other day. Yesterday. Yeah, there was more police officers out here than there were people. Who knows how much money is being spent to pay all these police officers to stand out here? Seems like a massive waste. On the same day, down in San Antonio, there were protests. This is all from yesterday, the morning after she was murdered. Actually, sorry, that first one, I put these in the wrong order. That one, the video we were just watching was from the morning after she was murdered. This is in San Antonio. This was actually the night. This is the night up.
Not for racist deportation. Not for racist deportation. Money for jobs and education. Money for jobs and education. Not for racist deportation. Not for racist deportation. Se escucha, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Escucha. What they did, that's why they killed an unarmed civilian. Because they're scared. They're scared of our power. I'm simply observing them. I'm simply.
Yeah, he's right. They're scared of us observing them. Apparently that's grounds to point a weapon and at somebody and then shoot them. Just observing eyes, just seeing them. Seeing them do what they're doing is somehow a threat. Which seems kinda sus. Kinda super sus. All right, let's go here and talk about the reaction from the right to all of this.
Life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado with pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white woman named Renee Good. The Daily Mail says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child from a previous marriage. She was a disruptor, though she considered herself a legal observer. But there's no evidence she had a law degree.
You can see the agent limping away after he fired shots. And so I agree with President Trump and Secretary Noem on this, that this was an act of domestic terrorism. These were, it appears to be, paid.
He was not limping away. We watched the video yesterday. He was walking perfectly fine. What is she talking about? What in the hell is she talking about? Directly after murdering her, he was walking down the street slowly and with absolutely no limp in his leg. I mean, I don't know where she came up with that.
The left believes they can do anything they want, and we're just supposed to sit down and take it. It's time for Americans to say enough, and if you get in the way of the government repelling a foreign invasion, you're going to end up just like that lady did yesterday.
Wow.
I'm sorry you had to see that. The depravity is unreal because you can almost sense the joy in their voices when they talk about this poor woman who was murdered by ICE. She was a, self-proclaimed poet and a lesbian with pronouns in her bio, i.e., she was somebody worthy of death from the right's perspective. So don't be sad about her state-sanctioned execution. Celebrate it, since she was somebody worthy of execution, as are others like her, who we should also be doing that to. That's the vibe that they were putting out. And as cliche as it sounds, we really have reached lies on par with George Orwell's 1984. Conservatives are literally gaslighting us about a video that we all saw with our own two eyes. And even though this is completely unnecessary, I do want to show you this frame-by-frame analysis, which disproves all of the bullshit claims that they're making about the video that we all watched.
If you go frame by frame, you can see his feet are actually beside the vehicle at this point. And there is the first time he pulls the trigger, when, again, both of his feet show that he has fully cleared the front of that vehicle. And then the next two shots happen here and then here. Both of which, where he's very clearly having to aim through the driver's side window and actually appears to be running after the vehicle to catch up to it. This, by the way, after very clearly signaling to the ICE officers to pass by her on that street, which she was very clearly not blocking nor obstructing, because moments earlier when she first started to pull out, another vehicle started pulling out similarly and crossed in front of her. So she was telling the next one to go on ahead. Not posing a threat, not obstructing nor impeding anything.
So, in other words, you should believe what you saw. Renee Good didn't try to run over Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who murdered her, nor did she block traffic. There's no doubt whatsoever to any reasonable person that the ICE agent was in the wrong in that situation. And we really didn't need a frame-by-frame replay to confirm what was obvious to all of us, but when dishonest actors try so hard to warp reality, you kind of do have to be overly scrupulous so people aren't duped by their lies. But the reason why so many conservatives are lying about the murder of this American citizen is because if they can justify her death, they think that that makes it acceptable to slander her. They did the same exact thing with George Floyd.
Yeah, they're making the argument that only certain Americans have rights, right? And if you are of the other group, the outside group, if you're not part of the Fox News crowd, watching audience type of person, if you, if there's anything, I mean, they're looking for so much to go out. Now, of course, we just got done reading through some of the comments from her family. Her whole family seems to think that she's not at all a political person in any way, shape, or form, really. And that, everything about her, she's just a normal American. And I mean, I think a lot of normal Americans at this point are upset about what ICE has been doing. That's where we're all at. And especially after something like this. But even before this, I think everybody was pretty... I mean, Donald Trump's numbers on immigration have been coming way, way down. At one point, he had a huge... it was one of his best issues at one point. But he's been losing that popularity, the numbers on it. Honestly, ever since L.A.,
another victim of state-sanctioned violence filmed on video 5 years ago in the same city. They told us that it wasn't the knee on his neck that led to his death. Rather, it was his own fault because he had trace amounts of drugs in his system. Therefore, it was okay to ridicule him and treat him as if his life was completely meaningless. This is what they do every single time. But I guess that this means that the moratorium on criticizing victims of violent assassinations is over because right-wingers have gone out of their way to demonize this poor woman. AI-generated slop like this was posted hours after she was murdered with the caption, "Congratulations to Renee Nicole Good on 4 hours of sobriety." So funny. Laura Loomer pointed out that the victim had pronouns in her Instagram bio and added, "I don't care about dead communists. Who cares? Why do we have to pretend like all life is equal? It's not, especially when you're a criminal."
It's fascinating. We just a few months ago, all these people were having like a fucking conniption over people just like replaying old Charlie Kirk clips. Let alone stuff like this. What if you replace this? What if you replace a few of the nouns in this here situation? Right, I don't care about dead Republicans, right? Instead of communists. Who cares? Why do we have to pretend like life is all life is equal? It's not, especially when you're a Republican. I don't care who this offends. It's the truth. What if people were tweeting stuff like this, after Charlie Kirk? I mean, some people did, and some people lost jobs, or had. I think in some cases, I think a guy got arrested for something that he posted on Facebook, or which was just, I think, a quote from the president or something.
I don't care who this offends, it's the truth. But she's not the only one who feels this way, obviously, because Asmongold, the biggest political streamer on Twitch, tweeted, "Rip Bozo," and he parroted the regime's same lies about the video that we all saw. But again, these are the lies that they're using as a justification to celebrate her death. Congresswoman Nancy Mace said the same thing, writing on Twitter, "Pro tip, let ICE and law enforcement do their job and don't try to run them over. Fuck around and find out." And this is the talking point that the fascist hive minds seems to have agreed upon because they're all saying it, from politicians to pundits to social media influencers like paid genocide propagandist Xavier DeRusso, who echoed the same line of bullshit as everybody else, albeit more sassily.
FAFO, but also my condolences. But let me just say this. If you try to run over a federal agent, you will get shot. Stop trying to spread this propaganda like ICE did something wrong. Move!
I guess he thinks that if you say it in a more condescending way, it makes it more persuasive. By the way, this grifter was literally paid by the Israeli government to deny their intentional starvation of Palestinians in Gaza. And now he's accusing others of spreading propaganda about a video that we're able to see with our own fucking eyes. Irony is dead, my friends. Irony is dead. But what he said is somehow less demented than what this motherfucker said.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Patriots, get out of here. We need to back up. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, all right? We executed one of you yesterday. We executed one of you yesterday. You understand that?
They are so emboldened right now. It really feels like we are in a cold civil war, and that these people would gleefully mow down anybody who gets in the way of their fascist agenda. You oppose white supremacy? Well, you are worthy of death. These motherfuckers are so goddamn evil. And I don't use that word lightly. I used to think that nobody was actually evil in the mustache twirling cartoon character sense, because I thought that people were more complicated than that. And, you know, they just deluded themselves into thinking that their harmful actions and bad behavior were necessary or justified. But that's very clearly not the case. Like, these people know what they're doing. They know how evil they are, and they enjoy being bad people. They are sick, sadistic fascists who have an unquenchable thirst for human suffering. It fuels them. They are a modern-day Nazi movement for all intents and purposes, who feel like they should be able to murder their political opponents with impunity. They can't be reasoned with. You can't fix these kinds of people. They are broken. They've become so radicalized that they think it's okay for the state to murder its own citizens. I mean, if that's not evil, nothing is. They have no compassion or principles or morals. They're driven purely by the lust for power and domination over the rest of us. And if that wasn't the case, you know, you'd think that they'd at least pretend that they're following the standard that they set in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, where at least 600 people were punished for crass comments about Charlie Kirk, or for quoting him, or for not sufficiently mourning him. I mean, it felt like they wouldn't be happy unless we literally sucked his fucking dick in effigy. A Tennessee man even spent 37 days in jail because of a meme that he posted on Facebook about Charlie Kirk. So, you know, after all of that, you would expect them to at least feign respectability to show how better they are than the rest of us, but they're basically saying, fuck her, I'm glad she's dead, and we should be able to kill other leftists too. And I just want to point out that there's a difference between, you know, comments about a public figure and a private citizen. Charlie Kirk was a public figure, whereas Renee Good is just a private citizen. But they don't care. They have no standards, right?
You know, she was just an American citizen, just minding her own business, driving down the street after dropping her child off at school. And Republicans in the media right now, probably mostly because they take their marching orders directly from the Trump administration in many cases, you know, are just they're cheering this on. I don't think it's gonna play as well as they think. I don't think this is going to play as well as they think. I think that they're overplaying their hand on this one. In my opinion, I think that she's much more relatable than they are trying to paint her as. And I don't think this will age well for Republicans to be glorifying this woman's death, especially in the light of them just going on and on for months about leftists glorifying political violence. I think that hypocrisy might be, you know, one straw too many on this for most people. I mean, sure, like Groyper psychos with fucking megaphones Like this guy, maybe he loves it. Maybe he loves this for whatever reason, but I don't think that he represents the majority of Americans.
Respectability to show how better they are than the rest of us, but they're basically saying, fuck her, I'm glad she's dead, and we should be able to kill other leftists too. And I just want to point out that there's a difference between, comments about a public figure and a private citizen. Charlie Kirk was a public figure, whereas Renee Good is just a private citizen. But they don't care. They have no standards, right? They concoct new rules and standards only to subsequently disregard them when it's convenient or if it bolsters the narrative that they're trying to push. For example, prior to their lie about Renee, conservatives once did believe that it was actually okay to run over somebody with your car if they were blocking you.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets.
That's weird. I played the exact same clip yesterday. Does anybody remember that? I literally played this yesterday during the live stream. It's weird. I guess reverb on. Okay, let's go to Hazan. Your comment saying, I hope you are right, GSL got censored? Why? No, I don't know why. That's weird. That's weird. I don't know what happened there. I wish I could explain it.
This woman's entire life was a tragedy. She gets divorced from her husband. She didn't get custody of 2 of her older kids. She gets remarried. That husband dies. She falls in love with a woman.
You notice that they don't mention that her second husband was a military veteran? They just sort of glaze over that. Fox News, the people who love the military, supposedly, and the vets, they don't even mention that her widow, whatever you call it, her dead husband, it was a military veteran. They just completely ignore that. They just completely ignore that detail. They're like, it's not important to our audience who loves the military.
And after Trump won in November, they flee the country to Canada, but migrate back to Minneapolis with her young son.
They're doing it. I'm telling you, this is gross. This is gross. This is too gross. I'm telling you, they are operating on a totally different plane of existence and very much misreading the situation. They think this level of evil will go unpunished. It will not go unnoticed. It will not go unpunished. They are wrong. I'm not just wish casting here. I'm forecasting. Okay? It's too much. It's far too much. They don't see it. You're vastly overestimating the empathy of the average American. There's a difference. This is a white woman. This is a white woman that was killed. I believe that the average American that hears this bleep douchebag speaking about a white woman like this, a kind white woman like this, if you think that the average American watches this broadcast and thinks to themselves, yeah, based, you're out of your mind. You've probably watched too many Asmongold clips. Like, even with Charlie Kirk, there was a grieving period, right? Where Republicans were going crazy over people talking. And there was no equivalence to talking about Charlie Kirk in the way that they're talking about this random white woman. Charlie Kirk was a famous podcaster with a lot of output, okay? With a lot of polarizing opinions, a lot of right-wing opinions. He was out there constantly chirping. So there was, of course, understandably, a lot of people who, didn't like Charlie Kirk, and there were a lot of people who did like Charlie Kirk. But at the end of the day, people didn't identify themselves as Charlie Kirk. Even someone like myself who knew Charlie Kirk, who debated Charlie Kirk, who opposed him, who is doing basically a similar thing to Charlie Kirk. Like, I'm one of the very few people who can say, like, oh, I can identify or associate with Charlie Kirk to a certain degree. Who's closer to the average person? This lady, Renee Good, who got killed in her Honda Pilot by a bleep ICE agent, or Jesse Waters. When you hear stuff like this about a person that you automatically can empathize with, or you can at the very least recognize as one of your neighbors, like even your libtarded neighbor, let's say you're a real patriot, you're a real rugged patriot. This is basically your kind neighbor that makes cookies, okay? Like, this is the neighbor that has
Yeah, that's kind of my thinking. She seems incredibly relatable, normal type of whatever normal is in America, type of person. They're trying to vilify her without with nothing to go on. They are just trying to vilify her in this moment, and they're trying to make it out of whole cloth. They don't seem to have anything to go on, aside from the fact that she happened to be interacting with ICE at one point while in Minneapolis, a place that is being literally occupied by the military. There's 6,000 federal agents in Minneapolis right now. They're an occupying force. So yeah, she happened. I think a lot of people in Minneapolis are running into ICE agents right now. Regular people. Like the woman who caught it on video that we listened to earlier. Who was just making breakfast and all this transpired out on her, basically on her driveway. All right, I just figured we'd start it off with this number of video. I think we got like one more non-protest clip, and then we're gonna go to that, and then then we're gonna be doing that for hours, which is why I felt like we should at least get through some of these discussions beforehand. That's how I set it up today. I don't know if that was the right decision, but whatever. We're too late now.
More details are emerging about Renee Good, the mother of three, the award-winning poet who was shot and killed in her car by a federal immigration agent Wednesday during a surge of immigration enforcement in Minneapolis, prompting peaceful vigils and protests for the past 2 days in Minneapolis and around the country. Good's family and neighbors say she'd persevered after the death of her second husband, who was a military veteran who suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, and found a new home and community in Minneapolis. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance addressed the killing of Good during a White House press conference Thursday.
I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left, who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers.
Vice President Vance claimed Renee Good had aimed her car at the ICE agent. But the New York Times published a slow-motion analysis showing how her vehicle was turning away from the officer when he opened fire, shooting her in the face. Vance also claimed the ICE agent who shot and killed Renee Good is protected by absolute immunity.
The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity.
No one has absolute immunity. I mean, maybe the president. Considering what the Supreme Court has ruled recently, basically giving him, making it impossible to prosecute the president. At least this president. I don't know I don't know if the Supreme Court just meant Donald Trump. It's not. I mean, who knows? But the fact is no one has absolute. This is America. No one has absolute immunity under the law. That is a dictatorship. I mean, that is authoritarianism. I mean, nobody is supposed to be, immune from the law. Everyone is supposed to be, if you commit a crime, you're supposed to be, held accountable. These people love, at one point, they used to talk about loving Law and Order, and now they're like, well, only sometimes.
He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous.
At the driver's head. This comes as Minnesota state investigators say the FBI is blocking them from accessing, quote, case material, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation, unquote, into the ICE shooting of Renee Good. On Thursday, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, does not have the jurisdiction to investigate the shooting. That unit was set up after the police murder of George Floyd in 2020. The move prompted outrage among Minnesota state officials, including Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who posted this video Thursday night on social media.
Just in Minnesota yesterday, a tragedy, the death of Renee Good on the streets at the hands of a federal agent. You also witnessed last night a beautiful visual, a peaceful visual, people expressing their constitutional and First Amendment rights in a peaceful manner. And for that, I say thank you. I've been very clear. We need a couple things here. We need Minnesota to carry out this investigation to make sure that the professionals at the BCA and the local law enforcement who's in charge of law enforcement make sure we do the investigation, and then to pull back this unnecessary surge. And so with that, I would ask for all of us to continue to do this peacefully, continue to raise our voices, but do so in a manner that brings about that sense of community. In Minnesota, I'm declaring tomorrow at 10 a.m. on January 9th, I'd ask everyone to pause for a moment of silence, to remember Renee Good, also to remember all that's good and right about this nation.
Meanwhile, on Thursday in Portland, Oregon, ICE agents reportedly shot and injured 2 people. This prompted the Oregon Attorney General to announce his own investigation focused on, quote, whether any federal officer acted outside the scope of their lawful authority, unquote. Elsewhere in Philadelphia, District Attorney Larry Krasner had this warning for ICE agents.
If any law enforcement agent, any ICE agent, is going to come to Philly to commit crimes, then you can get the F out of here. Because if you do that here, I will charge you.
For more, we're joined in Minneapolis by the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of Minnesota, Attorney General Keith Ellison. He oversaw the investigation and prosecution of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin and 3 other police officers involved in the murder of George Floyd. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Attorney General Keith Ellison. If you can start off by explaining what has taken place, first responding to the killing of Renee Good, and then while at first the FBI was cooperating with the state and investigating her death, now they have pulled out?
Yes. At this point, there is no joint investigation as that we started out. And that was happening. We've been notified that at this point, federal authorities have claimed exclusive authority over the evidence, and that is certainly a problem for a multitude of reasons. One is that this case must be independently investigated. There must be a fair, transparent investigation of all of the facts. Homicides, and this clearly is a homicide. And I'll just note for your readers, homicide and murder are not exactly the same thing. Murder is a legal conclusion. Homicide, it really just says death by the hands of another. This is clearly a homicide. And because of that, the states traditionally, historically, have had priority and jurisdiction over these kind of matters. It's certainly the right thing for local authorities, state authorities, to be intimately involved in conducting this investigation. So the fact that the federal authorities have said, this is our case, not yours, and when you add on that the president, vice president, and the Secretary of Homeland Security have already exonerated the Jonathan Ross, in this case, the ICE agent, that's deeply disturbing. And my thought is, what are you hiding? I mean, if you feel that the ICE agent operated within the law, then let there be an investigation so that that can be revealed.
Exactly. If they're so certain that this ICE agent did nothing wrong, then why won't they let state prosecutors, investigators do their jobs? It's very strange. It's almost like they're afraid of what an investigation would reveal. The same way those ICE agents were afraid of allowing a doctor to look at her lifeless corpse, because this woman was already dead. I can almost guarantee it. They knew that they'd murdered a woman in broad daylight with no justification. And the only way that they know how to deal with anything is just cover up. I mean, they've been doing it now for months, right? With the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
They've been doing the cover-up on the Jeffrey Epstein files for months. Might as well just do another cover-up right now. Right in front of all of our eyes. Tell us that, federal agents can murder anybody that they want. Americans and citizens. Just at their own discretion. You don't have to be accused of a crime or been convicted of a crime. You can just be murdered in your car on the street. Now, last night, while the stream was ongoing, ICE literally did another shooting all the way on the other side of the country, on the West Coast, in Portland, Oregon.
Information is limited and won't be speaking to a lot of specifics, but what I can say is that approximately 2:18 this afternoon, Portland police officers responded to the 10,000 block of Southeast Main Street on the report of a shooting. So they came in via a 911 call. Officers confirmed that federal agents had been involved in a shooting. Portland police were not involved in that incident. About 6 minutes later, at 2:24 p.m., officers received information once again through dispatch that a man who had been shot was calling and requesting help in the area of Northeast 146th and East Burnside. Our officers responded. We found a male and a female with apparent gunshot wounds. Officers applied a tourniquet and summoned emergency medical personnel. The patients were transported to local hospital, and their conditions at this time are unknown. Officers had determined that the two people who were injured in the shooting involving the federal agents from the earlier call. PPB officers secured both scenes, and this is a federal investigation. It's being led by the FBI. We have been in touch with them. We are, in regular contact. This is their responsibility, but when we have these type of events happen in the city, Portland Police Bureau does offer a level of assistance. This is not in any way, shape, or form immigration related on our end. We do not know the facts of this case. We are simply providing that traditional investigative support and perimeter support, which is minimal. But I do want to make it clear that we are out there, but we are not involved in immigration. And we at this time do not know if this is an immigration related event. We do not know which federal agencies were involved. As we know, there are many federal agencies serving in the city of Portland right now. So
They don't even know who was shot and whether or not this was related to any immigration enforcement. ICE is just shooting people now. They're just running around and shooting people. I mean, what are we to do? What are we supposed to do in response to all of this? It's a question I keep asking myself. What are citizens to respond in what way? I know how people are responding right now. They are taking to the fucking streets in anger, in protest. All over the goddamn nation. Now, the mayor of Portland, and I think the governor of Oregon, called for ICE to leave the state until an investigation into these shootings could be done. Whether or not they will do that is a question for us. We will try and answer here. I mean, in the future. I mean, honestly, I have no idea what they're going to do. I think I get the sense that they're going to double down. I could be wrong. Considering the way that they came out with this, I feel like they're going to double down. But maybe if the backlash is big enough, they'll back down. I guess it's really to be seen. All right, let's go to Minneapolis to start off with looking at the protests that have been ongoing over the last 24 hours.
Now, he's at the same protest as Namdi, but I understand, Alex, that you saw some federal agents charging two protesters. Describe what you saw.
That's absolutely right, Chris. So you can hear actually the tensions boiling over a bit right now. This is the Whipple building. It's a federal building where ICE has been operating out of. I just texted Tricia McLaughlin, the DHS spokesperson, confirming what we already knew, which is this ICE Operation Metro Surge, which they're billing as the largest one in DHS history, is ongoing. And where the tension comes from is when ICE vehicles leave the building, the protesters started agitating towards the vehicles, throwing things towards the vehicles. When we saw one of those protesters throw something towards those vehicles, DHS officers, ICE officers charged in what were at least two arrests. We saw a woman dragged away, brought into that building. Now, I want to introduce you to somebody who's here at this protest. His name's Ron Eastman. He's a Vietnam veteran. He also happens to be the best dressed man at this protest. Ron, you told me that you've been struggling with PTSD and that you didn't want to have to be here today. But after what happened yesterday, you had to be here today. Why do you have to be here today?
Number one, my oath impels me to be here. I took an oath in 1969 to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I had to be here to make sure that no one else was killed the way Nicole Good was killed yesterday. I couldn't sit at home and just watch this. Minneapolis is a peaceful place, but ICE has descended upon this place like a storm. And they've ruined businesses that have been here for decades. They've cost children the lives of their mothers. I couldn't sit at home anymore. I wasn't going to be here. I was driving past here, and my car said, "Yeah, you're going." So I just had to face the enemy eye to eye and say what I had to say.
And obviously, we're seeing two very different types of demonstrations. The more
Now, there's a great patriot. Okay, Donald Trump claiming all sorts of people were great patriots all year, or all last year. People like fucking Elon Musk. All sorts of garbage humans have been declared great patriots. But this man right here, actual great patriot. But you know who's not great patriots? These garbage people back here dragging protesters around through the snow. People who are just, you know, utilizing their supposed constitutional rights that, of course, no longer exist since Republicans have abolished the Constitution. I mean, in theory, it's supposed to exist. People talk about it all the time.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Thank you, Homer, for feeding the puppy. All right, let's go through some more of these videos I've got. And actually, I think I might stop going back and forth between The Office right now, because the rest of these, at least for a while, are going to be protest videos.
I'm at Fremont Park right now, where more than 100 people gathered to condemn what happened in Minnesota. Now, here at the park, things remained pretty calm. There were kids here, dogs, and some elderly community members, but just a few blocks away, tensions definitely rose and things got a bit more heated, with protesters shaking the John Moss Federal Building's gates and setting fire to the American flag. Broken hearts and calls to action from Minneapolis to Sacramento.
Tonight, we came out here to honor Renee Good.
The act of self-defense, claiming Good was violent. And U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem calling the victim's actions, quote, domestic terrorism. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey described.
Okay, that was in Sacramento yesterday evening. Status Quo was on the ground live from Minneapolis last night, it looks like.
Hi everyone, all right, we are live in Minneapolis. All right, this is on Lake Street. We have a big march right after the vigil, after ICE shot and killed a woman, Renee Good, and we have hundreds of people marching right now. Smash the like button, share this live stream. We're gonna be out here tonight.
Why did the streets look icy in that shot? It's in Minnesota. It's icy in Minnesota. It's basically in Canada. How many people turned up in Minnesota here in Minneapolis? It's kind of incredible. was ice in the. Oh, you're saying in his in the body cam clip, the highly edited body cam clip that was released earlier today. The streets were dry. I didn't notice that. What I did notice that it was incredibly edited. I watched it really quickly, and I was like, "This is so edited. It is insane." Like, there's a huge cut. There's a huge cut in the video in terms of like the length of the video. It must have been like 30% of the video must have been cut out. So, we are going to look at that again later, but I'm going chronologically through the last 24 hours right now. But yeah, no, it's already a super edited video, so honestly, dry streets is the last thing I was thinking about because when you cut out the most relevant pieces of information from the video and then release it as evidence, like, I gotta say, I'm pretty I'm not even skeptical. I'm just immediately dismissive of that. Like do not play me. Like, I'm not I am not a spring chicken over here. Okay, I'm a grown-ass man, and you try and pull the wool over my eyes with this shit. Not gonna do it.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay, well, that was Minneapolis, Minnesota from last night. Live stream from Status Quo News. People walking through the streets, making their voices heard. I'm just going to skip ahead like an hour. It's like a super long video here. Watch a little bit more of this.
Renee, good! Renee, good! Renee, good! Say her name! Renee, good! Say her name! Renee, good! Say her name! Renee, good! 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 Say her name! Renee, good! Renee, good! Back on. Renee, good! 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 Fuck up! Renee, good! Renee, good! Renee, good! Alcohol! coming through. Car back. Get home to her babies. He has to get car through. We are coming through. Passage. Fuck ICE. 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 Fuck ICE.
There you go. That was last night in Minneapolis. People on the streets. Loud but peaceful protests. Even letting the cars through on the street. Incredibly, honestly, incredibly respectful, yet also simultaneously loud. That's how you protest, people. All right. Let's keep going through these to New York now. This was also actually, I think I have this in the wrong order. This was from 2 nights ago. I tried to put these in order. Some of these might not be perfectly
here as
in
well
order.
against ICE, stemming from today's deadly shooting in Minneapolis. The protest here is scheduled for this hour in Foley Square. Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim is there. Stefan.
Well, Liz, protesters are now filling in the Foley Square after.
Yeah, this is my bad. I put some stuff out of order here.
I made a huge tiny
mistake. Now, this was in Milwaukee 2 nights ago. Somehow I missed this one.
Somos millones, cuéntanos bien. No somos uno, no somos 100. La migra, la misma porquería. La poli, la migra, la misma porquería. La poli, la migra, la misma porquería. Not for racist deportation. Not for racist deportation. Money for jobs and education. Money for jobs and education.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, I meant to put these in a different order. That was Milwaukee, Wisconsin from 2 nights ago. This is New York City now. From 2 nights ago.
And protests here as well against ICE, stemming from today's deadly shooting in Minneapolis. The protest here is scheduled for this hour in Foley Square. Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim is there. Stefan.
Well, Liz, protesters are now filling in the Foley Square after immigration advocates in this city called what they're saying is an emergency response to what happened in Minneapolis, a rather large, sizable turnout already. Foley Square, as we know, sits between the federal courthouse and 26 Federal Plaza, which of course is DHS headquarters here in Lower Manhattan. These protests in the past have remained largely peaceful, but at times, handfuls of demonstrators have been arrested for obstructing the entry and exit points of that building. We will see what happens here tonight. In the meantime, reaction from local leaders is pouring in. All eyes on Mayor Mamdani, who campaigned to support this city's sanctuary city laws and to not cooperate with ICE. This was the mayor moments ago.
The news coming out of Minneapolis is horrific. This is one part of what has been a year full of cruelty. And we know that when ICE agents attack immigrants, they attack every single one of us across this country. And this is a city and will always be a city that stands up for immigrants across the 5 boroughs. And I have made it clear to everyone within my city government, and that extends to NYPD, that we are going to uphold our sanctuary city policies. We are going to adhere to them.
Meanwhile, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, for his part, in a statement saying, quote, Secretary Kristi Noem is a stone-cold liar and has zero credibility. The masked ICE agent
Stone cold liar. Fascinating.
Good evening. Welcome to Newsroom
It's actually
Live. It
true,
is
though.
a tense night throughout the country. We are taking a live look right now at protests taking place here in Manhattan after ICE shot and killed a protester.
I'm not used to agreeing with Hakeem Jeffries too often, but that is actually true.
Today in Minneapolis, there are protests taking place throughout the country, including in Minneapolis. We do have some live video. You can see thousands of people there gathered to discuss and to debate what happened earlier today. What we do know is one woman is dead after being shot by an ICE officer during an immigration enforcement action that took place in Minneapolis earlier today. Kristi Noem, the head of DHS, calling it a justified killing, saying the person in a vehicle was using their vehicle as a weapon. That is when the ICE different perspectives on just about everything. Depending on how you see that video, probably says a lot about who you voted for, your political views,
That's
everyone.
Right. Heard also Mayor Mamdani also speaking out. He described this as just another act of cruelty that he feels that he's seen as these immigration and enforcement agents have gone out around the country trying to execute the Trump administration agenda of cracking down on illegal immigration. And he spoke earlier today from one of his first press conferences as the mayor in the Blue Room to reporters, and he was asked about this, and I wouldn't be surprised if we hear from him again tonight, possibly even at one of these
Yeah, I mean, this is something.
You can see people out in force on the same night. Renee Good was murdered here in New York. Wow. Shorts chat is completely dead tonight. I don't know what happened over there. I'm doing crazy numbers over there lately, but do we have one viewer? It's very crickets over there. All right, let's go to Sacramento. Wait, right? Sacramento? Yes.
This is ridiculous!
We are following a developing story right now out of Minneapolis, starting with Sacramento, though. A small group vandalized the Moss Federal Building tonight. People have been protesting the death of a woman in Minneapolis who was shot by an ICE officer. Good evening, and thank you for joining us here for our News at 11. I'm Edie Lambert.
I'm Golston Dart. There were a number of peaceful protests around the region and the nation, but this one took a destructive turn. Our camera is capturing this. Somebody wearing a face covering, burning a U.S. flag, and then we saw a small group forcing their way through a secure.
How dare they burn an American flag?
Gate. Again, this is federal property.
No.
They're wearing face coverings, pushing on the gate. The group eventually gets through the gate. Other people using signs to
how
try
dare
to
they
block
move a gate.
cameras from recording.
Oh, they moved a
and
gate.
then once in the interior of the parking lot, we saw rocks being thrown at parked vehicles there and the building. Our crew eventually backed away, concerned for safety.
That was KCRA3's Peyton Kelly. He joins us.
So unsafe. Oh no. The poor team, the team over at KCRA were in great danger. Oh God, run away.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Clutch your pearls harder. NBC affiliate KCRA3. The only crime there is that most of those flags are polyester.
Illegal.
All right, let's go here to CNN from yesterday.
They identified somebody they wanted in this crowd.
They aggressively went after them. They pushed their way in. Now they're shooting pepper balls toward the crowd to keep everyone back. We don't know why they decided to go after this gentleman. There was a bunch of people standing still, and then all of a sudden they ran in and tried to grab him. This created a situation, as we move a little closer here, where they're putting the handcuffs on this guy right here. Now this guy's trying to get involved, so they're gonna take him down as we speak. The pepper ball spray is very strong. Look at this right here. They're going after someone else. So you can feel the anger of this crowd. All right, they have deployed an agent, folks. They have deployed an agent.
Otherwise known as a chemical weapon. Chemical weapons being used against civilians by the federal government. This is tyranny, folks. All right, let's go all the way down to Florida, where there were protesters
This is
as
the
well
very
in
definition
Orlando.
of totalitarianism.
Our top story tonight, chaos in Minneapolis. Thousands of protesters are taken to the streets there after an ICE agent shot and killed a woman. The rally has been going on for hours now, and it does not appear to be ending anytime soon. The Department of Homeland Security says the shooting was self-defense. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Luann Sorrell.
And I'm John Brown. The feds say the woman was trying to run over the agents with her vehicle, but Minnesota officials disagree, saying the agents acted recklessly. Now, this deadly shooting is sparking protests nationwide, from New York City to down here in Orlando. And we have team coverage of this developing story this evening, and we start with Fox 35's Jared Halpern.
Tensions running high in Minneapolis Wednesday after a shooting involving ICE officers left a woman dead. DHS maintains the shooting was in self-defense and the female motorist was targeting an agent with her vehicle.
Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been told.
He's been taught to murder American citizens. It sounds like we should just remove ICE entirely and get the money back that we've been giving these pieces of shit. Sorry, I wanted to go to the protest footage in Orlando. There we go.
And it came together in the few hours right after the shooting. About 40 to 50 people came here to City Hall in Orlando. They chanted and they waved signs. They were protesting.
Just show the video. It's Fox 35 Orlando. Okay, it's local Fox News, Orlando, Florida. I think we should not have high expectations of Fox 35 Orlando. They are almost definite. I don't watch a lot of Fox 35 Orlando. I assume
Immigration
they're
policy and that deadly ICE shooting. Orlando 5051 is the name of the group that put this together. They've also hosted other rallies at this same spot. Think of the No Kings rallies right here as well. Protesters told us they felt like they had to demonstrate tonight.
That is a moment that's very difficult to ignore, and it's pretty impressive to see people mobilizing so quickly, both here and in cities all around the country.
Orlando police watched the protest. It did stay peaceful all night. We didn't see any counter-protesters here either, aside from a few people who were driving by yelling at these protesters. And organizers say you can expect to hear from them again, see them out on the streets again.
Okay, there you go. That's Florida. Protests in downtown San Diego were also going on yesterday. Here's CBS 8 San Diego.
I want to tell you guys that even when we walked up here today, things felt tense. There was kind of a situation between some of the protesters and DHS officers. Apparently a guy pulled up with some signs. The officers were out here, asked him for ID. He supposedly refused, and they started arguing. He ended up in handcuffs, so protesters started yelling. At one point, one of them even refused to move out of the way of the DHS officer's vehicle. So this protest here today really is in response to what happened in Minneapolis. The shooting involving ICE is raising questions about the use of force, whether it was justified. The protesters out here today say they're horrified by what they've seen so far of this shooting, and they want answers.
All right, next one's from Detroit.
Fox
Fox
tonight.
2
Family,
Detroit.
friends, and community members are getting together in South Minneapolis to remember Renee Nicole Good, who was fatally shot by an ICE agent during a federal immigration operation. That operation ending with two very different versions of what led up to that shooting. ICE calls it self-defense. The mayor calls it reckless abuse of power.
Yeah, we all know who to trust.
Driver's side, originally not the man who pulled on the door, but who was originally there, shot through the driver's side window 3 times.
And there was a maroon Honda kind of sideways in the.
I'm going to skip ahead to the protests in Detroit that were happening yesterday. I think this is where it starts.
Some of the chanting.
No ban, no wall, sanctuary for all. No ban, no wall, sanctuary for all.
Now, as you're looking at right now, dozens of protesters, dozens of Detroiters in front of the ICE building on Michigan Avenue in the downtown area, protesting that fatal shooting of Renee Good up in Minneapolis. And as Minnesotans took to the streets, so did Detroiters, marching and chanting through the downtown area as well. And the protest was organized by Comité de Acción Comunitaria, which is also known as Detroit Community Action Committee, and we spoke with the lead organizer. Her name is Cassandra Rodriguez, and she says the shooting was an absolute abuse of power.
I hate that this is happening, and I think I can speak for a lot of us when I say I'm angry. This shouldn't be happening, and I think a lot of us have been out in the streets protesting stuff like this before, and it's not surprising to us, but it's always devastating. We will continue to fight for better change, for accountability in our cities. I think this is something that should never be happening and is completely unacceptable.
There you go, people protesting in Detroit as well. All across the nation, people have been protesting this despicable action by ICE. I think more broadly, I think a lot of people are still obviously, protesting the other actions of ICE. There's been a lot of them. We're like 2 hours into the stream. So, we're gonna go to a quick break here. I think. Quick break. Oh, and I never started a galactic content goal either. And now we're 2 hours into the stream, giving people no time to complete a goal. How are we to do a galactic content goal with only 2 hours? That's not fair. All right, I'm taking the restrictor plate off of this here stream. No, we're going goalless. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as, of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a great number of ways for you to show your support for the show. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, and of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is that time once again. Time for you to get back to your seats. Second half about to begin. Okay, everybody, we are back. Where did we leave off? I think we left off with Orlando. Or was it San Diego? Can't remember. Where is this? Protesters. Oh, yeah, no, it was actually, I think it was Detroit. That's right, okay. Okay, sorry, I got a lot of videos that all look the same. It's all a bunch of protests.
Were you shocked and angered?
This is from last night.
Oh, it was so sad. It was so sad. You have to do something. You can't just sit back on the sidelines. You have to do something. You got to get out there and help your neighbors. Jesus said, love one another. That's why we're here.
I hear the pain in your voice. I see a lot of signs that say no ice. What would you want if the president was listening this morning to do about this?
Oh boy. Got old ladies quoting Jesus at ICE protests. Is this the woke leftist Antifa mob that I've been told so much about? This old lady quoting Jesus. Love one another. Jesus said that. God
Jesus
did that.
said,
I believe
love one
that.
another. That's why we're here.
I hear the pain in your voice. I see a lot of signs that say no ice. What would you want if the president was listening this morning to do about this situation?
Treat others the way you want to be treated. We are civil. We are not cruel. This is not America.
Protests have already started. People are angry, upset. They've traveled from all over the state to be here this morning. It's 7 a.m. and they're already starting the protest. And as we walk down here, people said they really wanted to be here to express their frustration with what's going on after watching this video. When you saw that video, what was your initial reaction to it?
I wanted to vomit. That was awful. I was absolutely shocked and abhorred that the lies that came out afterwards and the amount of people that choose to believe the lies instead of seeing things for themselves and to
Yeah, so many people just accept whatever the president says or J.D. Vance says or Kristi Noem says, like they're ordained by God or something, and nothing they can say could be possibly wrong. Our infallible federal government.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Now, protests were happening in Ohio as well. This is WBNS 10 TV Ohio from
Now, for the past 2 nights,
yesterday.
people here in Columbus have protested after that shooting.
10 TV's Carla Rogner is live at the Ohio State House tonight, where people are starting to gather. Carla, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, well, this protest just officially got underway a few minutes ago, but you can see there's already a pretty good-sized crowd gathered here along High Street. I would say at least 200 people and really growing by the minute. This is the same place where people gathered last night to protest the shooting in Minneapolis and ICE activity here in Columbus. We know that ICE started targeted enforcement called Operation Buckeye here in December. Earlier today, I talked to an activist about how people can safely interact with ICE in their neighborhoods. Here's what she had to say.
We do not train people to interfere with enforcement. It's incredibly dangerous to do so. Knowing to clearly assert your rights is a key tool to use, right? To verbally say, I have a right to be here. I'm on a public roadway or walkway. I'm exercising my right to observe what's happening.
Yeah, and again, this protest just started at 6. More and more people are coming to the State House here. I did speak to some people. They say they plan to continue protesting as long as ICE is active here in Central Ohio. The Columbus Police Dialogue Team is here. Again, more people coming to join this protest here on High Street by the minute. Reporting live at the State House, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
I'm going to give you a live look now at what's happening now
Columbus,
in Philadelphia.
Ohio.
You can see the size of that crowd. Thousands of people are gathering right now for a peaceful protest. It is one of several across the country, all in response to a shooting by an ICE agent that killed a woman in Minneapolis. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has put the state National Guard on standby out of an abundance of caution. And all day, we have seen a memorial growing at the spot where that shooting happened. The woman's now been identified as a 37-year-old mother of 3, and we've learned Renee Good just moved to Minnesota last year. Her ex-husband says Good had just dropped off her 6-year-old son before the shooting happened. Tensions are rising this afternoon as protesters demand ICE agents leave the city. Armando Garcia is in Minneapolis with an update on the investigation and unrest.
Dozens of people circled around a memorial of flowers today at the scene of the tragic deadly shooting in Minneapolis Wednesday involving federal agents. The group praying for 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. She was behind the wheel of this maroon Honda SUV. There, Good backs up, then drives forward, an immigration agent firing multiple rounds at the vehicle, killing Good.
We recognize that he acted according to his training. He acted appropriately to protect his life and the life of his colleagues and fellow law enforcement officers that were there and people that were surrounding.
According to a law enforcement official, the agent involved is a member of ICE's special response team, deployed for high-profile and tactical situations. The agent has 10 years of experience, according to a source.
That woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself.
What's happening right now in Philadelphia?
It is insane that these people just keep coming out and saying these ridiculous lies over and over again. Legitimate law enforcement operation doesn't require murdering American citizens in cold blood. There we go. Philadelphia, people protesting last night. And back in New York, apparently Kristi Noem arrived for whatever reason. And people were not pleased by her appearance.
We start this noon with fallout surrounding the deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis. For a second day, protesters are clashing with law enforcement in that city, and those protests have spread across the country. Right here in New York City, protesters marched from Foley Square to One World Trade Center, where Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem is holding a news conference. We have team coverage. Doug Williams in Lower Manhattan, where protesters are marching, and Jessica Moore is live with details on Noem's visit. Let's start with those protests happening right now. Doug?
Cindy, yeah, we are right by the entrance of One World Trade Center. You can see behind me this group of protesters, and so far this has been only peaceful demonstrations. There is a large law enforcement presence here, as you might expect, but we have not witnessed any arrests. And as Cindy mentioned, this group started with a rally at 9 o'clock this morning in Foley Square. They then marched to One World Trade Center here, where Secretary Noem has been speaking inside. They're protesting ICE enforcement in New York and around the country, chanting justice for Renee Nicole Good on several occasions. Public Advocate Jumaane Williams joined protesters once they got down here and spoke with us about the example he thinks New Yorkers can set right now.
The question for New Yorkers and Americans is, how many more excuses do you have for what we're seeing? And, you know, I ask folks, what would you have done if you were at the precipice of the worst of Germany, the worst of Rwanda, the worst we've seen in this country? What would you do to try to prevent it from happening? Because now is the time. And so we just have to do what you can with where you are, with what you have.
And we are expecting the protests to continue throughout the day and into this evening. One of the protesters that's part of this group here mentioned plans to get together at 4 o'clock outside of 26 Federal Plaza ICE headquarters. And he said that they were going to bring 1,000 feet of police tape in an effort to try and portray 26 Federal Plaza as a crime scene.
Yes, I do like that. I do like that plan. It is a crime scene. All right, now Kristi Noem was met with protests there in New York, and those protests continued on throughout the day. Here was, I think this is a live stream from DRM News yesterday.
Single or double file. Únete, únete a la lucha, únete. Single or double file, make it
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Okay, we're gonna keep going through these videos. I've got tons of these. I have got tons of these. We got one more video from New York here. Eyewitness News, ABC 7.
Reaction to the shooting, death by ICE in Minneapolis, sparking protests around the country, including here in New York City.
Yeah, and there are now more underway tonight. Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim continues our coverage. He's live in Foley Square. Stefan.
Well, listen, Bill, this is not the type of outrage that one can sleep off, so not surprising that demonstrations continue tonight. We were out here last night when there was a sizable turnout. A couple hundred were out here already tonight. You can see a very large turnout. More protesters already at the front side of this protest than we saw by the end of the night last night. There's also more media here and more police officers. Let me swing you this way. Across the street, that is 26 Federal Plaza. You see a sea of NYPD staged at the DHS headquarters. Police, by the way, are all over Foley Square. Let me show you back over here now where the protest continues. This, by the way, is after a full day of protesting. These demonstrators, some of them, were down this morning, as you heard, where Secretary Kristi Noem was at the World Trade Center protesting her, then marched through Lower Manhattan, and then, of course, up to 26 Federal Plaza, the entrance, like last night, and demonstrated there before heading over here to Foley Square. So again, it feels more energized than last night. That's not to say last night lacked energy. We will see what that translates into. We'll be here with demonstrators all night and bring you a recap tonight at 11. Reporting live in Lower Manhattan, Stefan Kim, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Okay. Let's go to this next clip. PBS NewsHour from yesterday. Minnesota leaders and protesters push for accountability. Oh, accountability. That sounds fun. The Department of Aging.
Welcome to the NewsHour. There were protests in Minnesota today over ICE and the fatal shooting of a 37-year-old woman, Renee Nicole Good, on Wednesday. While at the White House, Vice President J.D. Vance strongly defended ICE, saying the officer was defending himself and called Good's death a tragedy of her own making.
Local officials, including Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, are hammering ICE and its aggressive presence in the community. State officials also said that federal investigators were effectively shutting them out of the shooting inquiry and blocking them from accessing evidence. Many in the community were reeling from the events of the past 48 hours. Special correspondent Fred DeSam Lazaro has the story from Minneapolis.
This morning, protesters clashed with federal agents in front of the Whipple Federal Building outside of Minneapolis, a city on edge after an ICE agent fatally shot U.S. citizen Renee Nicole Good yesterday. The shooter says ultimately the blame falls on what he calls the far left.
I can believe that her death is a tragedy while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers.
The officer, who local media identified as Jonathan Ross, is described as having 10 years of experience with the force and was involved in a separate incident in which he was dragged by a car and deployed a taser, according to a criminal complaint from June of last year. Yu Du is an activist with the Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee.
To hear Kristi Noem and other federal leaders not show any empathy, but to start a smear campaign against Renee and Minnesotans is abhorrent and disgusting.
A vigil and a makeshift memorial grew Wednesday evening near the site of the shooting, honoring Good, whose family and friends describe her as a Christian who participated in mission trips, a poet who loved to sing, and a loving mother of 3. At the memorial today, where protesters have put up makeshift barricades, Somali immigrant Deka Adan came to pay her respects.
If you see a kid being bullied, you stand up for them, you say something. Renee did that. She stood up. She stood up for the rights for people being captured in the streets like herd of animals, and she lost her life because of that.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz urged accountability for Good's death.
People in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate. It feels to me like we're at one of those inflection points, that simply asking our government to give us accountability, listen to local leaders, ratchet down the rhetoric, let people feel safe in their person, and let's let our kids go to school without fear.
Minneapolis schools were closed today in the wake of the shooting and after immigration agents clashed with people near one high school yesterday afternoon. For now, the city, no stranger to civil unrest, anxiously awaits what's to come while mourning one of its own.
The place that Renee was killed yesterday was 6 blocks away from where George Floyd was murdered. The law enforcement response is the same, to lie, to cover up, and to spin a different story on really what actually happened.
Yep. I mean, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has blocked state investigators from seeing the evidence and doing their own investigation in their own state. The same federal government that came out and made a whole bunch of claims around this thing before ever having done an investigation, they don't seem like the people that should be in charge of this, considering that fact. Right? Like in any other like circumstance, like they would be ruled as being what's the word? It's like another word for this, like biased, right? Like I can't think of it, but just like inadequate to do the investigation due to their clear bias in the investigation itself. Unfit. This is This is in Minneapolis last night.
Oh yeah. Yeah, still thing, yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move around the bus stop in front of those guys over there to get a different shot. So that's where I'll be. Where? Sorry? I'm gonna walk around here. These guys are holding a flag or something over here. We got some faces. And I'll just be there, but if they start marching, they're going that way? Are they going that way? Yes, we're going east. Okay. Let me give me 1 second. Let me pull up a map. Okay. So we're going to always be okay, yes. So it is, we're at here. So it's 1, 2, 3, about 10 blocks. A little less, very short blocks. 6 or 7 short blocks. And they're going down to Bloomington. The Mercado. I just heard somebody say take down, which is innocent. I got you. Who are you with? A2.
Movimiento de Inmigrantes de Minnesota, also known as me. Her name's Yvonne. Give it up. Yvonne.
They don't do it like Southside! Outside! Let me outside! Listen! My name is Yvonne Hernandez. I am here to speak on behalf of my hermana en la lucha, my beloved sister in the fight, Jovita, founder of Minnesota Immigrant Movement, who unfortunately can't be here today. But here it goes. I'll start with Spanish, and then we'll transition to English. One sec.
Let's go, Yvonne!
Movimiento de Migrantes de Minnesota. Hoy muchas comunidades latinoamericanas e inmigrantes en todo Minnesota lloramos por la pérdida.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. There's like 2 hours of footage from this protest here in Minnesota. A lot of people out here. A lot of people.
That all we want is accountability. That all we want is justice for people. That we will not let them take our neighbors in vain. We need guns! No, you saw the video. They're trying to die again. They're trying to recognize that we didn't see the same video. We saw the same video. And I want to tell you that video would not have happened if people were not out there recording it. To all those people that stood right next to Renee, I want to let you know thank you for standing up for justice. Thank you for recording the beautiful of that moment. Thank you for taking care of your neighbors. Those who are inside the homes, they're recording it from far. And those that were nearby, they're recording it from near. We have the evidence. We have the truth. And the truth is on our side. And what we saw was murder on Minneapolis streets. Earlier today, we requested that the Minneapolis Police Department, the Hennepin County Sheriff, both begin an investigation of what happened to Renee. And if they say no, we know why. But I know for sure that if they hear from all of us, we will get justice for Renee. We will get justice for her. But in this moment right now, we need all of you to stand up. We need the people who are at home right now to stand up. We need you to front the calls and call your legislators and call your leaders, both here and in Congress. Call your friends and colleagues from other states across this country. We need to rein ICE back in. We need ICE out of Minnesota. And we need to on multiple occasions.
There you go, out in the rain. People in mass gathering here to tell ICE to go fuck themselves. All right. Let's go all the way down south to San Antonio, Texas.
Developing tonight, outrage after an ICE agent shoots and kills a woman in Minnesota. And tonight, demonstrations are taking place across the country, including right here in San Antonio.
Minneapolis city leaders say the woman who was killed, Renee Good, was a legal observer of federal actions in the city. Good was a U.S. citizen. Investigators say an agent tried to stop the car she was in when she drove toward a group of agents.
And just hours ago, dozens of people met downtown condemning the shooting. KENS 5 reporter Megan Renee was at the demonstration tonight. Megan, what are people telling you out there?
Well, Henry, ECs, people I spoke to say they saw the videos circulating online of this shooting. They say that they were shocked and they're angry at how the Trump administration has characterized this shooting. They believe that Good was not a threat to the agents. The administration disagrees.
1,200 miles away from the scene where a woman was shot and killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis, a vigil is set up for 37-year-old Renee Good on the steps of San Antonio's City Hall.
Seeing the video, I lived in Minnesota for a couple years, and just seeing a woman in her car get shot 3 times, it's just really frustrating.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says agents were leaving the scene of an operation when Good used her car to block them, and at one point,
Our officer followed.
People broken up over this situation all the way down in Texas. People across the country. Like I said, I don't think this is going to play the way that they're trying to portray all of this. I think this is going to bite them. I don't think that people generally, I think people generally speaking in the United States are not pro, like, just murder in the streets. I think most people like to think their federal government just won't, like, you know, randomly murder American citizens. Even if they don't like what, you know, even if the government doesn't like what they're doing. I think, generally speaking, nobody wants that.
Happening here in downtown Louisville right now, just before 8 o'clock, a protest march is underway. Large group heading toward the federal courthouse. This group started out at about 300 strong on the steps of the courthouse on Jefferson Square at about 6 o'clock tonight. They're protesting in solidarity with the residents of Minneapolis after an ICE agent shot a woman there.
Good for Gabby. Thank you for the resub over on Twitch. First donation we've received all night, actually. Greatly appreciated. By the way, this footage is in Louisville, Kentucky.
This is the second protest of the night. The earlier one was on an overpass over I-64. They were holding signs for drivers who were heading into the city. This has been a peaceful protest. No problems here. They're in the middle of 6th Street. They are heading down to the federal courthouse at 6th and Broadway, which this is a familiar route. Many of the Breonna Taylor protests in 2020 followed this same route. I'm told that they're going to move over to 7th Street after this, then march back up to Jefferson Square. Again, they've had a series of speakers here. They're going right by Louisville Metro Police Headquarters. This building right here is the new headquarters for Louisville Metro Police as they are approaching Chestnut and 6th tonight, heading south on Chestnut, downtown Louisville, just right here behind me, that way here. Here you can see the end of the protest march. Again, they're chanting, walking by police headquarters as the investigation in Minneapolis continues, with city leaders disputing the claims of the federal government that the federal ICE agent was acting in self-defense. The Trump administration doubling down on its actions in Minneapolis today by saying they're only accelerating the number of ICE officers in that city. Here they're passing Chestnut Street.
Okay. There's Kentucky. We have hit so many states already. So many states. New York, California, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Texas, Kentucky, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Where else? I'm losing track, honestly. Florida, we were, yeah, right, Florida. Orlando. Well, I guess I'll keep that trend going now to New Mexico. In Albuquerque.
Every day we're going to demand ICE out of our neighborhoods. We'll track them where they go.
Look at these guys. They are in the middle of a goddamn, like, a squall. They're in the middle of some sort of horrible storm. You can see there's like literal hail coming down and lightning flashing in the background. These guys are still out here. That is dedication.
Every day we're going to demand ICE out of our neighborhoods. We'll track them where they go. We'll make them feel unwelcome, as they should. ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICe out! You guys can come under the cover if you like. ICE out! ICE out!
There's New Mexico. What else we got here? How about Georgia? This is Fox 5 Atlanta.
Tensions are rising at home and across the country after a second shooting involving federal immigration officials. This time in Portland, Oregon. 2 people were shot by Border Patrol agents.
It comes 36 hours after a deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Tonight, protesters have taken to the streets here in Atlanta and across the nation.
And that breaking news in Portland is where we begin tonight at 10. Good evening, I'm Russ Spencer.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Here's what we know so far. 2 people were shot by Border Patrol agents in Portland, Oregon this afternoon. The city's police bureau said the victims, a man and a woman, were sent to the hospital. There was no immediate word about their conditions.
Homeland Security claims those 2 individuals were Venezuelan.
Oh yeah, like we can take anything they say at face value. Sorry, hold on, I want to go to the actual protests that were happening here. I think there's footage of that in this clip somewhere. Where? Here?
The protests all day here in Metro Atlanta. Rob, what's the latest?
Yeah, guys, good evening to you both. Those protesters have since cleared out, but they took to the streets about an hour ago. As you mentioned, they marched through the streets all the way to the Atlanta field office, led by police who were shutting down traffic. All things remain peaceful. There were no arrests.
Okay, is it just me, or does this guy not look like Ben Shapiro grew to be an adult? Like an adult man, Ben Shapiro. Who can kind of grow facial hair. Not like completely, but like a little bit. Come on. You can't tell me this guy is not slightly more ripe Ben Shapiro. Come on. You can't tell me that's not Ben. That's Ben's older brother right there. That's what that is.
A lot of emotion.
Bob Shapiro.
More than 100 protesters took over the streets of downtown Atlanta Thursday night, outraged over the ICE killing of Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis. The rally started at the Georgia State Capitol.
No one is illegal! No one is illegal!
And then moved to ICE's Atlanta field office.
It's important for us to stand as people and express our voice.
I don't believe that what's going on with ICE is constitutional.
We do not want ICE in our communities. The people have spoken.
For a moment, the protesters gathered near the guard shack to the federal building where ICE is located, but then continued marching back toward the Capitol. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has maintained the agent in Minneapolis.
Ben Shapiro's brother who once got a woman wet.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
All right, well, there you go. The scenes from downtown Atlanta last night. People protesting. Now, in Chicago, at a community meeting, people were very upset and made their voices heard. Here's ABC 7 Chicago from
at that hearing, there was
last
anger
night as
directed
well.
at the federal government and Chicago police, but also the civilian commission that hosted the meeting. Speakers accusing the panel of not holding CPD accountable.
You will respect this mic or you will be asked to leave.
The Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, hearing from the public, some with heated words about CPD's presence at ICE operations.
The city can no longer prioritize the protection of federal agents over the protection of our neighbors.
Chicago's welcoming city ordinance prohibits CPD from taking part in immigration enforcement actions, but speakers questioned CPD's role in keeping protesters away from federal agents, including at a South Loop facility in June and in Brighton Park in October after an ICE-involved shooting of a woman.
That's what we need you to work with us to hold the Chicago Police Department superintendent accountable.
CPD radio communications in December appears to capture an officer talking about a traffic stop of someone allegedly following agents.
All right, let me know if you guys get that red vehicle stopped. Again, I think Border Patrol wants it.
That same day, Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino thanked CPD and Evanston Police for their help during operations.
I myself have seen CPD officers hugging ICE and Border Patrol, calling out, "Oh, don't worry, we got him, we'll hold him back for you."
CPD says all requests for help from an immigration agency are handled by a supervisor, adding CPD will not assist or intervene in civil immigration enforcement. If the request is unrelated to civil immigration law, appropriate police action will be taken.
This commission has not determined, investigated, or voted upon any position on these issues.
The commission is planning to continue this discussion at another hearing next month and is working to secure a panel that includes CPD representatives.
Now, of course, you know, they're not only are they not supposed to be helping at all, just according to regular law, with the federal, you know, immigration enforcement, but there's been a bunch of other laws put in place by the mayor and by the governor, and yet the police don't seem to really care about that, it would seem. I get why Chicagoans are upset about that. I think I might end the short stream because we have nobody watching it. I don't know why. I think I'm just gonna end it because it's just adding to things for me to focus on. I think it's just detracting from all this. I'm just gonna can easily end this like that. Okay, bye bye short stream. It's okay, we still have the dual stream going. YouTube and Twitch still alive and kicking. I don't know, nobody was on vertical tonight, so I just, you know, no reason to keep that going. All right. Let's go here to WKBW TV from Buffalo, New York, 20 hours ago. Buffalonians protest ICE after Minneapolis woman killed by agent. Is that what you call a person from Buffalo? A Buffalonian?
Tensions are growing tonight, both here at home and across the country, following yesterday's deadly shooting of a woman by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Hello, I'm Febin Cassioun. The Trump administration says that the agent was protecting himself, while many in the community are calling it murder. And now outrage from Minnesota lawmakers after the state was excluded from the investigation into the shooting. 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was behind the wheel of a Honda SUV, appearing to block the road as an ICE agent grabs the door. Good backed up, then drove forward before the ICE agent fired multiple rounds at the vehicle, killing Good. Minnesota's Bureau of Criminal Apprehension today learning that it would not be involved in the investigation, and which would be led solely by the FBI.
That woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself.
It feels very difficult
you are stupid.
that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment.
Meantime, a new shooting by federal agents in Portland, Oregon left 2 people wounded. DHS says that Border Patrol agents were conducting a targeted vehicle stop of 2 Venezuelan criminals when the driver attempted to run over the enforcement office on Delaware, right outside of Buffalo's U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement office on Delaware Avenue. Around 100 people came out, and many I spoke with stood firm in their belief that ICE is not welcome in Buffalo.
We have to abolish ICE. It's just come enough. It's a reckless institution, and they're no business in Buffalo.
One of downtown Buffalo's busiest intersections at Delaware and Chippewa was the hub for about 100 protesters demanding the removal of Buffalo's U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement office at 250 Delaware.
The last in a long line of atrocities committed by this organization. And the fact that it's allowed to exist in this city, the supposed sanctuary city and the sanctuary state, is beyond the pale.
The protest was sparked by Wednesday's killing of Renee Nicole Good, a Minneapolis woman who was shot and killed by an ICE agent as her SUV drove towards the agent.
It seemed that the shooting was completely unwarranted, and it bothers me the kind of violence that the ICE is bringing about.
At a press conference Thursday afternoon, Vice President J.D. Vance saying that ICE agents should get
Fuck J.D. Vance. Fuck J.D. Vance. I hope he gets Jonathan Ross.
Hearing that news just increases my sense of grief at the loss of Renee Good. It increases my sense of outrage that her murder is being treated so callously.
We're not only out here because of Renee Good, we're out here because our neighbors are being kidnapped every day. There are brutal assaults against our immigrant population in Buffalo. Immigrants are what make this city great. Immigrants are, my neighbors, and I'm sick of seeing people picked up off the street.
We know that ICE is in our community, and we want to send a clear and loud message that we are here for our communities. We're standing up and we're protecting our families that are here.
Earlier I was speaking to folks, they were saying that they want ICE to be abolished. Do you agree with that?
I don't think that's necessary. I think we need an administration that honestly wishes to uphold the Constitution and follow the laws of the United States.
Now, I'm told there will be a vigil tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Okay, well, there you people in Buffalo, New York, Buffalonians, apparently, protesting, making their voices heard. That was last night. Omega Star, thank you for the super chat. Eat my shorts. All right, let's go to Baltimore now. Maryland.
I'm here in downtown Baltimore on Thursday, January 8th. It's around 7 p.m. at night, and hundreds of local residents are marching through the streets of downtown to protest the ICE murdering of U.S. citizen Renee Good in Minneapolis yesterday, and to demand an end to Trump's fascist authoritarianism and an end to federal agents sowing terror across communities around the United States. I'm about to take you into the thick of the action for the Real News Network.
Up, up with liberation. Down, down with deportation. Down, down with deportation. Up with liberation. Up with liberation. Down, down with deportation. Down, down with deportation. Up with liberation. Up with liberation. Down, down with deportation. Down, down with deportation. Up with liberation. Up with liberation. Down, down with deportation. Down, down with deportation. Up with liberation. Up with liberation. Down, down with deportation. Up with liberation. Down, down with deportation.
Now, there you have it. More protests from last night here in Baltimore, Maryland. Hitting every state in the union here tonight, people. Let's do it. Let's go down to the Capitol. NBC4 Washington. 20 hours ago, anti-ICE protests shut down 14th and U in Northwest D.C.
Those protests have made their way here to the district, shutting down a busy intersection tonight in Northwest.
And this is video that shows protesters taking over 14th and U streets, chanting and carrying anti-ICE signs. News 4's Joseph Olmo was there and brings us the latest.
Hey there, good evening. You know, Minneapolis is more than 1,000 miles away from Washington, D.C., but that is not stopping people from coming out. This is the second night in a row that we have seen protests against ICE, and this one is in a very interesting place. We are literally standing in the middle of 14th and U streets. Protesters have shut it down. They want their message loud and clear. There are signs like "Justice for Renee Good." Renee, of course, is the name of the woman who was shot by that ICE agent yesterday in Minneapolis. Other people say, "Jail the killer ICE agents." It's been a busy night here in D.C., and a lot of protesters tell us they're not slowing down.
ICE out now! ICE out now! No justice, no peace! We want ICE off our streets!
The protest started along the U Street corridor, but we had no idea that after a few speeches and chants,
she should be with us! But instead, she was gunned down in cold blood!
demonstrators would be on the move.
No justice, no peace! We want ICE off our streets!
They walked from U Street all the way to the White House. That's just over a mile.
We've all seen that horrific video of an ICE agent murdering Renee Nicole Good in broad daylight. So we're here to demand the immediate arrest of ICE agent Jonathan Ross, who murdered her.
Ria Biswas is with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, one of the groups that put the protests together. Where do we go from here?
I think first we have to arrest Officer Jonathan Ross. We're seeing Democratic governors and politicians like Tim Walz and Jacob Frey call for an end to ICE in their cities. That's not enough, right? He killed her. It was cold-blooded murder. He needs to be in prison tomorrow.
After about 15 minutes near the North Lawn of...
Right to jail, right away.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. This guy should have been arrested on the spot. Instead, he was allowed to leave the scene. With police all over the place. Right? Like, police were all over the place. This guy was just, like, basically escorted away. Should have been put in handcuffs. Farmer Music with the gifted Galactic membership. Thank you very much. Soulcraft. Enjoy it. Enjoy that sweet, sweet gifted memby. Just a reminder to everybody, we did not do a goal tonight. But all of your donations are greatly appreciated and in many ways needed. Help keep us alive. All right, let's go all the way over to Los Angeles now. Other side of the country. South California. Wait. First San Diego. I take it back. San Diego, California. Then Los Angeles.
Back here at home, hundreds of San Diegans marched downtown to protest the shooting in Minneapolis. NBC 7's Ignacio Dominguez was there and joins us now with the latest.
Thursday night in San Diego, as tensions rise across the nation after the death of Renee Nicole Good, the Minneapolis woman shot by an ICE agent in her car, protesters in San Diego taking to the streets.
The poor lady, all she wanted to do is to help somebody in trouble, and she got killed.
What started early in the day, then continued into the night and through a number of streets, escalating for a moment.
And at one point tonight, a confrontation in the streets of downtown San Diego. Protesters coming across this van.
Seconds after, volunteers were pushing protesters to clear the area as San Diego Police Department closed in on the street. In the sea of signs that read "Justice for Renee" and "ICE out of San Diego," others also pushing against the administration.
The injustice of what's happening at this current state, our government, and what is happening to not just us Latinos, but everyone else in this country. We will not put up with ICE!
In a statement to NBC7, ICE says they encourage Americans to exercise their constitutional rights of free speech and peaceful assembly. However, they remind peaceful protesters to remain cautious as rioters and agitators fueled by unhinged rhetoric by activists and politicians are responsible for a 1,300% increase in assaults against ICE officers.
What the fuck? What an unhinged, deranged thing to say. In the wake of an ICE officer murdering an American citizen in cold blood in broad daylight on a city street, they're going to come out and be like, but yeah, it's okay to protest, I guess. But don't forget that your words have caused assaults against ICE officers to increase. 1,300% increase from what? From zero, it's still zero. 8,000% increase from zero is still zero. Those numbers are meaningless. They use percentages because they don't want to tell us the actual number of officers who have been injured. That's why. It sounds way better if they just say 1,300%. Oh, that sounds great. 1,300 sounds really bad. 1,300%? There's like no, there must be no ICE officers left. They're all dead. 1,300%. Wow.
Meanwhile, in Southern California, a large protest went from Boyle Heights to downtown L.A. NBC4's Darsha Phillips joins us now from Boyle Heights with reaction from these demonstrators. Darsha.
demonstrators burned an American flag and marched through downtown Los Angeles, outraged over the shooting death of Renee Nicole Good by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. The group blocked traffic at one point, and there were some scuffles, but for the most part, things remained peaceful.
Posted all over.
The day started out at Mariachi Plaza in Boyle Heights. Dozens gathered, many coming with their families and young children. The people we spoke
Omega
to
Star
say
just
they wanted
shared 100 bits. 11 billion% of statistics are made up.
11 billion, you say? No. 11 billion%?
It's science.
Wow, that's bad. That can't be good. Thank you, Omega Star.
feel the connection
For the
and
bits.
support of their community.
This murder, it was meant to tear us apart, to instill fear in our communities. And so if we continue to come together, that's one way of saying we're not going to let this to continue to happen in our communities.
So many compelled to make their voices heard after the Department of Homeland Security and the Trump administration determined the
Shield. Good was shot in the head, according to city officials. The SUV then crashes into a parked car.
Very high. Nobody wants ice here.
The FBI is now investigating, but Minnesota law enforcement officials say the U.S. Attorney's Office has blocked them from the case and is withholding access to evidence. The governor saying he doubted an investigation by the DOJ would yield a fair outcome.
People in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate.
The Department of Homeland Security defending the actions of the ICE agent.
He's an experienced officer that.
You know, I think that Kristi Noem is an actual evil person. You know, I try not to reduce people to such sort of black and white things. But this puppy murdering, like, human rights violating, taxpayer dollar appropriating for her own personal enjoyment, like everything about her just screams she's just a bad person all around. There's not like one redeeming quality about Kristi Noem. I can't think of a single good thing about this woman. She's never done anything good with her life. I don't think she's ever even said one nice thing before. I don't even think she's capable of saying a nice thing. She's just filled with hatred and malice.
Served a number of years, and we recognize that he acted according to his training.
Robert Boyce, former chief of detectives for the NYPD, analyzing the videos frame by frame, giving his view.
Omega Star just shared 100 bits. South Park tore Kristi Noem to shreds. I recommend it to everyone.
South Park tore Kristi Noem to shreds. Suck it, Kristi. Yes, I'm sure she loves that. I'm sure she loves that her character on South Park. I'm sure she's a big fan of that. You know, I love that they brought on the former like a police officer to come on here. Look at this guy. I think he was defending himself. All right, here's the Today Show from
overnight tensions
12
rising
hours ago.
nationwide. Amid the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, crowds gathering in cities across the country, including New York, Columbus, Dallas, LA, and Minneapolis, where the fatal shooting of a woman by an ICE agent kicked off a nationwide response. The officer who killed 37-year-old mother of three, Renee Good, now identified as Jonathan Ross. DHS telling NBC News Ross was seriously injured in a traffic stop here 6 months ago when he tried to arrest an undocumented convicted sex offender who dragged Ross 50 yards with his car. 6 months later, this fateful moment. Police say Good was blocking the road with her SUV. You can see officers.
It seems like this guy doesn't know how to handle himself around cars. And maybe he shouldn't be an officer of the... Maybe he shouldn't have a gun and a badge. This guy can't seem to avoid bad situations involving fucking cars. He's too fucking stupid. This guy is somehow just too stupid to know how to deal with cars. It's an adult man who hasn't solved what you do around cars somehow. An adult man with a federal badge and a weapon, a deadly weapon, running around our neighborhoods who doesn't understand how cars work, apparently. Too fucking stupid to know how you know, something that's existed for 100 years. How does that work? How do cars work? So it's so difficult to grasp this foreign concept of cars. Oh. Jesus Christ. How is this necessary? This is in Oregon. This is in Portland, Oregon. You got like 100 local police officers in here. Just, at least that's what they appear to be. It's not clear, actually. Does it say stormtrooper? State trooper? Stormtrooper? State trooper. You got state troopers in here arresting protesters. Like 100 of them. How much money is this costing? It's like, this is probably costing like $10,000 an hour or something like that. Just to prevent Americans from saying words critical of the government in public.
Get on the sidewalk for me, please. Thank you.
Notice how I still listen to you. You're really mad at me, but I listen anyway.
We got Portland police in there too. Good. So it's Portland police and state troopers. Interesting. It's a combination squad. Look how many are out here. There must be 100 off. Look at, there's an entire battalion back here in the left corner. Look back there. Oh my God! Look how many there are.
Taking care of her.
How is this necessary?
Get the back now! Get the back! Get the back! Shame on you! Keep your ass in the street, kid! Shame on you! Keep your ass in the street! Shame on you!
Seems like an incredibly unnecessary number of police officers here. Their presence seems to be creating more problems than it's solving. I was in Portland, Oregon. Now, another protest sprung up today in Minneapolis. Today,
I tried to
Friday.
help.
This
Thank
is from
you
9
very
hours
much.
ago.
Oh, hi. Don't mind me. Wait, Ray does. Okay, great.
He's put on Mercado Media right now. I'll look into it, but we're going through this in a chronological order right now. I do have an actual plan for the stream.
Even when it's something I don't really agree with.
I agree, yeah.
And then I'll get mad.
But like, we'll text John. I'll be like,
You're a little bit radical today. I love when you get
like about the you're like,
oh my god, I'm so into that.
He was like,
I've always been it. This has always been my opinion. Dude, he's not wrong.
No, exactly.
No way.
I have the profound responsibility to support our members in ensuring our schools are safe and stable places where all of our students can exercise their constitutional right to a public education. On Wednesday, educators at Roosevelt saw the safe and stable environment our schools provide violated by federal immigration enforcement agents. Just hours after the horrific murder of our neighbor, Renee Good, at the hands of the state, something we have experienced before on the South Side with George Floyd, a reckless group of CPD agents, which included Greg Bovino, were in the process of detaining an observer. In that process, agents came onto Roosevelt High School grounds during the school's dismissal process. While on school property, they deployed chemical irritants and detained an educator and MFE member who was doing their job at dismissal. Let me be very, very clear. Immigration enforcement should never, under any circumstances, be on school grounds. As we saw yesterday, as we saw on Wednesday, they do the exact opposite of making schools safe. And while Wednesday's event at Roosevelt was horrific and traumatic for our members, students and community, it unfortunately was not surprising. And it's not even the main story here in Minneapolis. The main story is about the violence against our immigrant neighbors and the fear and collateral damage it is causing across our communities. The perpetrator of that violence is federal immigration enforcement.
It's not even that. I have no idea who this woman is, but that's not even, I mean, it's not just our immigrant neighbors. It's just Americans now. It's just Americans broadly, immigrants and not, right? That woman was not an immigrant. She was born in Colorado. And she was murdered in broad daylight. Not to contradict this woman, she's making a perfectly good effort here, but I just want to make it, I just feel like that needs to be made just perfectly clear. Is that it's not just our immigrant neighbors. Yes, are they being unduly untargeted? Sure. But we just watched an American citizen get murdered in broad daylight by ICE. It is citizens and non-citizens alike. It's everyone on American soil that's living under this fascist regime. ICE Stapo is basically judge, jury, and executioner on our streets, and it's unacceptable. All right, here's Kansas from 10 hours ago.
Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! The venue Evans made available by the
Actually, I'm looking at I was just seeing this is January 8th, so this must have been last night. This was posted 10 hours ago by the Kansas City Star. But this must have been last
makes
night.
it clear that this was cold-blooded murder. Anyone who makes the claim that this was self-defense is obviously lying. We've all seen that video.
We demand justice for Renee Nicole Good and to end the ICE reign of terror across the country. No.
One thing I want to point out to everybody in the midst of all this should not be lost on any of us watching this. It is January 9th. Okay? It is January 9th.
Winter is coming.
It is winter. It is freezing cold in many of the places that we have been seeing these protests. People are pissed off, and they have every reason, though, not to leave their homes and go out and protest. And yet you see these happening right now. I think that says a lot. The number of people that you are seeing out here in the last 48 hours in the middle of winter. Because it's hard to get people to come out and protest in the middle of winter. Much easier when it's like, it's summer and it's like 80, 90 degrees out there or whatever. Much more difficult to get people to come out in the freezing cold. But they are out there. Not just in Kansas, also Texas. Going back to Texas, this is in Dallas.
Activists across the country are demanding justice for 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, who was shot and killed in Minnesota by an ICE agent on Wednesday.
Wow, Soul Life disagrees. It's been kind of warm, says Soul
Life.
Fox 4's Peyton May live in Dallas with an update. Peyton?
Good morning, Lauren. In Minneapolis, vigils, demonstrations, and protests crowd the street demanding ICE leave the city. And here in Dallas, many are marching in solidarity against immigration agents. Last night, more than 100 people gathered at Dallas City Hall. They marched for a mile, calling for justice for Good's death. Organizers say they want ICE out of Dallas, but the protests remained peaceful. Video.
See, there we go, pitchforks. Thank you. I knew somebody would come to my defense. 30 degrees in Santa Rosa, California.
Winter is coming.
Incident is adding fuel to the while saying the federal government has excluded them. State leaders claim the feds have all but shut them out, and there are concerns about who will take accountability.
I think it's clear to everyone as they saw this that
Sorry, we don't need all these clips. Everybody, along with the protest footage, everybody plays the same, like, 7 clips over and over and over again. It's the J.D. Vance clips. It's the Governor Tim Walz clips. It's the Kristi Noem clips. It's like 2 of each of those clips. And as well as the 2, like, as like the clips of the actual event. Everybody's running with those clips as if we haven't all seen them yet. All right, let's go to Tennessee. Knoxville News Sentinel from 11 hours ago.
Are declared national enemies and herded into camps. What do you call it when federal intelligence agencies threaten dissenting writers to cease speaking about the horrors unfolding all around them?
Still facing trial. I've got a 3rd court date coming up. They said I was blocking the passage of
Okay, that was Tennessee.
I'm Julian Berger.
Justice for Renee Nicole Good! Justice for Renee Nicole Good!
Protesters held signs reading "Ice Out for Good" and "End the War on."
This is Charlotte, North Carolina.
Protesters held signs reading "Ice Out for Good" and "End the War on Immigrants." They said the shooting of Renee Nicole Good epitomizes
Wait,
broader
South
concern
Carolina, right? No, North Carolina.
about the use of force by federal immigration authorities. Federal officials say an ICE agent acted in self-defense, a claim protesters here disputed. Here's Asha Patel of PSL Charlotte, who helped organize the protest.
We are seeing through this that this current administration and ICE will unleash violence on anyone who takes a stand against this deportation machine and this crackdown.
Protesters say the incident has heightened fear and anger in immigrant communities across the country, including
all over the place, aren't they? These protests. I mean, we have seen protests all across this country, all up and down California, Oregon, Washington, D.C., Kansas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee. I mean, we've hit up so many places. Asmongold is defaming the victim and pushing false narratives. Shocking. Asmongold, really, of all people. All right, let's go here. 13 Wham ABC News.
Tonight, hundreds lining both sides of Pattonwood Drive in Irondequoit, a show of defiance against the Department of Homeland Security outside the Rochester Customs and Border Protection Office. The demonstration in response to an ICE agent fatally shooting 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis.
What we're hoping to bring light to, unfortunately, yet again, is something that's taking place in our streets. Minneapolis, a woman in her car, unarmed, simply driving away from ICE agents, is shot dead. This is happening on the streets of America.
Sean Sullivan from Geneseo left shocked after seeing widely circulated video of the shooting.
It did not seem in any way like a threatening situation. It seemed like an overreaction by the ICE agent and completely unjustified use of force.
Counter-protesters also in attendance echoing federal officials who say the agent shot in self-defense.
They demanded and commanded her to get out of her vehicle several times. She did not. This is an experience.
There we go. Protests across New York State. Where next to? All right, let's go to Las Vegas. Willing to gamble, there's protests going on there too.
We are here to stand against ICE terror within our communities. They've already killed somebody. If they can kill one person, they can kill any of us. And we are here to advocate for peace. We are here to say that we don't want ICE within our communities. And not only that, we don't want war abroad. It is both a domestic and international struggle that we are fighting, and we are here to fight it together. And that's why we march through.
There's Vegas, people out there protesting.
What do we do? Stand up, fight back! Whenever the lights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! 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 Whenever the lights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! Say it once and say it twice! We will not put up with ICE!
All right, that was Columbus, Ohio. That was the Columbus Underground YouTube channel from 9 hours ago. From that, but that was actually, I see it in the title here, that was actually from January 8th. Just noticing that now. All right, let's go here. This is from 9 hours ago. WAAY 31 News. NYC mayor calls Minneapolis ICE shooting
Zohran
murder.
Illegal.
I do want to ask about the fact that the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was there in your city defending this ICE agent from Minneapolis in this shooting. She said that he, quote, followed his training. Is that what you saw in those videos?
If that is following his training, then I think there are larger questions about the training that's being provided to ICE agents. I think we can all see that video and come to our own conclusions that that ICE agent murdered a woman in Minneapolis. And it is a glimpse into what has been a year full of cruelty. And I think what many New Yorkers woke up with feeling today was a heightened sense of anxiety and fear as to whether they were safe in leaving their homes. I know that's especially true for immigrant New Yorkers, of which there are more than 3 million, including myself. And it is clear to myself and to so many across this country, as I've shared with the president directly, that these ICE raids are cruel and inhumane, and they do nothing to further the cause or the interest of public safety.
You called this a murder just now. You said that also yesterday. The mayor of Minneapolis hasn't yet said that. Why go that far before the investigation is completed?
That was the conclusion I came to just in watching that video. And I think that many Americans came to that same conclusion, no matter how many times this is mischaracterized by others. We will see right what is in front of us, which is that a 37-year-old woman was killed by an ICE agent, and she leaves behind children, she leaves behind her family, she leaves behind an entire community and a city that will mourn her. And this is something that was entirely preventable.
There we go. There's Zohran Mamdani calling out for what it was. the killing of Renee Nicole Good, a murder. And usually you murder somebody,
Right to jail, right away.
You go right to jail, right away. Now, more protests were going on tonight in San Diego. And this was footage from actual tonight.
Be heard, baby, be heard. Try.
There you go. Fuckload of people out here on the streets of San Diego demanding that ICE get off of their streets. Okay. Back in New York City, more demonstrations. New York Post.
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. My fellow Americans, you must understand that I do not care about women and children. If you protest, you will be arrested and thrown in jail. I'll be on Alex Jones tonight for an exclusive interview. 7 p.m. ET. Thank you for your attention to this matter. MAGA. DJT.
Is that true? Is Trump going on the InfoWars podcast? Is that true? There you go. People marching through the streets of New York in mass. Also, thank you, Looney Tunes, for the bits over on Twitch. All right. Let's go down to Philly.
Say her name. Say her name.
We are here to mourn, to grieve, to lean on one another,
and to know that we are not alone in the anger and the pain that we are feeling.
This world is lonely and cold.
The killing of Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis is a tragedy and one that hits close to home. Unfortunately, as we have seen, it is not an isolated case of state-sanctioned violence carried out by ICE. It is a predictable outcome of a system designed to mark certain people.
So you made it up. He's not, Trump isn't going on Alex Jones' show. Okay. Is Jones even still pro-Trump? Yeah, he's definitely still pro-Trump. He's definitely still pro-Trump. We've watched a bunch of Alex Jones stuff recently. I don't think much since we've been back on YouTube, but like during the time when we were still on Twitch, only on Twitch, we were talking about Alex Jones and how he's like really, he's basically, I mean, he's given up zero support for Donald Trump, from what I can tell. And I think it's actually causing him to lose some of his audience because he's abandoning all of his supposed values. Not entirely, but you know, like on in terms of what do you call it? Like he's just abandoned his supposed principles. And for some people I think it's too much. Not everybody. A lot of people are still watching that show. Or nobody's watching that show. It's actually not clear because it's on X, so you never know how many views anything is actually getting. You think the supplements is the meats and potatoes of his income? Could be. Candace Owens is eating his lunch right now. I mean, she was, but her videos are already falling off. Ever since she did the Erica Kirk meeting, her audience has been hammering her. Like, it's not entirely gone. She's still getting like 1 million views per video, but she was getting like 3 million per video. She also has like basically stopped releasing ever since. I mean, she released a couple videos since then, but like I guess you could attribute it to the holidays. Hard to say. Hard to say why she hasn't been releasing as frequently lately.
And then Ryan, I know you've been working.
Okay, so this dropped 2 hours before the stream started. Out of nowhere. I find this to be incredibly fascinating. Why they decided to release this. To think how dumb they think their voters in America are, whatever. It's mystifying. But the Trump administration, I think they were the ones to release this.
On this as well, we got word just a short time ago that there is some new video that Fox News channel has obtained that was actually taken from ICE agent John Ross's cell phone. He's now been identified as the agent who was there on Wednesday. He's accused of firing the shots that killed Renee Good at 34th and Portland. In other videos that we have seen out there, you see the ICE agent holding a phone in some of those, and apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is some of the video from his actual perspective from that
correct
that
from
phone.
His perspective
Okay.
and the moments up until and beyond when when that car comes by him there.
Okay, we're gonna play that for you here with just a bit of a heads up, a warning that you will see Renee Good.
I'm not mad. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later.
She says 3 times, 2-3 times, I'm not mad at you. in a very reasonable sounding sort of tone. Just trying for you to hear that real quick. I don't know what they think about that this is exonerating for them at all.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
That's okay. We don't change our plates
I'm not mad
every
at you.
morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I said go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
This video is clearly edited. There's something fucking wrong with this video. There's something very wrong with this video. Like, the timing of it just looks wrong. Like, what happens? Why does his camera go looking off? Why does it go all of a sudden go over here? There's something wrong with this. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. Is this not a body camera? Like, supposedly it's a body camera, but it. Why would a body camera be looking over there? It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem reasonable.
Get out of the car.
But why they decided to release this particular footage, I don't know. But it seems to really fly in the face of their claims. Like, this guy was not in danger. She literally just got done telling him that she wasn't. That she wasn't even mad. She wasn't even mad at them or whatever. What was it that she said again?
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad. That's okay. We don't.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. That's a woman that's a terrorist. That's a terrorist. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. That's a woman that posed a threat to officers. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. And they released this footage. They won't give any of the information like to investigators, but they will release this footage, this body cam footage for some reason. That's really it's strange. It's very strange to me.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
The people that are kidnapping are people who left their homes for a chance at a better life. They're our neighbors and part of our community. Renee recognized this and was steadfast in her belief that we have a role to. She was an ordinary person just like any of us who felt called to stand up for her community and the.
Make no mistake that what is happening in the U.S. right now is ethnic cleansing. Yeah. Do not allow to be convinced otherwise. The things myself and others have witnessed ICE do and expose families to from the beginning of a brutal ambush to deportation, I shouldn't need to tell you, is absolute dehumanization and a clear human rights violation. Any person or business that is partnering with ICE, including leadership, on their mission of ethnic cleansing is complicit, and there is no room for you in Long Beach. Let's show you. We can show you how volunteering as a rapid responder and many other facets and opportunities has changed and can change so many lives for the better. People we signed up to protect, not because she was an American citizen, but because go fuck your. No nos vamos a ir a ningún lado y con eso decimos chinga la migra.
To all those who have lost their lives at the hands of ICE, these terrorists, these domestic terrorists who are allowed to run around our streets, kidnap people off the streets and racial profile. We have to remember that this isn't the first time
that someone has been killed by these masked agents, if you want to even call them that, Gestapo, whoever they call themselves. This has been going on for a long time, and it's important that we exercise our rights to protect one another. Stake, this is...
Okay, well, that was in Long Beach, California. LA. Protesters protesting, I think, earlier tonight. Protesters also gathered in Syracuse, New York. This is from 4 hours ago, CNY Central.
Chants rang through the street, signs held high, and car horns honked in support. As protesters gathered in Syracuse in solidarity after a woman was killed during an ICE operation in Minneapolis. Demonstrators say this moment is about more than one incident. It's about fear, due process, and the treatment of immigrant communities across the country.
My father's an immigrant, my husband's an immigrant, I'm just horrified by what happened yesterday. I can't imagine what her family had to tell that 6-year-old when they knew that his mother was never coming home again.
These are our neighbors in our neighborhood. Others say what's happening nationwide feels like an escalation and that communities should not live in fear of federal enforcement.
Okay. People in Syracuse coming out and protesting like the rest of the country. We hit just about every single place I could find footage of protests. I actually put some effort into trying to find footage from every state, or at least, doing my best at it. Like, I went through a ton of different videos trying to find what was out there. I'm sure there's more out there. If you find something that I missed, feel free to send it in the Discord. We'll try and watch it like tomorrow's stream. I get the sense that people are going to continue protesting right now over this situation. All right, we're doing longer halves today, just because. Partially because I'm trying to get through some of this stuff. Since it is a little bit repetitive in terms of content, and I also want to get to the live stream that's going on in Minneapolis right now. I think it's still going on, or at least it was going on until very recently.
This is this country singer Brian Andrews.
Oh yeah, let's check this out. This is awesome. I'm not familiar with country music that much. I mean, let's be honest. I'm not familiar with any music that very much.
I'm so unfamiliar with country music, though. I really know nothing. I mean, I know that there's that racist kid that, whatever, the SNL guy, he's big.
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, that's probably the only name I could. The guy that's good is Chris Stapleton, and those are probably the two names I can mention.
Sturgill Simpson.
Yeah.
I have to say, my knowledge of country music is like my knowledge of just about every other music. Dwight Yoakam, is he still popular?
I like Garth Brooks.
I saw Dwight Yoakam last year. He's popular with me.
Okay, so Dwight Yoakam, that was
Alan Jackson.
Hank Williams. I mean,
It's been a minute.
It's been a minute for
90s country music.
But Yoakam was Hank Williams was 50s.
I mean, Johnny Cash counts, right?
I mean, I was huge Johnny Cash.
The crossover, though.
Yeah.
But Dwight Yoakam was like the 80s and 90s, early 90s crossover country guy.
Exactly.
All I know is the worst people I went to high school with, even though in New Jersey, like to dress up in outfits and go to see country music, and it's just a huge.
It's funny to see people in coastal areas adopt that style in the last 5 years, maybe.
Well,
yep.
There's always some of that, but
they're all white, obviously.
But
you
know what
should be
Emma's
ashamed of yourself
thinking
for having
right
that
now.
thought.
Andrews, apparently a pretty big country music star. And here he is on a TikTok message.
Oh, yeah, you already knew this one was coming. You know, people always come on here and be like, Brian, why are you always yelling in these videos? It's not that serious. You want to know why I'm yelling? I'll tell you why the I'm yelling. I'm yelling because I just watched a federal agent shoot a woman in the face in broad daylight with witnesses. You don't do that unless you already knew you were going to get away with it. And you want to tell me it's not that serious? How many times are we going to walk past the bodies like if we don't look, they're not there? Listen to me. Donald Trump said once, I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and not lose any voters, okay? That is a direct quote. And you know what? He just indirectly proved it to be true. I am begging you to wake up at this point. You saw the same video I did, and I need you to know that you are not a bad person if this is where you draw the line. I mean, for sake, man, people tell me all the time, why don't you just keep politics out of your music? Okay, what would you rather me do? Come on the internet like I didn't just see with my own two eyes what I saw yesterday and be like, hey guys, here's my new breakup song? Yeah, I'll take that for 500, Alex. I got a better I see the comments. I see the videos they make. I hear what even some people in my hometown say about me. Oh, that dude only makes these videos to sell his music. Bullshit. I make this music to sell this message, and that message is this. I'm going to shove this song so far down your throat you're going to have to drop your pants and take a just to get it out of your system. Right. I'm going to make so many videos to this song that the guitars in this bitch make you feel the rage that we felt when we wrote this motherfucker. I'm going to make you hear this tagline so goddamn much that by the time I release it, even Jimmy Kimmel's tired of hearing it, because maybe then, just maybe then, even you might stop to ask yourself.
All right.
I mean, righteous.
Yep.
That rocked.
I love the idea of
there you go. Brian Andrews. Very, very, very upset about the totalitarian state that we are living in. Why don't I talk about that? Why don't I talk about what? What are we talking about? What? Why don't I talk about what? What it is I don't talk about? Talk about everything.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Talk about everything. It's ridiculous. They're ridiculous. All right. Just a reminder, everybody, while we didn't do a galactic content goal, your donations are always appreciated. Quick break, everybody. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal. If you would prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. right, everybody, the break is over. Time for everyone to get back to their seats.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Well, I think we were on the last protest video of the night.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is JT Siskowski. I'm a reporter for Status Quo News, and tonight I am reporting alongside the Midas Touch Network. We, and when I say we, it's myself and John Farina behind the camera. We are here outside of the Canopy by Hilton in downtown Minneapolis. And that cacophony of noise that you hear behind me is the collective rage of the city of Minneapolis, the city of St. Paul, the surrounding area, the state of Minnesota, and a large portion of the United States of America expressing rage against the Trump administration for killing Renee Nicole Good. She was shot and killed here 2 days ago by an ICE agent. That shooting is now under investigation by the state of Minnesota, the local district attorney's office, as well as the FBI. This protest is outside of a hotel, the Canopy by Hilton, that activists say has hosted ICE agents here in the Twin Cities area. And this demonstration is about giving no rest to any agents who might still be staying inside tonight. For the next 2 hours, this sound that you hear behind me will continue as a way to send a message to any ICE agents who might be inside the hotel, to the hotel's management, that ICE is not welcome here in the Twin Cities. They want the Trump administration to withdraw these agents, to end the occupation of this city and cities across the country, and end the killing of American citizens, end the killing of all people. We've now seen many deaths either in the custody of ICE or at the hands of immigration agents, a pattern of shooting deaths and shootings that have played out in city after city here across the country. The reason I can say that with so much conviction and authority is because we have been on the ground in those cities for the last many months. We have been reporting across this first year plus now of the Trump administration on the ramp up in ICE activities that included the establishment of Alligator Alcatraz, a concentration camp in the United States of America built for the sole purpose of harming as many people as they could, separating as many families as possible, and tearing apart communities. We documented ICE raids in New York, the occupation of Washington, D.C., raids in L.A., 2 months we were on the ground near continuously in Chicago. We followed Border Patrol to Charlotte, where they threatened our cameraman John Farina with arrest for attempting to document what Border Patrol was doing in that city. And now, since the beginning of December, we have been on the ground here in Minneapolis and in St. Paul to lift up the voices of people here and hear from them themselves about how they feel about the Trump administration's immigration enforcement policy. And I think this noise and the hundreds of people who are here speak for themselves just in that visual and in that sound. But we will be going into this crowd to hear from them tonight. Before we do, I have to say that to do this on-the-ground reporting, where John and I...
By the way, this was the last stream. I mean, this was the last video in my list on the ICE protests, because this was the live stream that was going until about 5 minutes ago. I'm going to look for more live streams to see if there are any more protests going on right now while this is going on. But this is sort of last stop territory, if you will, for this discussion.
Are away from our families for days, weeks, months at a time. It costs a lot of money to status quo. And it's not something, this kind of reporting is not something that the social media algorithms just reward on their own. So if you can, a huge help would be to like this stream, share it, to spread it to as many people as possible, to get the word out about what is happening here on the ground in the Twin Cities. Because otherwise, Trump administration, the right-wing media machine, is attempting to drown out these voices with a river, a sea, a flood of misinformation. We saw it play out today with the release of more video from the murder of Renee Good, where the vice president nearly instantly, as soon as that video was released, was commenting on it, boosting it, trying to make it seem as though the Trump administration was somehow exonerated, when in the opinions of many, it only served as further damning truth that an American citizen was murdered at the hands of immigration enforcement agents. So please like, share this stream, get it out to as many people as possible. If you are able, the next best thing you can do to support lifting up truth, and this time supporting the shoe leather, on-the-ground journalism that we are doing, is going to statusquo.com/join for as low as $5 a month or 16 cents a day. You go to keep us here on the ground, where we need to afford hotels, travel, food for while we are here, as we report from dawn to dusk on what it is like to be in these communities day
make it and can't speak out for themselves, and it's heartbreaking. And
We're showing the people here how many hundreds of people are out here tonight. I'll note that there's, in terms of noise, we've got I'm seeing a tuba, a gong, people banging pots and pans, and lifting up their own voices, anything to create a noise right now outside of Canopy by Hilton. Cameraman John, as soon as I can get his attention. Got somebody. What's your name? Sierra. Okay. All right, I am standing here with Sierra. Sierra, can I have you just start by spelling that for us, please?
S-I-E-R-R-A.
And I'll note that it is so loud. We're not even really in the crowd yet. We're just standing on the very edges of it. It's so loud that Sierra and I are screaming just to be able to hear each other and putting our ears down by each other's mouths. So hopefully you can hear us on the mic more clearly than we can hear each other. But Sierra, why did you want to be out here tonight?
I can't into words, to be honest. Morals, human ethics, everything that this administration has not stood for, and it has infuriated me. And it's to be frank, we're in Germany again, and I'm not going to let it happen again. And we're powerful in numbers, I guess, is probably, we're more powerful in numbers, so that would be, I can't even put everything into words because I'm so upset.
That power in numbers that you're talking about, are you feeling it here in this crowd?
Yeah, it makes me really proud to be from Minnesota, Minneapolis especially, because we come together. We don't take anything from anybody. I don't know, Minneapolis, I'm very proud to be from here, and everybody's here as a community. Everybody refers to it as a small town in a way, so it's good to see everybody come out.
Absolutely. What was the message that you came to deliver tonight? And maybe a good place to start with that would be just your sign. What does your sign say?
Ice out. And they're going to be doing a large protest tomorrow at 1, too. So I'm sure you all know about that. I just don't want to relive history again. I've came out to every single protest for the past, since George Floyd out here. And I'm getting tired of it. And you got to come out for the people that can't make it and can't speak out for themselves. And it's heartbreaking. And
You're referencing, you don't want to, living through history. Can you talk about how George Floyd's death, the resulting protests, how does that inform what is happening in Minneapolis now, today?
I think that we're a target. I think Minnesota's a target in a way. We're surrounded by unlike views, I guess, from other states, if that makes sense. I think it's just I don't know how to, sorry, I'm trying to think of it on the spot, but I think it's just, we feel targeted. My community, once you hurt someone in our community, we all don't put up with it, and it's game over, kind of,
Saying you feel targeted, your community feels targeted. Targeted for what? For the way for the leaders that you've elected, targeted for the color of the skin of the people who are here? When you say targeted, what are you referring to there?
I think it just goes back, everything can go back into history as systemic racism.
Pitchfork Dragon with the super chat over here on YouTube. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command from some book entitled some year.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oopsies, I did not mean to click that. I meant to, no, go back. Hold on, we're not going to watch the whole live stream because it's 3 hours long.
Game over, kind of,
Saying you feel targeted. The administration is somehow... Thank you. What's your name? Sorry? Casa. Got it. I'm JT. Nice to meet you. All right, I am standing here with Casa. Casa. Sorry, what? Casa?
Pasha.
Casa. Okay.
Pasha.
Kata.
Yeah.
Kata. Thank you. Okay, that's what I was screwing up. So I'm standing here
Oh,
with Kata.
Kata.
Thank you very much for correcting
We're
me.
all getting it wrong. Everybody's getting her name wrong. It's very loud. It's quite loud.
Thank you. Okay, that's what I was screwing up. So I'm standing here with Kata. Thank you very much for correcting me. Kata, I want to start with just the noisemaker of choice you brought along here with you. What'd you bring and why?
Well, it's a bazooka air horn. I was at the store and they said that this is really loud, so that's why I got it. Yeah.
and you wanted to make this noise to send a message. What's that message that you are sending here tonight?
I mean, that we don't want ICE in Minnesota, that we don't want it in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities, that we don't want organizations in the Twin Cities supporting ICE, housing ICE.
We've seen the Trump administration try to paint a picture that anyone who's resisting ICE right now or speaking out against the administration is somehow a rioter, is somehow enacting violence. I just got to address that right off the cuff. Do you see any rioters here tonight? Did you come with any intentions of being violent?
No. I think the vast majority of people here don't want it to be violent. We're peaceful protesters. Everything that I've been to has been peaceful. We're just trying to look out for our neighbors and take a stand. I mean, we're doing what we can. What else can we do?
Papa Jeff USA with the follow over on Twitch. Thank you.
When you saw the video of Renee Good being killed by an ICE agent, just your initial reaction, what were the feelings that came?
Twitch has been moving strong still, follows wise. You know, YouTube is almost caught up to YouTube, but it's almost to 1,000 followers over on Twitch. Pretty crazy. 14 away, something like that.
When you see someone from your community, someone who could be a neighbor, being harmed like that, being gunned down by the federal government with your tax dollars, what was going through your mind?
I mean, at first it was sort of numbness, I think. Probably a lot of people that way, where I don't think it really hit me till the day after. I mean, my first thought, which is sort of a selfish one, I guess, but was of like my friends that live in that neighborhood who live like blocks away from that, who have been active parts of ICE Watch teams out there. That could have been one of them.
We just today, the Trump administration, or not, I shouldn't say the Trump administration, but Alpha News released a new video actually taken by the agent who fired the shots. First of all, have you seen that video? Yes. At the very end, after Agent Jonathan Ross fires and kills Renee Good, his first words are, and I apologize for the language, but they're fucking bitch. What's the message that you feel like is being sent there? What's the regard that you feel like ICE agents have for your community, your friends and neighbors?
How rude. I mean, it's not a hard question to answer, but it's like, that's not a way that you speak to anyone with respect, whether they've committed a crime or not, whether they're here illegally or not, whether they're a U.S. citizen or not. I mean, it seems pretty clear, using that language, that they've not been trained. They don't have a protocol. They're just sort of going rogue and doing whatever they want and saying whatever they want. Who are they held accountable to? I don't know.
Today we also heard that the state of Minnesota, from Attorney General Keith Ellison, that they are going to be launching their own investigation into the shooting, even though the FBI is going to withhold evidence from that local investigation. What's your hopes for what a truly independent investigation into the shooting, what it could achieve?
We really do need an investigation. And without evidence, I mean, there's evidence, I guess. There's evidence. There's evidence. But the fact that the FBI is withholding evidence right now is disturbing to me. All right, I'll be right back.
I don't know.
I guess a better question might be, like, what does justice to you look like? What would you hope would be the outcome of a truly independent investigation?
Well, I would hope that ICE officer would be arrested. Obviously, that he wouldn't be an ICE agent anymore. That, I don't know. I don't know what can exactly logistically come of an investigation like that, and out of like a positive outcome for the Twin Cities would obviously be that all ICE agents have to leave. I don't know if that's a realistic outcome of what would happen to this investigation or not. But I think that's what I would hope, and that's what everybody here would hope.
I mean, I think that's what probably a lot of people are feeling right now, or hoping for right now. When you look out at all of these people who have ostensibly come to say either the same thing or something very similar to the message that you came to deliver, what feelings are inside you to be surrounded by all these people standing up together and saying ICE out of Minnesota?
I mean, I think something that I've been feeling has just been the feeling of there is some hope, and like Minnesota, the Twin Cities, Minneapolis specifically knows how to organize. We have these community networks already. People want to participate. It's like we've been set up for this from George Floyd and Black Lives Matter protests in 2020. And so it's I don't know, there's really a feeling of community, and like locally, just in Minneapolis as a whole, and then also locally within neighborhoods, I think there's a really strong feeling of like, I am a part of this, I can help out in my neighborhood, and I can help my neighbors.
You're out here with, what was it called again, a bazooka air horn. You got a bazooka air horn that I'm going to assume cost you a few bucks, and a whistle. That's what you have to fight back against a federal government that has functionally limitless resources, billions upon billions of dollars, to continue to put pressure on Minnesota if it wants.
Yeah, federal government's going to do everything it can to go after places like Minnesota, who have, sanctuary cities in them, blue states, blue cities. Because it is a political fight for them. They see these things as, opportunities to own the libs. I can't remember whose story it was. I think it was Taylor Lorenz who uncovered some of the inner workings of like the media apparatus in ICE, and how it's like literally the case that the Trump administration is asking ICE for viral clips to trigger the libs. The worse, the better. The more heinous the crimes that ICE commits, the better. They've certainly managed to outrage people. If this is truly what they wanted, they've got it.
And are terrified that either they, their parents, their friends, their loved ones are going to be next. But I want to acknowledge something that Kata just said in that interview just now, which is that she feels that the news that 1,000 more agents, what we're hearing reports that 1,000 more agents are going to be sent, is that she sees that as a sign of weakness from the Trump administration, that they are inherently scared. Now note now the sound is dying down out here as some speakers are getting ready to speak. John, you want to try and get in there and let's hear from some of the speakers? Pardon me.
These ICE agents that are staying in these rooms are leaving unsecured guns, loaded weapons in the rooms. The housekeepers are having to go in and clean rooms around loaded weapons that they're leaving unsecured. Thank you. Workers are terrified. Workers are staying home. Workers are not able to provide for their families because they're so scared to leave their homes. Our workforce is struggling.
No, you say.
We're struggling.
They were in Chinatown here in New York City. Yeah, I think we were watching some of the protests in Lower Manhattan earlier today. We have footage from we had footage from like as many protests as I could find over here.
Our community is struggling. This agenda of mass deportation will have a profound impact on all of us. We must continue to take action. We must continue to fight for our neighbors, our allies, our communities. They are being torn apart by a radical, hate-filled agenda. This is not just an immigrant and an allies issue. This is a core economic issue. Is this louder?
It wasn't all the way high. Excuse me, was giving feedback.
This is not just an immigrant or ally issue. This is a core economic issue that impacts our workers. U.S. foreign workers and foreign workers. This impacts all industries and all people. Abducting workers that keep airports, hotels, and restaurants open will make it hard for the businesses in our community to stay open and survive. Across the country, 17% of the workforce are foreign-born. In Minnesota, 11% of the workforce are foreign-born. That is 1 in 9 workers. These workers are pivotal parts of our communities. This state and this country cannot run without our immigrant communities. This campaign of mass terror is hurting us all. We must stand up. We must stand together. We must stand and fight for our neighbors. We must fight for those who cannot fight for themselves at this moment.
You know, all these people are absolutely right with these points, but I just want to say, in this moment, I mean, these are the arguments we've been making for the last 12 months, right? But the argument now is that it is not, you know, it's not just economic issue. This is not even about immigration anymore, really, aside from the fact that the agency in charge of immigration is murdering people in the streets, right? I'm not saying that we don't have a problem, right? That we don't need to, you know, fight back against the immigration efforts specifically, but right now they're just murdering American citizens. It had nothing to do with immigration enforcement, right? they just decided to basically, I mean, they're walking around through the streets, guns out, guns blazing, just blasting American citizens for what is basically just a traffic violation at the worst. Right? And I mean, of course, ICE doesn't even have the jurisdiction over that. So basically, they're just doing traffic enforcement at the barrel of a gun, something that's not their responsibility, and certainly wouldn't be the response of a normal police officer. All of America is under threat, under occupation, right now. Minnesota is the most under occupation from ICE, of course. 6,000 federal agents on the ground here. It's the whole populace of Minnesota, immigrants included. It's everybody right now. We all need to fight back as if it is everybody.
We must not stand by while ICE is murdering people in our streets. What do we do when we're under attack? What do we do when we're under attack? What do we do when we are under attack? Stand up, fight back! 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 Stand up, fight back!
Showing you this crowd right now. You have a better perspective on it than I do because John's able to lift that camera up over the crowd. I can't see the edge of this crowd right now. It is hundreds, if not thousands, outside of the canopy by Hilton to make their voices heard. Call for an end to murder of their neighbors.
Tonight, we are out here to cause problems for the hotels that are collaborating with ICE. And I'll say it again, I'll say it again, I'll say it. When we do this, it works. We get these agents out of these hotels. Something else that is important to say tonight. We are out here in an act of mass non-cooperation. And mass non-cooperation works. When we engage in mass non-cooperation, we show how powerful we are. And what's important to remember tonight is that this disruptive action is also peaceful. We are a non-violent, peaceful group tonight. Why are we non-violent? We don't need to counter their violence to have power. We have power because of the numbers that we have. Look around. Look around. This is our power. Look around. Make eye contact. Make eye contact with someone in the crowd right now. Look around. Make eye contact with a stranger. These are your neighbors. These are your comrades, and these are the people. Why? This is why we're powerful. This is why we're powerful. So tonight, we'll be peaceful, we're going to be non-violent, and we're going to cause a fucking problem! And we're going to do, what do we want? ICE out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? ICE out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? ICE out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? ICE out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? ICE out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? ICE out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? ICE out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? ICE out! When do we want it? Now!
Immediately, if not sooner.
ICE out! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? ICE out! When do we want
I want to take this moment to call out the fact that the cameras you're seeing here, through our camera, are largely independent journalists or just people here in the crowd. There were a lot of national...
It's true, and Status Quo does good work. We've gone to them on many occasions, and sometimes they're the only people on the ground at some of these protests. Yeah, I find them to be a vital news resource. As an independent journalist myself, and if you appreciate what we do here at the Galactic News Network, do consider contributing here. The many ways that we have available to you.
Outlets, a lot of corporate media that parachuted in here the day that Renee Good was killed. We've been on the ground here for weeks, since the beginning of December, to tell the story of what is happening here in the Twin Cities. This important...
Not just in Minnesota. I'm going to give props to Status Quo. It hasn't just been in Minnesota where they've been the only ones on the ground. You know, they've been doing a really good job.
The ground journalism, lifting up the voices of these people, this loud majority of people who are out here to express their anger at the Trump administration for killing, victimizing their neighbors, is not something that you will see on corporate media, or if you will, it'll be a 12-second soundbite. We're going to be live out here for hours. The importance of supporting independent media in this time is absolute. It's the only way that we can get a truly independent voice, a people-centered voice in what is happening. I can't thank enough, we can't thank enough here at Status Quo, the work of the Midas Touch Network in lifting up not only our outlet, but also the voices of all of these people that you see around here tonight. I worked in corporate news for a while. I worked as a corporate local journalist. And I can tell you right now what the coverage of this event will look like on the evening news tonight. It'll be 45 seconds. It'll be an anchor just reading over that there were some people.
By the way, I'm just going to take this opportunity to bring up this protest. This was going on in Portland while we were watching this. This was a live stream from KATU, K2 News, Portland. I think I've actually used some of their footage in the past on some stuff. Why do I have no sound? I have no sound. There we go. And this is a familiar spot we've seen before, of course. This is the ICE office in Portland. I mean, sorry, yeah, in Portland, Oregon. This is where the Portland frog was, of course, first spotted.
Oh, I go by Toad.
That's the Portland frog. That's the unmasked. That's the Portland frog unmasked. I've got no sound.
All right. Do you mind, for formality's sake, spelling out your first last name and a good title?
My first name?
Yeah.
Spelling all of it out?
Yes.
Oh, my first name is Seth, S-E-T-H, Todd, T-O-D-D, and what do you mean by a label?
Well, you are known as the Portland.
Oh, I go by Toad.
Toad,
Just Toad.
And can you explain to us what happened last night?
Last night, I was on the streets protesting, and the pigs came down, and they told us to get onto the sidewalk, and I did not listen. I strongly told them
Not gonna
that
do it.
they
Wouldn't be
are not,
prudent at
that
this
we don't
juncture.
listen to the oppressors and how they tell us what is acceptable form of protesting. And they took that as a sign to target me and arrest me unlawfully.
And so what's next? I heard that some
Illegal.
people will be going to court on Monday.
I think that's when our court date is, Monday.
And how are you feeling about, you are known as the Portland Frog. You're kind of known for being in the front lines of this, and what was it like to have that experience?
It's experience that no one should have. We shouldn't have to be here. We shouldn't have to be standing up against fascism. There shouldn't be this much of a rise in fascism across the world. But here we are, and here we'll stand, and we're not going to go anywhere until ICE gets the fuck out of our city. It's as simple as that.
And we do know, I just want to ask your opinion, we do know that it wasn't necessarily ICE who were involved in the shooting in Portland yesterday, but Custom and Border Patrol. Why are people still out here in front of ICE protesting?
Because it's the system that they represent. It's the entire of the system of oppression that is the United States government and the
entirety of the United States government. The oppression.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
There's Portland Frog, or Toad, as apparently he's calling himself. On with KATU 5 News, or whatever it's called. Portland, Oregon News. Outside of the protest going on outside of the ICE facility. You can see, though, later on, he must have had the suit ready. Although I guess it could be a different frog. Now that I'm looking at it, I think that's a different frog. Yeah, now that I'm looking, I think that's a different. Although maybe that's him. There's so many frogs now. So many frogs in Portland. Hard to keep them straight.
We're just reading over that there were some people who made noise outside of a Hilton. It'll feature one soundbite from somebody in this crowd, and it'll feature one soundbite from someone who says that they didn't like the noise, or it'll feature a quick blurb, some of the Trump administration's propaganda to make it, quote unquote, both sides, as if these
all frogs look alike. Canceled. Wow. Canceled for mistaking frogs. Wow. I feel like the only distinguishing characteristic of the frogs is their accessories. And they all seem to wear capes.
Hundreds and thousands of voices are in any way equal to just what one person in the White House has to say. As if to suggest that is what is happening here, is a 50-50 position. I hope it comes across through the camera. The power of this collective group of voices are expressing right now the energy that is in the air. And not only do we try and center the voices of people and people-powered movements here at Status Quo, we don't take corporate funding. None. We are sustained thanks to individual donations. It's individual people giving us a few dollars here, a few dollars.
Yo. Sometimes I feel like I bring up, funding around here too much, but goddamn. That's the one thing about these Status Quo News live streams. It's like every couple of minutes, it's like, hey, don't forget. I don't know if you've forgotten in the last 3 minutes, but we are, of course, funded by viewers like you. 10 seconds later. Hey, guys, you might not know this, but this is independent media cost money to do it.
Wants me to say or deems acceptable. You see here a march now forming of these protesters, led by that pickup truck. Led by that pickup truck where we saw those speakers speaking off of the back of just a few moments ago. And we're now moving with this crowd as they take to the streets in downtown Minneapolis.
What's going on in chat? Is there some sort of contentious disagreement going on? I'm a little confused. I'm only trying to go back and look through the situation, but it's difficult for me to do that and also pay attention to what's happening and be commenting on things.
We're moving up here to the front of this group so you can look back and again see the totality of this movement as they chant, "Fuck ICE." You're fully good. Nobody behind you. I'm just taking a moment here to ensure my cameraman is safe since he has to do everything I'm doing, except he's also monitoring a camera and walking backwards while doing it. I'm a reporter. Would you mind if I ask you about the message you came here to deliver tonight? Yeah. All right. What's your name? Ice out. What can I call you? Ice out. L. All right. I am standing here with L. L, I wanted to ask you about the message you came here to deliver tonight. The Trump administration has tried to frame.
Hey, StreamLord, my girlfriend is asking me if I'm listening to that drunk guy again. That drunk guy again? Since when am I drunk? When do I ever drink on stream? Never. Never. I'm always drinking tea. Over here drinking tea all the time. I mean, I guess I had some champagne on New Year's Eve. That was about... I cannot remember before that the last time I did any sort of drinking on stream. But if she's referring to me, then yes, you are.
These movements as the movement of rioters, inherently violent. I mean, I think we can just look around. We don't see any violence happening here tonight. Set the record straight. What's the message you came to deliver?
The message I came here to deliver is that we have a right to exercise our right to protest when we see injustice happening somewhere. If we know that injustice is happening somewhere, nobody is safe, and it's very important for us to make sure that we understand that if it's us now, it could be you tomorrow. So make sure to know that.
We're seeing fireworks going off behind us here as this crowd continues to march. So that's your message.
My message is, if this is happening to us today, this could happen to anybody tomorrow. When you want to stand up for something, you get labeled as all of these horrible, horrific things. It's our right to say these things. It's our right to protest. It's our right to stand up to injustice.
Yeah! Right to stand up to injustice.
Columbia, Regan. Play the peaceful music to annoy Ice. And is it peaceful, though? Is it peaceful music? Seemed rambunctious. That would be the word I would have used. Pitchfork Dragon. Super Chat. YouTube. Disclaimer. Ooh, PSA. Do not fuck ice. You don't know what diseases they picked up. You don't know what diseases they picked up fucking their farm animals.
Illegal.
Talk about justice. What would justice look like for the Twin Cities? I don't think this community can ever be made completely whole after one of its members was killed by the federal government. But what steps would you like to see taken to try and see some accountability, some justice be carried out here for the Twin Cities?
Renee's killer needs to be locked up. We need ICE to get out of Minnesota, and we need the entire government to realize that these horrors that are happening is completely unacceptable. Everybody who is taking part and standing by while this is happening needs to be held accountable. They need to be held accountable. By any means necessary, they need to be held accountable. They need to go to jail. If they need to be locked up, put on trial. What we're seeing right now is a repeat of history. It's unacceptable.
A repeat of history. So looking to history as a guide, where do you see this country going right now? And is there a way to avoid that future?
We can avoid it. Where I see us going right now is I feel like we are going in a very dark direction. Like back in the day when many wars were happening, when people were being persecuted just for who they are, being racially profiled. So for us to move forward, we need for all of us to come together as a community, not right or left, not conservative, liberal, but as one America, to understand that this is wrong and that we can reach peace through collective understanding that what's happening is just not okay.
So, Al, the Trump administration just announced that it's going to send 1,000 more agents on top of the 2,000 it's already sending here to the Twin Cities area. What's the message that you feel like the Trump administration is sending to you and your neighbors here by sending those more agents?
He wants us to be afraid, but Minnesota is not afraid. We care about our neighbors. So if he wants to send his officers, it's only going to escalate. Minneapolis is a smaller city in comparison to cities like Chicago or New York. Sending 3,000? That's an agitation move. He wants to agitate us. He wants us to burn the city down. We're not going to do that. We're not doing that.
We've talked a lot about the Trump administration so far. Republican administration. Republicans control all branches of government right now. Do you feel like the opposition party, the Democrats, are doing enough to fight back? Do you feel like the opposition party, the Democrats, are doing enough to fight back in this moment?
No, I think that they could be doing more. Tweets, thoughts, and prayers, that's not going to help. It's just not helping us. We need actual, real, actionable change. We need people to wake up and do something. No more words. No more words. We need action. We need real change, real action.
Action. Would you be willing to support a general strike if it came to that?
If we need a general strike, absolutely I would support it because we are, again, one America. Everybody needs to stand with each other. Again, right or left, it doesn't matter. We need to be unified as a country to understand that what's wrong is wrong. You can't have somebody tell you that what you saw with your own eyes as a video was incorrect. That is cognitive dissonance. You are believing in something while your heart is telling you one thing, and your eyes see something, and somebody's telling you something another. Absolutely not. I have to get back to my friend. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time. Another voice that you're hearing here in the crowd, another one acknowledging that Trump administration wants to make the Twin Cities feel scared, and that's the reason for this additional deployment of agents now coming to this city that they are threatening. Some 1,000 people, 1,000 agents on top of the 2,000 that had already been slated to be deployed here over the next 2 months, on top of the already existing Operation Metro Surge that ICE was already underway at carrying out here in the Twin Cities area and has been carrying out since the beginning of December.
Salati Wurzel, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated. Even though we have the YouTube channel back, it's nice to see that the Twitch is still growing. Alright, we can watch this entire thing. But I'm going to try and get these interviews that they did. See what the people are saying.
John's just wiping down our camera lens here. And this is an extension of that, of people taking back their city.
Justice for! Justice for!
And in order to show people what is actually happening here on the ground in Minneapolis, to show the popular movement that is building here in this city and across the country right now. And I can say across the country because we've been reporting from city after city across this country, from D.C., New York, from L.A., from Chicago, from Charlotte, North Carolina, and now from the Twin Cities. This popular movement that is building against the Trump administration and its immigration agenda and its lack of focus on issues that actually impact people's lives. A lack of focus on the economy and a massive distraction effort that is underway right now from many of the scandals that the Trump administration is currently dealing with, like the Epstein files, like the state of the economy.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Lifting up these voices and telling these stories is important to us. If it's important to you, help lift this up. Share, like the stream. It does a lot. It does a lot because these social media companies do not value on-the-ground shoe leather journalism like what we're doing here. We need to be able to send the message to the algorithm that this is something that people need to see and should be seeing to get a real sense of how popular these movements are. And if you can take the extra step to support what we're doing here, that extra step would be going to statuscoup.com/join. For $5 a month, you help sustain what John and I are doing here on the ground and our whole team at Status Coup is doing to cover rising fascism and authoritarianism here in the United States. That $5 a month goes to sustain our on-the-ground reporting efforts. It goes to pay for the places where we need to sleep at the end of the night after we've finished marching.
Yo, they're wild over here at Status Coup with the plugs. I do one every like hour and a half. They do one every 5 minutes. You gotta chill. Honestly, I feel like it detracts. I feel like it detracts from the story.
Safe by tearing families apart, by using tear gas, by using flashbang grenades, and by shooting and killing one of the residents of this city. And you can see the message that these people are here to deliver in response to the Trump administration. But if that reporting is valuable to you, please, statuscoup.com/join. It helps keep John and I here on the ground.
Just to remind everybody, Galactic News Network, your contributions keep this show alive. GNN, Patreon.
Telling these important stories that we feel so passionately about covering. John, I'm going to go and grab another person to interview, okay?
Yes, please do it. Please do that.
Power to the people! No one is illegal! Power to the people! No one is illegal!
Pardon me, sir. Pardon me, man. I'm a reporter. Would you mind if I interviewed you about the message you came out here to deliver tonight?
Find a minority.
What's that?
Find someone who's not white.
Fair enough.
Hey, we can get in the middle. Like,
get in the middle of it? Yeah, I'd love that.
Hey, we can pace. We'll pace. Let them go ahead of us.
Sure.
If you see anybody, pick them out.
I couldn't quite make out what that guy was saying. I think he said, "I'm not a minority." Ask somebody else. I think that was stupid. You know, I think he should have spoken. I think he should have spoken if he had something to say. Like, you know, your voice is no less valid. That's right. There you go, white America. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. I just said your voice is valid. I mean, hey, a white woman was just gunned down in the middle of the street. Now is your time. Get in there.
Pardon me, folks. I'm a reporter. I'm interviewing people about the message they wanted to deliver here tonight. No? All right. Pardon me, folks. I'm a reporter. I'm out here interviewing people about the message they wanted to deliver tonight. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Who are you with?
Status Quo. We're online independent progressive outlet. Yeah? More questions.
Yeah.
What are your names? My name's Zach. What is it? Zach.
Lauren.
Zach and Lauren. Got it. My name's JT. This is my cameraman, John. All right, I'm standing here with Zach and Lauren. So, Zach, Lauren, first of all, can I get you guys to just...
You know, I think to me, like, I've heard so much like white identity politics and outrage stuff over the years. Like, I just expect, you know, white people to glom onto this one, but then I remember, oh right, this is like liberal white people, and so less apt to you know, to do that. I feel like if this were in the reverse, if we went back, like, you know, 10 years, well, yeah, right? Like 10 years ago, Obama is in the office. Same thing happens, right? Republicans use this and exactly, like, weaponize this as, like, evidence of, you know, the government, like, trying to exterminate white people or something.
Spell your names for me really quick.
Z-A-C-H. L-A-U-R-E-N.
Thank you. What made you feel compelled to be out here tonight? Why was tonight the night you wanted to make your voices heard?
We live in South Minneapolis. This is our community. These are our neighbors. I work with people who are at risk. This was bound to happen in this city. ICE has been here for 38 fucking days. It was only a matter of time. But that's what brought us out here tonight.
Yeah, and really quick before you answer, Zach, what I want to underline what Lauren said is it was only a matter of time. That is a sentiment that we heard from people in the leading up to the shooting. This is not looking back after the fact with 20/20 hindsight vision being like, oh, well, it was inevitable looking back. No, people at the time, not only here in Minneapolis, but in other cities that we have covered, like Chicago, where 2 people were shot, 1 killed by immigration agents in that city. We're saying in the weeks leading up to those shootings that they felt like the presence of federal agents in their communities was not making them safer, it was making them more dangerous, that it was only going to lead to violence. Because these agents have demonstrated that they are very good at escalating situations, not so good at de-escalating them. Zach, why did you want to be out here tonight?
I would echo the same reasons that Lauren said. I'm also a criminal defense attorney in Wisconsin, and a criminal defense attorney in Wisconsin. I have a lot of undocumented clients, and I mean, I'm just getting to a point where, I mean, obviously 2020 was different, but it's a lot of the same feelings that I have now. But I feel. It just feels like there is a divide in this country that is unhealable, almost.
Wait, ICE has only been there for 30 days? Well, technically, no. The latest, the increase in ICE forces in Minnesota is from the last 30 days. I think that's the confusion here. Because, yeah, ICE has been operating all across the country, including in Minnesota, for the last year. And before it, honestly. But stepped up enforcement in Minnesota, especially in the context of the Trump administration, really went wild like a month ago when he started making these comments about Somalia and Somalis. So it's you know, and I guess it's like, once again, it depends on what you want to call stepped up ICE enforcement, because really everyone has seen stepped up enforcement under the Trump administration. It's just tier 2, I guess, tier 2 Trump the 2.0 enforcement. I don't know what to call it.
There's no,
because like, there was already ICE agents on the ground, and then they deployed like thousands more. And it all sort of, I think it all kind of, the way that this all played out, from what I can tell, is that Donald Trump's comments and the mobilization of ICE all coincided with this sort of like right-wing grifter online sort of like, I don't know what you want to call them, like online sleuths, like investigating into the alleged fraud going on in Minnesota regarding daycare funds. I'm fairly certain that's essentially the thing that sparked Donald Trump's decision to mobilize ICE forces in mass here.
Legally, there is no justification. If anyone who wasn't in a law enforcement position acted in the same way that he acted, it would be the quickest first-degree intentional homicide trial I've seen in a while. Maybe you get down to second if you get a lucky jury, but if we're being completely honest, every slow-motion video shows the exact same thing. It shows that there is no justification for legal force. Regardless of how dog shit the policies are, and we know that they're used for excuses to get law enforcement out of the shit they do anyways, the policies that are already in place do not justify what happened. As horrible as they already are written to allow law enforcement to keep abusing our communities, regardless. So I'm just getting to a point where it just feels a lot. I feel hopeless, but hopeful at the same time.
Hopeless and hopeful.
Solity Wurtzel, first time chat over on Twitch. How do you think how Americans will react if Trump attacks Greenland? Massive protests, or just on this level? Well, just to put it in context, I was saying it before, these are kind of technically massive protests for America, right? America does not have like a strong protest culture in the 21st century. Public spaces don't really exist. People, there's like, to see people gather in this way in the middle of winter, you can clearly see people are cold. I mean, look at this woman's cheeks back here. She's freezing. People are cold. You can tell. This woman's wearing a goddamn fur hat over here. It's Minnesota. Okay, it's freezing over here. There's snow and ice on the ground, but they are out in the thousands. Like this is big considering, right? But I get what you're saying. And hopefully you would think. But I mean, we're not even talking about Greenland right now. I just wanted to respond to you since you're a first time chatter over there. We'll get to that maybe later. We've been going for how long? 5.5 hours.
As somebody who works in criminal justice, I'm assuming hopeful for justice at some point.
Yeah, see, all right, just to finish this just to finish this conversation out, Wurtzel. When you say massive, you mean French mode, quote unquote. Wait, name the last time America went French mode. Black Lives Matter? I mean, that's basically, 10 years ago? What are we talking about here? You know, like How long has been? I mean, has America ever really gone French mode? We don't go French mode. We don't have the same sort of we don't have the same protest culture as France. They have a whole day dedicated to protest over in France every year.
I want to ask both of you, as someone who works in the justice system as it currently exists, and as somebody who lives in this community.
I work in community mental health.
Exactly.
We both work with people who are...
Throwing shit at the Capitol building, is that what we mean? No, I don't think that is what we're talking about. I guess French mode could be
constantly being targeted by state-sanctioned violence, and we're expected to proceed as normal. And the fact of the matter is it's not safe for them to be out here tonight, so someone fucking has to.
I want to ask you both, what would justice for Minneapolis look like? What do you want to see happen? Obviously, this community cannot be made whole because somebody was killed, but what steps would you like to see taken to try and actually make this community feel a little bit of justice?
You know, I've lost a lot of faith in the Democratic Party in the last 8 years already, and while some statements are encouraging from some individuals, I will not accept what we saw before. I'm not going to tolerate fucking politicians saying one thing and then just giving up as soon as it's convenient, as soon as they get their votes, as soon as they get their donations. I'm not going to fucking do it. If you're a Democrat and you're not running on abolishing ICE and charging every single officer who unlawfully used force against American or non-American citizens, don't fucking run. Just
not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I like this guy. Revolutionary.
You should not be in this party. You are worthless.
Don't
you are
run.
a spend-sitting piece of shit, and you are just a fucking terrible person. I have nothing else to say.
You are a piece of shit. You are a piece of shit, he says. Hold on. I didn't mean to go through it that fast.
Saying one thing and then just giving up as soon as it's convenient, as soon as they get their votes, as soon as they get their donations. I'm not going to fucking do it. If you're a Democrat and you're not running on abolishing ICE and charging every single officer who unlawfully used force against American or non-American citizens, don't fucking run. Just don't. You're not fucking welcome. You should not be in this party. You are worthless. You are a spend-sitting piece of shit, and you are just a fucking terrible person. I have no...
Wow.
You are
strong
fat,
words
you
from
are
this guy.
A joke, you are stupid, you are not funny.
Strong words from this guy. Just leave the party. If you don't have an ideology and you're just there to serve corporate interests and overlords, please leave.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Nothing else to say. That's the only thing that would mildly improve anything is if ICE is fucking gone forever. They need to fucking go. It's nothing short of that.
Before I bring you in here, Lauren, I just want to acknowledge for the camera right now that we are outside of another hotel here in downtown Minneapolis. So this crowd is now moving from hotel to hotel to continue on this protest. I just wanted to make reference for why the crowd had stopped. So, Lauren, I wanted to bring you in as someone who lives here.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
What would justice for yourself, for your friends, for your neighbors here in Minneapolis, what do you want to see happen?
The fact that he is still walking around is disgusting.
When you say he,
the ICE agent who murdered Renee. And the fact of the matter is that Minneapolis has gotten far too comfortable having ICE in the city. This is not, as I said, they've been here for over a month, and only now is it finally picking up speed. And frankly, they need to be actively barring ICE from entering the city. Law enforcement claims to not be cooperating. We've seen them cooperating with ICE. So, to me, ICE out of the city is the answer.
ICE out of the city. Let's talk about what ICE out of the city might look like. The Trump administration is spending billions of dollars right now on immigration enforcement. ICE is more well-funded than a lot of countries' militaries. What could the federal government spend its money on that would actually benefit you, benefit people in your lives? Maybe a better way of answering this question is, what are the problems you are currently facing in your lives, or your families are facing, or your friends are facing, that the federal government could address but isn't?
All of my clients, and even me, I'm far more privileged than any of my clients ever are. I have the resources to support myself, but I see the same problems every single time. It's housing, it's healthcare, and it's housing and healthcare. Those two things are never being addressed. We have Band-Aid solutions being brought up time and time again. Obamacare got extended again for 3 years, or will seemingly be. That's not enough. Yes, I don't know where I would be. I probably wouldn't be here without Obamacare. And that was the most Band-Aid solution we've had in 50, 60 years since the establishment of Medicare to begin with. Politicians, once again, need to stop running on these shitty solutions and actually address the root causes of why crime exists, why we have homelessness, and the fact that I shouldn't have to fucking wait a month because I missed a day of a deadline for insurance. Who the fuck thought of that system? Why are we here? Why? There's no good reason other than profit. That's the only reason.
Lauren, what about you?
Okay, I am going to skip ahead a little bit.
And you experienced something just a couple of hours ago. Can you walk people through what that was?
Yeah, for sure. So I apologize for my voice being pretty rough. I've been yelling pretty much since Renee was killed. So we were protesting on and off all day there today, and they closed down. They brought in barricades for the first time, cement barricades, and they placed them on our side of the street, which is supposed to be public property, and people use it to get to the metro. And then they placed barricades at one of their visitor gates, not their visitor gate, at their federal employee gate. And after that, while I was gone on break, they barricaded their main gate that they use, the ICE gate that we usually look at.
And when she says barricades, she means put up more of those concrete barriers and also put up...
At this one, at that one, they actually put up, like, steel barriers, and they locked them with gun locks.
Oh, okay.
They said, like, oh, there's arms, it's because of arms.
And what kind of force were you met with at these protests?
Well, so I went back to what we call Gate 3. So that is over by the tennis lot, the entrance there. And that's what used to be the everybody entrance. But since the FBI closed it down a few days ago, it's just all ICE. So they can just do whatever they want. So they closed it down to only go through that gate. And me and Clint went back, and we had our megaphones, and we turned the sirens on them. And we walked across the street where we were, again, not standing on the curb or anything, but we were standing like in the street part. And I did walk a little bit into the driveway, but not past the public sidewalk, really.
You can really tell that she not only cares, but that she has, in fact, been screaming for the last 2 days straight. Oh my God, her voice is so done right now. Oh my God, I feel terrible for her. Just like listening to her, it's like hurting me right now.
Sorry, I'm stammering for a second. All of a sudden, the officers all decided that they were going to come out, and I've been calling Officers Burkeen and Edens out by name because I at one point had a conversation with them about what would happen if their guns got turned on us, like what if they got that order and they laughed and thought it was impossible, and now one of us is dead, so I'm telling them to quit their jobs because they both acted like it was impossible, and now one of us is dead and they're protecting the murderer. So They didn't like that, so they personally rushed me and Clint.
Oh, they arrested you?
No, they personally rushed us, and they tried to. I'll send you the raw footage. But they did put my arms behind my back and tried to, but we both had our umbrellas. And Clint ran in and like tried to deflect them from like taking my umbrella because they were trying to take our umbrellas. And I was just like, give me my stuff and I'll go. Give me my stuff and I'll go. And they wouldn't give me they just wouldn't give me my umbrella. And so it ended up with us each tugging on it. And I took my megaphone and I hit my umbrella. I'd love to hit the cops, but that would be a federal charge. So I hit my umbrella, my own property. I hit my umbrella. And then we were far enough away that they couldn't really arrest us, and they just pepper sprayed both of us. And I had goggles on, but Clint did not, so he took it right to the face. So he can tell you a little bit more about that. But it was absolutely nuts. They didn't give us a boundary warning or anything. We've never had a boundary warning at this gate. Like, they've never told us, like, this is the line you cannot cross or you will be arrested or pepper sprayed. They've never done that at this gate. So for them to just rush us and try to take our stuff and almost detain both of us was insane.
Yeah, and I'll ask him about his experience here in just a moment. But when you're met with that force, I mean, what's going through your mind in that moment?
For Edens and Burkeen, it was personal because I've been yelling at them, calling out them by name. So when they rushed me personally, that wasn't really a surprise, and they were calling me by name too. They were like, Emily, Emily, move. Emily, we're gonna arrest you. Emily, move. And so we all know each other. But they were very violent, very quick. They wanted to arrest me. That's what everyone said it looked like. But because of the umbrella incident and everything, I think we got too far away for them to justifiably arrest us because we were no longer really on federal property, so they just pepper sprayed us. But point blank, both of us. And Burkeen got me, and Edens got him.
And when you step away from that interaction, you have a moment to really appreciate like what happened to you and the violence that's so freely being carried out by the Trump administration here in this city. I mean,
I shouldn't. So I was tear gassed this morning a couple times. Like, that's just a day now. Clint and I were talking. That's just a day now. We know what tear gas does to our bodies. We know what pepper spray does to our bodies. They almost pepperballed by my feet, but they decided to pepper spray instead. But they want to shoot us. They do. They still bring live weapons. They brought a gun and raised it to one of our marshals the day after the shooting. And it's wild.
Yeah, and I want to note just how normalized a lot of this violence is around here. These agents come out with tear gas canisters strapped across their bellies, many of them each. Many of them are carrying rifles. Many of them are carrying the pepper ball guns, and it's often the first tool that they reach for is the pepper ball gun. And in fact, it's become so normalized to me as a reporter, and I should not let this happen. This is a failure on my part. But when tear gas went off, we were live at the time out there at the protest, and I barely commented on the fact that it was going on because it's become such a common sight, not only in this city, but now in Chicago and in cities across this country, because these agents have been outfitted with all of these weapons and ostensibly either trained to use them at the drop of a hat or not receiving de-escalation training and only being able to escalate the situations. Thank you, Emily, for taking the time to relate that story. I'm going to talk.
You're amazing. I appreciate you. And yeah, I'll grab Clint for you. I appreciate you guys so much. It's always a blessing to run into you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. He's right behind you. All right, CM, I want to bring you in here. Okay. So I want to start where you asked to be called CM, correct? All right. So first, let's just for the folks at home to know why we're calling you that. Why do you think it's a good idea out here to go by a stage name?
Honestly, it's the most pathetic answer. I had this thought if I ever had a public-facing persona. Like, this is how basic this thought is. It'd be CM yours. Just that's it. I don't know why. Since I was a kid, if I had a public persona, I'd go by that. I wish it was a better story, but it really isn't.
So, Emily was telling us a little bit. We gave us all the setup to what happened to you today. But when you got the pepper spray, just describe to me the moments right before, during, and right after it happened. What's going through your mind?
To arrest Emily. It's pretty fucking evident. They were coming to fuck your shit up. So I saw them, They were ascending, I'm sorry, on Emily. So I got my ass over there, Kevlar reinforced umbrella and all. And they were trying to basically apprehend Emily. So I got between them, put up my Kevlar reinforced umbrella. We have these umbrellas for a reason, and they know why, and they fucking hate us for it. And why we have them is when they try to pepper spray us or pepper ball us, the umbrellas, since they have Kevlar, we take the hit. So they intentionally grabbed Emily's umbrella, and I got between them, and they trashed that umbrella, and then they trashed my umbrella, and then they realized they could not apprehend us because I was not letting go of the fucking umbrellas. I'm not letting go of the one fucking thing they fucking hate. And then they pushed us away and they pepper sprayed us. The guy who pepper sprayed me, his name is Eden. His badge number is 1504. I know, fuckboy. I fucking know.
So, CM, I want you to describe to me, for folks who have never been pepper sprayed before, what does it feel like?
It's fucking brutal. It's very fucking brutal. Let's just say the pain doesn't stop for half an hour, and you're sitting there for a good 10 minutes, and you're like, are you gonna fucking kidding me? This shit's gonna fucking stop? Is it gonna fucking stop? And of course, it doesn't stop. And you're sitting there just, now you have to wait it out. Someone, puts water in your eyes. The worst part is you have to blink. When you're getting the water in your eyes, it just adds insult to injury, but blinking gets the water in there more, and how rude. It's fucking miserable. Absolutely miserable.
I want to call out for people here that your experience is not necessarily unique in the sense of getting met with force by the Trump administration. Obviously, Renee Good was met with deadly force by the Trump administration. But aside from
fucking child's play, what I went through was child's play. I'm not 6 feet under. Rest in power, Rest in power.
But aside from her case, maybe if you can call out just one or two other examples of use of force that you've seen here in the Twin Cities area, about the way you've seen the Trump administration deploying force, either pepper spray, tear gas, pepper balls, etc.
Have you been to the Whipple in the past few days?
We were out there this morning for several hours.
And you've seen it. You've seen it firsthand. They are so fucking happy with their pepper spray and their tear gas and their pepper balls. They're fucking thugs.
And what are they responding to when the Trump administration, when their agents are coming out and pepper spraying, pepper
They
ball?
don't like that they're losing. They don't like that they're getting their asses kicked by Minnesota. They fucking cannot fucking take it. So we use excessive force.
GSL, last night you said that I wish that the police would turn around and protect the people. You see that happening? That they may have no other choice. Honestly, I wish that would happen. I'm not sure I'm as optimistic about it happening as you are. Mostly because it would be unprecedented. Almost. I'm trying to think. Like, honestly, there's not in modern history, like in the 21st century, police officers coming to the defense of protesters, I think would be unprecedented. I could be wrong. They've been used to beat down on protesters, separate protesters from I've seen them protect Nazis. They protected Nazis. I know that much. And like the boys formerly known as Proud. I think maybe at one point.
And they think that since they raised the pressure. Sorry, I'm losing the script.
The police have been helping you in Minneapolis specifically? Well, that's good. That's good to know. Well, maybe I'm being too skeptical and pessimistic over here. I would love to be proven wrong on something bad. Do you know how many times I've been proven right about bad things and been like, I wish I was wrong about this? I would love to be wrong about this. So please let me be wrong.
I'm exhausted. I'm so fucking exhausted. So they think if they turn up the heat, we're gonna back down. And we're not. So they try more and more excessive shit, and we just respond in kind by showing up in more and more numbers and being in solidarity with everybody. The apparatus we have built here to counteract ICE, we are fucking kicking their fucking asses, and they know it, and they're scared, and they respond to this childish fucking bullshit.
CM, is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
I I wish I could hear myself think right now. It's so fucking
Me
loud.
too.
Have a good one.
Thank you, man. Appreciate the time. They're referencing there the kind of ready use of force that we've seen from the Trump administration here in the Twin Cities area. You're hearing just a story of tear gas, or of pepper spraying people at point blank range, but John and I were tear gassed today. We were tear gassed, we were flashbanged, we were standing right there as protesters were pepper balled. It happens. It happens every day to the point that it's nearly normalized. And I don't think that it should come as any wonder that this crowd, when they see one of their own community members gunned down by a Trump administration agent here on their streets, one of their neighbors, one of their community members killed, that they are able to empathize with that they are able to see themselves in that when it's their communities every day where the Trump administration is going in and ripping these families apart, deploying tear gas, using other force as needed, whenever needed, seemingly the drop of the hat. We saw it just merited out against peaceful protesters.
Hold on. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit once again, just for the sake of time. Maybe we can do like another story after this. I didn't do a galactic content goal tonight. I wasn't sure how long it would take me to do all this, but I just wanted to cover it regardless of a goal. Hence the somewhat unorthodox nature of this stream, I suppose. I technically have a ton of stories left that I could cover, but just really wanted to focus in on this one tonight. I think it's just really good to see everybody getting out here at this point. Like, I thought we weren't going to see much sort of protest activity until spring, right? Like that, I mean, maybe once again that's me being pessimistic, but it's also, I think it's just me kind of going based upon, you know, past history, right? You see bigger protests when it's warmer out. People are more likely to go out. And I just think that it's you know, we gotta seize this moment. We have to seize this moment to continue to fight back against the Trump administration. And like I said, I didn't think it would come as quickly as it did. But the end of the last, I thought it would be next year, or not next year, but like later this year. You know, in a few months, maybe. But, you know, I said it at the end of the No Kings protests, the last ones. I said, you know, if you didn't get out there, well, you had an opportunity to at least see the protests here, and there's going to be another opportunity in the near future. Seems like that opportunity is now. People are out there. They are protesting. Maybe not right now. It's late, and all the streams are down, so I'm assuming most people are back in their homes, mostly. But right now, here it is. Sooner than I expected.
To the voices of just a few powerful people who want to continue to push their propaganda to be able to remain in power. And it should be time for people's voices to actually be heard and be represented proportionally in media. That is what we seek to do here at Status Quo. And if you support us, aside from liking, sharing the stream, getting subscribed, the other thing you can do is go to statusquo.com/join
This is Minneapolis. It's 30 degrees. It's warm as fuck. Okay, we've been having this argument all night. Okay, and I'm not specifically speaking just about Minneapolis. This hasn't just been the Minneapolis stream all night. Okay, Disco Wolf, I love you, buddy, but This has been the protest stream all night, and we've covered every protest across the country, and they've been everywhere. They've been everywhere, all across California and Portland, Oregon, and Kansas and Ohio, all across New York. We saw protests in Philly, in the Carolinas, in Georgia, in Florida, in Texas, in Chicago, in Wisconsin.
As little as $5 a month, you go to sustain John and I here on the ground. You help pay for our hotel rooms. You help pay for our food so we can eat a meal at the end of a long day. That we've been out getting tear gas in these communities, marching alongside these protesters and featuring their voices. And any support you can offer us is greatly appreciated. We're making our way quickly here back towards the front of this crowd, where people are beating on the window.
All right, I feel like we got to start a counter. We got to start like a counter for status coup donation plugs. At this point, I think I've counted at least 10. Like maybe we're approaching 10. There's been a great deal of plugs. It's wild. Hour and a half.
Windows of a building right now. You can hear the pounding thunder of hundreds of hands against the glass here. Again, this crowd has been going, these protesters have been going from hotel to hotel to make as much noise as possible at hotels that they believe have allowed ICE agents to stay inside. They are trying to make it so that there is no peace for any ICE agents who might still be staying here, and send a message to these hotel owners, the corporate owners, to stop allowing a place for ICE to rest their heads at night, to regain the energy, to go back out and terrorize communities here in the Twin Cities area. The goal is to make these places, make these companies feel uncomfortable. Because without doing so, they don't believe that there will be the change that they want to see. And I should note that there's some evidence.
Okay, we're 6 hours into the stream. But since I want to give you as much of this Minneapolis protest here at the ICE hotels as I possibly can, courtesy of Status Coup News. Look at that. I'm even plugging Status Coup now. So I'm just going to take a break. You can all choose to take a break. I'm not even going to send us to the break screens, to the intermission, to the full intermission. But, yeah, I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. You could become a Galactic member. Great way, of course, for you to support the stream. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs. I mean, come on. Free money. Be taking money from Jeff Bezos, giving it directly to me by using your Amazon Prime membership to get a free Twitch membership every month for the Galactic News Network. That's not all, though. We got Cash App, we got PayPal, and of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon.
This strategy has worked because one of the Hilton locations here in the Twin Cities area did refuse to allow federal agents to stay inside. In fact, the Department of Homeland Security even posted about it on their social media, which went semi-viral. I'm going to let you listen in on all the sound here for just a moment. We're already seeing a lot of people now pulling back from the front of the hotel. One protester was able to open a door, and some are going inside. But most of the protesters are walking away and leaving. It looks like nearly as many press went in to photograph the protesters as protesters themselves went in. And again, you see most of the group here moving away from the building. What's that? Oh, I've given it a few times. I mean, I would say it's in the thousands, but John was just asking me if I had a crowd estimate. And while I would say it's in the thousands here, I haven't been able to get the perspective on the crowd that I think would be needed to give an accurate estimate. In fact, you watching at home probably have a better perspective than I do because John's able to get that camera up so high and is able to show so much of the crowd from where I am here on the ground.
Love the channel.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that.
Did I just see them go into the hotel?
Here the protesters beginning a chant of "We'll be back, we'll be back," trying to send a message here to the hotel. Trying to send a message to this hotel, and perhaps many of the others that they visited tonight, that they want to see change, that they want to see these places no longer host and hold ICE agents, or else these demonstrations will continue.
Oh my God. I'm just noticing in the back. Do you see them? The shark and the Pikachu? Is that a lobster back there? we got a Pikachu sighting. And handmaids. I see 2 handmaids back there as well. People with the costumes. Gotta catch 'em all.
Can I say that? Yeah. Rather than butcher the pronunciation? My name's JT. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. All right. I am standing here with Northern Lights woman. Can I get you to say that? How you originally introduced yourself to me? And I'm going to assume that you are indigenous. Yeah. What tribe or nation are you from?
I'm Northern Cheyenne and Oglala Lakota.
Why did you want to be here tonight?
To tell everyone, including the state of Minnesota and the United States, that this is Indian land. This is Dakota Makoche. That's what my sign says, De Dakota Makoche, which means this is Dakota land.
And I don't think it takes a genius to figure out why that would be relevant to a protest about immigration and everything that's happening in this country right now. But spell it out for me. Why was it important for you to come out here and deliver this message, that this is Dakota land?
Because the United States has come over here and they've forcibly waged war on indigenous people since 1492. And so we've been out here for the past 500 plus years fighting the United States. On my other side, I wrote Custer Killers. 6/25/1876. The United Tribes of the Northern Cheyenne, the Oglala Lakota, and the Northern Arapaho defeated the United States in battle at the Battle of Greasy Grass. It was Cheyenne women that drove awls into Custer's ears because he refused to listen. He refused to respect indigenous people. So we come as a warning to all politicians, to all representatives of the United States. What happens when you don't listen to indigenous women, to Cheyenne women? We will drive awls into your ears until you listen. From beyond the grave into the spirit world. Listen to what we're saying. De Dakota Makoche, this is always will be Dakota land. The state of Minnesota came onto indigenous land and provoked itself and waged war against us. We see it happen with the Line 3 pipeline. We see it happen now with the separation of families. This is a continuation of the the genocide of indigenous people, that this is a direct correlation of what the United States is and has always represented.
The protest is moving on, so would you be comfortable talking and walking here so we can keep up here?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Love this woman. She's killing it out here. Sign is based too. The Guster killers.
I mean, I'm certainly feeling the passion, feeling the emotion coming off of you, but can you describe for people when the emotion, the passion that you are feeling, what's going through your mind, what's going through your heart in this moment as you're watching what's been playing out in this country for centuries and still playing out today?
I think of the next 7 generations. I think of my babies. I think of my nieces and nephews, my future grandchildren, because this is the land, this is what they're going to inherit. So it is my inherent responsibility. This is my spiritual responsibility to be out here standing with my relatives, for those who have to stay home, for those who can't be out here, to be able to speak. We have to be able to use our intellect, our minds, our voices, our prayers to be able to stand with one another. Because separation is what they want, so unity is what we will give them.
I have asked a lot of people in this crowd tonight what justice looks like in the wake of Renee Good's killing. And I have had to acknowledge that I don't think that there's probably any way you make a community whole for the death of even a single person, let alone adding on 500 years of genocide on top of that. But what would justice look like here in this country, to your mind? What needs to happen to even begin to make this country, to make the people here whole?
Land back. Following indigenous leadership and stewardship, indigenous people hold almost 80% of the world's biodiversity, and that alone should attest to our connection to the land, our connection to preserving it, to making sure that our children inherit something well, inherit something good. And that includes the relationships that we hold with one another as people who occupy this land, as people who inherited it ourselves. It is our spiritual responsibility to one another to listen and to show up and to respect each other's existence. That Renee Good was someone who came out to support in the same way that we are. And we cannot let that fear separate us. We cannot let that fear stop us into coming out, into supporting one another. Because she is just one voice that falls under thousands and thousands of other names, of other spirits, of other peoples, of other families that have been affected by not only this, but the 500 years plus years of resistance, of violence that we've occurred. So this is just a continuation on.
Just a continuation. I mean, how do you even follow that? I mean, when you start to talk, thank you guys. When you saw what happened to Renee Good, just your initial reactions, what were you feeling? What were you thinking?
I was praying for her family. I was thinking of her partner. I was thinking of her children. I was thinking of all her relatives who will be affected, of not only her name, but all of the other martyrs that have lost their lives because of this violence. So like I said, I honor who she was. I honor her family and her children, especially because they're going to live with the effects of what that officer did, of what that ICE agent did by taking her life in broad day in a community, in a residential area, a block away from a high school. I mean, like, to see how close that this violence is to our children and what's affecting them, we think about them in these times.
And the response that you've seen from the Trump administration, saying that they were only going to ramp up their operations here, send 1,000 more agents to follow up on the already cruel policies that they are carrying out here in the Twin Cities and in Minnesota. What do you think the message that the federal government is attempting to send to the people that it is trying to govern here?
The same message that it's continued on since its inception was force is violence and of taking. So it's just continuing on its legacy of lies, of stealing. I mean, theft. I mean, it's in the legacy of what the United States is and has always been. So I think they're upholding very well of what the United States was intended to do.
Northern Lights woman, we covered a lot here in just a few minutes. We've been talking.
This lady is crushing it over here. She doesn't drag on, and she just like every single question. She's like, "Here is the answer," and I feel like he's like struggling to keep up with it. He's like, "Okay, and now another question."
We've covered 500 years of history. Is there anything else that you would want to add while you had this platform?
Yes. I urge each and every person who's listening to me, who's out here watching, to educate yourself, educate your families, to have those hard conversations, to tap into your inner human emotion of connection, of empathy, to see what's happening and to take action. I urge each and every one of you to learn about the doctrine of discovery and the papal bulls that gave life to it. It is the core foundation of not only the United States, but international law as a whole, that indigenous people in the United States simply only hold occupancy. And so under these doctrines that were decrees put on by the Catholic Church in the 14 and 1500s, which established what colonization is around the world. And so I urge each and every one of you to learn about it, to talk about it, and to educate yourself and your future generations, because it's truly that is what it's going to take, thinking about the children and educating ourselves and teaching them accordingly. So I say, Wopi Latanka, Ichichie for each and every one of you for listening. And I urge you all to stand up and fight back.
Thank you very much, Northern Lights woman. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. So there you see, folks, putting this in perspective. I've been talking here about how the shooting of Renee Good was not a story of you know.
She's on fire. Yes, she is, Gabby. You missed Soul Life leaving. Soul Life always leaves without telling us he's leaving. He just leaves.
How rude.
It's very rude.
2 minutes that played out in a social media video clip. It wasn't the story of that day or just a few days that have happened since. It's not.
Can I thank you so much for protecting HR's pride, for fucking protecting the white nationalists? Thank you for that. They're highly trained. They're not just the fucking regular white guys they hire on the street. Thank you for that.
John, I want to interview this dude. Yeah. You mind if we walk? Yeah, can we walk the dog?
Let me put my music where I have to have calming music.
All right. I am here with Luca. Come up just to thank us for some of our coverage. Luca, then you started to tell me about some of your personal history. First, I guess before we get into that, can you just spell your name for me really quick?
L-U-K-A.
Thank you very much. Can you start to go through that personal history again and how it relates to how you're feeling tonight?
Yeah, I have spent over 30 months in Iraq and Afghanistan, over 5 months in Haiti, over 5 months in Uganda. I'm a combat veteran. I have a combat medic badge. I have served this country with honor, and what I see and have seen the last few days with my own eyes has made me enraged to the point where I want to do violence. And I won't do that because that's what they want. And like I was saying earlier, HSI is the most trained part of the DHS. They do embassy security. They do a lot of investigations. For them to come out and protect white nationalists, insane. Insane.
Luca's making reference to something that we saw out at the Whipple Federal Building, where ICE is staging many of its operations here, where the Department of Homeland Security's agents, in this case, the agency being HSI, those agents acting as de facto security for right-wing provocateurs who were coming out to taunt the peaceful protesters. And we showed through our coverage, we were showing through our coverage how these how these agents were acting as essentially private security because of the way they were brutalizing the peaceful protesters and yet protecting the right-wing provocateurs. And that seemed to that resonated with you. Can you explain exactly why?
It's insane that they want to categorize Renee Good as a domestic terrorist, yet people that
these are the moments like that go through my head. Like when we were talking earlier about like police, the responsibilities as well as the potential of like police working with protesters, things could get very, very weird. Very, very weird very quickly. If you wind up having like, you know, like a line of protesters, a line of like local police facing off against a line of like white nationalists and like Homeland Security agents, and in some cases like National Guard and like ICE. It's gonna, oh god. Just trying to imagine it right now.
about hate. They want a white America. I listen to this guy spew all.
The fact is, with all this stuff going on, they're doing nothing to try and like actually like calm things down, like in any way. They're the only things that the Trump administration are doing is just adding to the tensions right now. To like, I mean, they're not even pretending to do a serious investigation into this murder.
Hatred towards anything that's not white. If you look around here, we have all nationalities. The only thing in common that we have is fuck ICE. Get them out. Leave. Like, and I personally know a couple of ICE agents that are here. And they hate it, but unfortunately they have bills to pay. And that's the choice and the morality they went. And I don't agree with it. And I know deep down they don't agree with it. After the shooting, I was down there. And
honestly, his friends are Nazis. And you gotta come to terms with that, pal. It's the exact same excuse the Nazis gave. Just following orders. Can't coming out and be like, oh, I got bills to pay. It's my least favorite argument of this. I don't care if you got bills to pay. Find another job. Find another job. It's an unacceptable profession for you. Okay? It should be illegal. Like in my opinion, like being being a ICE, I'm trying to figure out how to say it. Being an ICE agent is like being a criminal, okay? And it would be no worse to be a drug dealer than to be an ICE agent, okay? That's my opinion. Perhaps not in the eyes of the law, but I think ethically speaking. Of course, those two things don't always line up. So I'm not telling anybody to break the law. In fact, I would actually go further than that, but I'm trying to avoid getting myself into hot water over here.
You hear the many honking horns. Some people are even holding up signs out the window of their cars. Show support with the protesters.
The Panda Gambit over on Twitch thinks that cops are class traitors, and that they wouldn't count on any of them, or many of them, having a conscience. Well, this is the debate, the discussion that we've been having for the last day. I mean, feel free to chime in on that. I appreciate it, because we are honestly, like, I'm like grappling with it. I've been grappling it for the last 2 streams as to whether or not at any point the cops will step in. Like I was saying, it would be somewhat unprecedented to have cops coming out protecting protesters in a serious way. But it is, I mean, nothing's impossible. But I understand people's skepticism around it. I mean, I'm personally, I'm not sold on the idea yet. We haven't seen it. We've seen all sorts of, I mean, if anything, we've seen a lot of collaboration from the police when it comes to ICE enforcement. But there was one chatter in here who's been attending a lot of protests that's saying that in their area, which is here apparently, in Minneapolis, they're getting some amount of help from police. I don't know exactly what that entails.
Now you see the protesters here turning onto Chicago Avenue, walking in front of U.S. Bank Stadium. That squad car that you're seeing there with the flashing lights, I believe, is a Hennepin County Sheriff's deputy's squad car. So different from the Minneapolis police that we saw earlier. And again, still that honking of support as this protest, which had arrived back at where it had begun and ostensibly seemed to be just settling in to do more noise out there, and now spontaneously continuing its march. Many of the protesters, you see them splayed out there behind us as we continue to walk. Still on the march, still with energy, still angry about expressing their anger about the Trump administration's presence in their communities. And if being able to see this on-the-ground perspective of what is happening in Minneapolis, quite literally shoe leather journalism, as we are wearing the holes in our snow boots. If it's important to you to be able to show this, go to statusquonews.com/join for as low as $5 a month. You go to help John and I afford new boots to be able to keep up with these protest movements that will continue to evolve as the weekend continues. Because more demonstrations are planned in the days ahead. We're expecting a large march and rally tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central. That's 2 o'clock Eastern, adjust for your time zone. You're seeing a lot of the protesters here giving grief to this Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies squad. I'll note that the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office might be garnering even more attention from the protesters because of the role that the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office has played in some of ICE's operations. It's often been sheriff deputies. It's often been sheriff deputies who have been clearing out protesters who show up to ICE operations, clearing out those protesters, or at least clearing a path through them, allowing the ICE agents to... And now you see these protesters who have pushed in on the squad.
Weird vibe. Yeah.
And then moving back.
I think
some of them.
What's that? There's a lot of youth out here.
Train is coming.
Train?
Don't get hit by a train.
Yeah.
Crowd is trying to make room for a train, part of the metro system that runs here through downtown. Trying to get to one side or the other of the tracks here. As the Blue Line, which is the same train that runs all the way to the federal building here just outside of Minneapolis, makes its way through.
How you guys doing? All right, how are you?
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead of the of people waiting for the train here.
Love her, pray for her. Every day we can't go to work, we can't go nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Abdi, and talking to us. Was there a... Set the record straight.
You know, let me tell you one thing, okay? If one person commit a crime, it doesn't mean that all community are commit a crime. You know what I'm saying? So, we agree, the government, to arrest for those making...
I absolutely know what he's saying. Unfortunately, that is the literal Republican playbook. That is how the right-wing ecosystem, the media, and as well as the politicians operate. Somebody of any ethnic minority group or other sort of like other kind of minority, religious, other identitarian characteristic that's not, white and Christian is a target for them. They see it as a way to fearmonger about the group in question. Who's the flavor of the month? Oh, well, we got this crime, let's do this, let's blame all black people for a month about the death of a white woman on a bus. That literally happened last year.
Making us look ugly, or making fraud, or making crimes, let them arrest. As a citizen, we agree that. But what's going with these days is they keep saying Somalians. Can we say Somalians are bad 100%? Can we say that? No, we can't say that. If I say to you all Americans are bad, are you going to agree with me?
Right, no, I would say you're painting with a broad brush.
If you say some did that, maybe you can believe. But if you say all...
Yeah, and if people would say, I'm trying to think of a good example here. And the Koch brothers would fund your podcast if you said this. You'd be Charlie Kirk. You'd be Charlie Kirk saying, I won't get on a plane if there's a black pilot.
are bad, that's really bad. So our concern is we are fighting for our rights. We are citizens. We come this country for better life, okay? We don't come here to get arrested. Every day we can't go to work. We can't go nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Abdi, and talking to us. Was there a reason that you felt compelled to be out here tonight, or what was the message that you were looking to deliver in coming out here tonight to this demonstration?
Nicole, the girl dead a couple days ago, she died to protect us. Okay? She died because of us. She was one of our community. We love her. We pray for her. That's why we're here too. We, as a Somali community, we come here to participate this protest and to show support to our community. We are one and we are united. That's the reason I came here tonight.
Abdi, when you first saw that she had been killed, what were you feeling? What were you thinking just in that moment?
I was feeling that I'm going to be next. That's what I was feeling. And I was feeling that my neighbor going to be next. So we need Trump administration to stop what they're doing. We, Minneapolis, we are one. Minnesota, one. United States, one. We hate the crimes, and we need unity.
Abdi, before I let you go, just two last questions. One, is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
It's funny, I know a guy named Abdi who's Somalian. You have no faith in the police? I understand that. I fully understand that skepticism. I mean, this murder happened a mile away from the police murder of George Floyd. A lot of reasons not to trust the police.
From the overall crowd of several thousand. Right now we're walking across some very slick ground, so it's the reason for the silence that you're hearing from me is I'm just focused on not falling. Because it's cold, icy, and winter here in Minnesota.
Ultimately, they're incentivized to go with the worst version of themselves. Is that about the cops?
I want to take a moment again to thank the Midas Touch Network for helping support and lift up our reporting here at Status Coup. If you're from their audience, welcome. Thank you for being with us tonight as we continue to show what these marches are like here on the ground in Minneapolis. If you want to continue to follow what is happening in marches like this. There's another one planned for tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern, that we plan, as of right now, to carry live as well. We've also been continuously showing the protests that are happening outside the Whipple Federal Building, where ICE is staging many of its operations. There's been a continued crowd that's been gathering there to protest the Trump administration's presence in their communities. It's been met with a lot of force by the Trump administration. Tear gas, flashbangs, pepper balls. That's just what we saw used today. We've also seen them use pepper spray. Another quote-unquote non-lethal means on peaceful protesters. And if you want to continue to follow all that coverage as we offer it, get subscribed so that way you're notified as soon as we do go live. You can continue to track these movements as they happen day after day here in Minneapolis. This has been daily marches, demonstrations, anger, frustration being levied against the Trump administration in the wake of Renee Nicole Good's killing by ICE agent Jonathan Ross. You hear all that honking. People in the cars throwing fists of support out the window, offering fist bumps, cheering on these protesters as they march. And these protesters who have been marching are now returning to Canopy by Hilton in the much larger crowd that remained there to demonstrate. I'll note that this protest was scheduled to end at 9 o'clock Central Time. It's now 9:40, and I don't see it diminishing. Should give you a sense of the anger here. People are prepared to protest into the night. If you appreciate us continuing to offer this coverage, again, get subscribed, go to statusquo.com/join. Anything you can do to sustain us is much appreciated.
Democracy. It's beautiful. Okay, I think we'll watch a little bit more of this. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit, see what else is going on in this thing. Just like an hour, just like an hour of coverage here, practically from Status Quo. They were pounding the pavement, if you will. Look at this person with the giant green bucket and wool hat and whistle. This is quite a ensemble. Loving this. Got the guy with the accordion. Everybody's brought musical instruments. Oh, I'm just realizing that they're not holding a green bucket, they're holding a pan. That was somebody else's bucket. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, JD Siskowski for Status Coup, and I am here with...
Kit DeFlorin.
Can you spell that for us?
Kitdeflorin.
Why did you want to be out here tonight?
I want to show my support to my immigrant community members, and I want ICE out of this city.
And you're already getting my next question, was going to be the message you came to deliver, which is clearly ICE out of your cities.
ICE is not welcome here.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Is your activism tonight, was it directly inspired by the murder of Renee Nicole Good, or were you out demonstrating before that? Give us a little bit of sense of where your outrage of the Trump administration began.
Well, I've been outraged for a long time now, but the murder of Renee Good was definitely a problem. But I am also a senior at Roosevelt High School, where they attacked 2 days ago now, and I am just so outraged and so upset, and I just needed to be here, yeah.
You're in high school at Roosevelt.
Yes.
Can you describe what happened at Roosevelt for people who maybe hadn't seen the news about it? What did ICE do at your high school?
ICE showed up at dismissal time, waiting for our immigrant and, well, really just anyone who wasn't white to come out. They were trying to take students. Our teachers were not okay with that. They were amazing. Our community really came together to protect our students, but 2 teachers got detained, and they ended up shooting off chemical weapons at students and teachers.
At minors, mind you.
Yes.
Shooting off chemical weapons at minors.
Yes, 14-year-olds. And I was not there when it happened, but I saw and I know many of the people that were there, and it was just so upsetting to see.
How have your friends, your fellow students, and yourself been absorbing the shock of seeing ICE at your school, interrupting, what's supposed to just be a place of learning for you?
It's shifted. I've been upset, I've been sad, I've been scared, and I've been angry. I don't know what going back to school is going to look like right now, and that is really unfortunate.
A student who doesn't know what going back to school is going to look like, because the norms of these cities have been completely upended.
Remember when Republicans were talking about protecting the kids all last year? And then sent militarized police forces onto high school campuses? For just protecting the kids by terrorizing them.
By ICE's presence here in the Twin Cities, leaving students feeling scared about what is to come next at their schools. So as you look at this world that's about to be left to you, I mean, you're going to graduate. I don't know what your plans are after graduation, but as you look to inherit this country, what are your feelings about the country that you stand to inherit?
I think that there should never be a country where school has to be canceled for the safety of the students from their own government. And I need that to end now, and I don't know what I'll do if it doesn't.
Which one do you think makes kids less safe? Transgender people in bathrooms? Or shooting them with guns?
What, as somebody who is going to be able to pick your own leaders here, very soon, as somebody who's going to have influence over people of power trying to court your vote, your support in some way, or maybe trying to repress you, what are you looking for in your leaders in this moment? What kind of action do you want to see from them?
I think we need something new. I think that we need leaders who aren't afraid to break the mold. I think that people are trying too hard to please everyone, and I think that politics should be much more about morals. I just think that we need something new, somebody that's going to break the mold and show that they really care about the people.
I don't even think it's necessarily fair for me or anyone to ask this of you or to really put this on you, but the Trump administration they've said that they're going to deploy 1,000 more agents on top of the 2,000 they were already planning to deploy here in the coming weeks. When you hear that, what's your reaction? How does it make you feel about the prospect of continuing to call the Twin Cities home, as you know the Trump administration is really leaning its weight, full force of the federal government leaning against the Twin Cities in the state of Minnesota?
My heart hurts. We at Twin Cities, the people that live here, all of the immigrants, everyone in this community, we are not the violent criminals that the Trump administration is saying that we are. We love each other and we're here for each other, and ICE is scared of that. The Trump administration is scared of a community that is strong, and they're trying to tear us apart, and we're not going to let that happen.
Trump administration has a lot of resources it can throw here at the Twin Cities, but I think the Twin Cities is showing tonight the amount of energy it has to resist the Trump administration, fight back. As you stand here right now, how much energy do you feel like you have? How long can you continue to push back against this administration?
I think that there's something to be said for that this community has gone through things like this before. George Floyd and his murder in 2020 was traumatizing for the community, and I think that we just seeing all of the things that are happening right now, it's hard for people not to have such a reaction that gives them the energy to come out here. And I think that it's really important, if you're feeling sad or if you're feeling upset and you're feeling hopeless, to shift that into energy as much as you can and to come out and speak your word.
I want to let you get back to the protest, but is there anything else you would want to add while you have the platform?
Just be there for each other. Be a strong community. Check on your friends and your family and your neighbors.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Be there for each other. That's the message being delivered from the youth. From the youth here in the Twin Cities.
Honestly, 2020 feels like a decade ago to me. I know it's not, but it just feels like it.
Area. Be there for each other. Be kind. Check on one another.
My guy looks overwhelmed right now. I keep forgetting this dude's name. Just a reminder, everybody, we are, of course, doing the stream tonight without a content goal. But your contributions are always not only welcome, but appreciated. Some say needed. Many people are saying it. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support, but we do, of course, have a galactic deficit to finance this month. Much smaller than last month, thankfully. With the YouTube back, we earned enough money last month to have a galactic deficit of less than half than what we had last month. So that's good news. You can contribute, of course, to that. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon memberships. As we see all of that money immediately if not sooner. Helping us to pay the bills in February.
letting you listen in here on the crowd just to give my own voice a rest. Just a few more steps back. Okay, cool. I can't keep yelling over the crowd.
I noticed you were losing your voice earlier.
I shudder to think what tomorrow's going to be like for my voice.
This looks weird with this orange cord. Let me hide this thing.
Okay. Oh, no, you're fine.
I was trying to invent a little on-the-fly rig so I could hang up my cowbell and, you know, get a little bit more...
a little bit more cowbell. That's what every protest needs. So I am standing here with Adam. Adam, can I just have you start by spelling your name for me, please?
Sure can. Sorry, I poked you. My name is Adam Mahmoud, and that is ADAMMAHMUD.
Adam, why did you want to be out here tonight? There are days and days of demonstrations against the Trump administration that have been planned, that are planned in the future. You wanted to be here at this one. Why tonight?
It's a continuation of many. I've been out for many of the planned protests, the No Kings, obviously stretching back to George Floyd. As you can tell, there's so much energy in this city. You know, you've been covering it for years, right? And I think we all just, at least I feel like I speak for many people in this city. There's a level of decency that folks in Minneapolis as well as just Minnesota carry. And that really, I believe, spans beyond left and right, city and urban. There's a down-home, rooted humanity that I believe we've carried for a very long time. But I believe that it's disrupted. It's been totally disrupted over the last 10 plus years by the Trump regime. I mean, as our friend Adam Mockler likes to point out, Trump got his start in politics by, berating Barack Obama's name, saying that he wasn't from this country. And lest we forget, his initial foray into the presidential political arena, he was calling for violence. He was inciting violence. So I truly believe that, this is above the individual ICE officers that are still out here. The one 2 days ago, highly needs to be held to account. But, beyond that, this is about the direct call to action to the top, that Americans will not stand for this.
Before we go too deep on any one topic, I want to center the reason that so many people are out here tonight, and that is the murder of Renee Nicole Good. When you first saw that, as someone who lives around here, calls the Twin Cities your home,
yep.
What was your reaction? What were you feeling?
Yeah, born and raised in Minneapolis. And I'm a proud son of an immigrant, and biracial. My mom is white, Scandinavian from Minnesota. My dad is from Pakistan. And, I've felt the oppression from not just the threat around ICE, and, you know, the most recent infiltration or the extended one you've been covering, but frankly, the kind of the rhetoric and tone, again, carrying back 10 years.
Okay. Looks like the protests around here is like wrapping up to some degree. Went for over 3 hours long. People were out there making their voices heard. Voices and or drums and or horns. Things of that nature.
Racist notions about what they contribute to American society, rather than trying to lift up a vision of America that is a melting pot, a community. John and I are squeezing out the last bits of battery that we have left on our equipment that allows us to be live here. We still have a little bit, and we'll be able to continue broadcasting here for at least a few more minutes. But in that time, I just want to note that we will be live again tomorrow covering another march and rally here in the Twin Cities area. That'll be at 1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern. Get subscribed if you're not, so you'll be able to see our live reports from on the ground of that movement. As people continue to make their voices heard here by any means necessary, including banging on a pair of dumpsters that they have now wheeled over closer to the hotel to generate as much noise as possible.
I would have said trash receptacle.
And while we still have the battery, there are a few things I should also do. While we still have the battery, there are a few things we should also do. And that is, we should one more time thank Midas Touch for helping support our journalism through the partnership that we have. We can't begin to express the gratitude that we have for having great partners to work with in this industry. Reporters across the country and here in Minneapolis that offer a support network to us to help us report out these stories as they happen. The other thing I should also do is remind you that we got to pay the bills. We pride ourselves on Status Quo on being completely independent media. Giving you a look here inside this Hilton.
Yeah, we independent media. We gotta pay the bills. It's very true. Status quo. Just like GNN, bills have to be paid. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. The police showed up at the end of all this, it would seem.
These are state troopers, Minnesota state troopers, I will note. Seen some of the protesters come down here to stand directly opposite law enforcement. Giving you a look down here, this line of law enforcement. They're standing. Some of the demonstrators are dancing. Heard one man there from the crowd saying, "Don't do it. They're Minnesotans too." I think the implication being that the anger that the city is feeling is really meant to be directed against the Trump administration, an outside force. Seeing the state troopers moving back. Moving back down the block, but now forming a new line here. These are people, this is a crowd that came out to demonstrate against the Trump administration and the pain it is inflicting.
They're Minnesotans too. This is part of their plan. They're trying to turn us against them. These are peace officers. They have a real meaning. They're part of our community. I am not on ISIS side, but these are Minnesotans too. Don't do it.
Crowd that came together to demonstrate against the pain that is being inflicted on the Trump administration. And now facing down Minnesota's state police.
People know if the right does the same report. So look out.
All right. So our equipment that we're using to go live here, as
Fact is, I get what this guy here is trying to do, but these guys, these 100 fucking state troopers that are out here, or 50, however many there are right there, there's like close to 50 of them over here. They shouldn't be here. They shouldn't be here facing off with protesters. If they don't want to be seen in an adversarial way, if they don't want to be seen as an extension of ICE, if they don't want to be seen as part of a fascist threat, they should not be facing off against peaceful protesters like this with riot gear.
the state police again back up down the street just a little bit, just a few steps. Want to let you know here that as we're operating on just the last little bit of battery that our equipment that allows us to go live here has,
Watch out for a cattle. Don't do what Trump wants. Don't do what Trump wants.
if our live signal cuts out here, we'll continue to stay here on the scene to report. We'll be recording everything that we see. So watch Status Quo. In the event that that happens, watch our YouTube channel, get subscribed so you can see the reports that we would put up as soon as possible of what the resolution is here at this scene. We'll continue to stream for as long as we can, as long as our equipment will allow. I'll note that this crowd is thinned out quite a bit. Many moving down to the other end of the block, where we see some more flashing lights.
Who even ordered them there? It's a great question. I mean, there is like a hierarchy of command. I'm fairly certain there's like a chief of state police, or like I think there's a different word for it, but it's basically a chief of state police. But I think technically the governor. I think technically they serve the governor at the end of the day, but I don't think the governor tends to give like just like daily orders, right? But yeah, I guess it'd be Tim Walz, technically, who's at the top of all this. I feel like he could call them off right now. In this moment. Okay, I think that's where I'm gonna end it. I'm just gonna skim through this video, see if anything actually happens. Doesn't appear, so he just signs off at the end. Okay, cool. Well, if you haven't already, subscribe to Status Quo and, of course, the Galactic News Network. But they're the ones who brought us that footage on the ground there in Minnesota. You're in Cali. There's a protest like a mile and a half from you tomorrow. Very exciting. Yeah, you should absolutely, you should go. And everyone should be going to protests when they can. like I said last year, not long ago, on the day of the No Kings protests during the stream, I said, people, if you didn't make it to one of the protests, you still can. Because there's going to be more in the future. If you think that we're not going to need more protests between now and 2028, you're sorely mistaken. This is not going to do it. We're going to need much bigger and much more sustained protests. And probably more stuff, but let's start there. Okay. All right, I've mapped out what I want to actually cover tonight. I have a bunch of stories, but I think I'm just gonna do like 2 more. Probably because we've already gone almost 8 hours. Wasn't sure how long all that was gonna take, but I wanted to cover it in some amount of seriousness. I think we did that. Now, one thing that we should be working on in the future, while also protesting, is getting people in office who are actually effective and who respond to voters. Something which actually was spelled out by many protesters that we listened to here tonight.
The time is now. The time is now to call for his ouster. I know they're probably still building up the power that they need. They're still trying to get other senators on board. But my God, Republicans make a spectacle about their internal disagreement, and it has affected them nada electorally. Nothing. In fact,
it looks like democracy.
In fact, it looks like democracy. It's a performance of it. You get yourself in the news cycle, Trump sparring with other Republicans. They've rode that to success. Air this disagreement out publicly, because it looks like you're responding to the overwhelming base that wants you to rein in these lawless thugs. The numbers on this are staggering. An over 20-point increase in abolishing ICE in less than a year. And that's what the leader of the Democrats saying. The problem is that local law enforcement isn't collaborating with ICE. So change the news cycle and show that you'll be an opposition party. Call for his ouster. I'm sorry if it's awkward in the meetings. I'm sorry if it's not the right time, because we still have the partial budget negotiations over the appropriations. Actually, it might be the best time.
Well, that's the thing, is he wants to ignore the existence of what is happening because he has the ability to wage a fight to prevent the funding of DHS. I mean, yes. He has the ability to do this, and he doesn't want it. He is running away from any leverage he has deliberately. And so, you know, we've got to be measured about this. We've got to be they have literally, understand, they did not shoot this person because they thought this person was a criminal, undocumented immigrant.
Yeah. No, it was just a cold-blooded execution. It was a white woman in a Honda Pilot driving home from dropping off her child at school. I think they knew that. I think they were just offended by the fact that she objected to their existence. And decided to solve that by just murdering her. Sasha G, thank you for the super chat over on YouTube. Super sticker, much appreciated. But Sam is right, and Emma's right. We gotta do something about this ossified Democrat, liberal establishment that refuses to change with the times, refuses to listen to voters, refuses to listen to the voters so much that they would rather lose elections than listen to the voters. They'd rather take big checks from corporate and billionaire donors rather than raising money from the base and actually getting people on board with their platforms. And that's got to stop. It's got to come to an end, one way or the other. Whether it's an end to the Democrat Party, or if it's a massive upheaval in the Democratic, I'm up for both. I'm up for either and or both. Currently, I think the latter is more likely and more feasible. But I mean, I'd still love to see a third-party opposition in this country. We just don't have one right now. One of the main issues with that strategy. Sam is right, but you don't trust him? Why don't you trust Sam? What's not to trust with Sam? I think I heard puppy barking somewhere in the background. Amanda feeding puppy treats to Leica. Yes, I see. Okay, so like I said, I'm gonna slightly truncate my stream. I wasn't sure how long this was gonna take. I had a full 120 videos in this list today, but it took us 8 hours to get through the first 70. So I'm going to skip ahead to the Greenland discussion. A ridiculous topic that we've talked about way too many times in the last year. Something that in my mind never seemed like a... I mean, honestly, it never even crossed my mind. Invading Venezuela. Invading Greenland never once crossed my mind as being something anyone would do. Or even consider. It is so stupid. It is so mind-bogglingly stupid.
Going after Venezuela's oil now that former leader Nicolas Maduro has been deposed by the United States. Posting on Truth Social, quote, "I am pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the United States of America. This oil will be sold at its market price, and that money will be controlled by me as President of the United States of America to ensure it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. I've asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States. At today's prices for oil on the open market, a shipment of that size would be worth approximately between $1.8 billion and $3 billion. CNN's Chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins joins us shortly with more on this. Also tonight, the Trump administration stating in no uncertain terms that it is considering a variety of options on possibly acquiring Greenland, and that the deployment of the United States military is not off the table. Of course, this is coming just days after the military's successful capture of Venezuela's leader Maduro. In a statement late today to CNN, White House Press Secretary...
Wait, it's his attitude on trans people. What? When has Sam ever said anything? What? I can't even. I'm a very religious Majority Report watcher, so I cannot imagine what I genuinely cannot figure out what that's in reference to. I feel like Sam has been very much supportive of the trans community over the years. He's been at this a long ass time. I cannot think of a single moment where he was just like not ahead of everyone else. Like honestly, I feel like Sam was ahead of everybody else on that issue rather than, yeah, I'm confused.
Carolyn Levitt said, quote, President Trump has made it well known that acquiring Greenland is a national security priority of the United States and it's vital to deter our adversaries in the Arctic region. The president and his team are discussing a range of options to pursue this important foreign policy goal, and of course, utilizing the U.S. military is always an option at the commander-in-chief's disposal. Now, Greenland is more than 830,000 square miles. It's got a lot of natural resources, including rare earth minerals, which are increasingly crucial to the global economy. It's a former Danish colony and now an autonomous territory of Denmark. Today, America's major European allies expressed support for its current status, saying Greenland belongs to its people.
Didn't Caroline say that the money's going to an offshore account? Yes, she did say that. An offshore account controlled by Donald Trump. So I don't know why offshoring it is important to anybody. I don't know what the distinction is on that, why they would feel it necessary to keep the money offshore, legally speaking or otherwise. Like, I don't understand it. I feel like there's something vaguely nefarious going on with that, and I can't distinguish why. Like, the only thing I can think of, the only reason to do such a thing, in my opinion, would be to somehow like obfuscate what is actually going on with the money. You know? Like, why put it in the Caymans or somewhere like that, Panama, rather than bringing it home? Well, it's very weird to me.
And it's up to Greenland and Denmark to decide its future. Denmark's prime minister says that Greenland does not want to be part of the United States, but President Trump has been talking about this, as you know, for some time.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it.
And the president's top policy advisor, Stephen Miller, said this to our Jake Tapper.
Greenland should be part of the United States. The president has been very clear about that. That is the formal position of the U.S. government.
Right, but can you say that military action against Greenland is off the table?
The United States should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even think or talk about this in the context that you're asking of a military operation. Nobody's going to fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland.
Oh my God. When he talks about it like this, it is so crass, so perverse. Like, oh, like, it won't be an actual military invasion because the military will just seize the territory and nobody will complain about it. It's like, I mean, it is insane to suggest such a thing. Like, a single boot on the ground, seizing a single inch of Greenlandic territory is a military invasion. Doesn't matter if anybody shoots. If we step foot onto Greenlandic territory with the intention of seizing the territory, that's an invasion. No bullets need to be fired. And Stephen, I feel like Stephen's smart enough to know that, but it's not clear, actually. He's such a ghoul. I think he might believe the things that he says. If he wore a body condom, he would still look the same. Like a penis. There was Stephen Miller saying some very disturbing things about Greenland. Now, Donald Trump said that his goal was to buy Greenland a couple of days ago. And his take on what needs to be done with Greenland, what should be done with Greenland, has kind of varied. I mean, it's the one thing is clear. Donald Trump wants Greenland. How? Well, like I said,
after forcibly removing Nicolas Maduro from Caracas over the weekend, US President Donald Trump has shifted his target, again threatening to annex Greenland. On Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt stated that he may use the US military.
President Trump has made it well known that acquiring Greenland is a national security priority of the United States, and it's vital to deter our.
I love I love this claim that it's a national security priority. Like, honestly, first off, of course, the United States is the most powerful military on the planet. Our security is, I mean, our nation's never been more secure. Okay? We're spending over $1 trillion a year now on the military budget. We're fine. We don't need Greenland. But you know what would actually be a serious threat? Just, devil's advocate here. You know what would be an actual national security threat? Breaking our alliance with NATO and invading a literal ally of ours. That seems to be like a national security threat. Just saying. If I had to identify amongst all of this, what's the threat? It's that. That's what it is.
Autonomous territory remain in the hands of Denmark, a NATO member. This means Greenland too falls under the protection of the military alliance. For Denmark's Prime Minister, the US threatening a fellow ally has far-reaching consequences for NATO. Issuing a joint statement, European leaders have attempted to show a united front to counter Donald Trump's renewed push for Greenland. As he attended Ukraine peace talks in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron sought to play down the issue.
I cannot imagine a scenario in which the US would violate Danish sovereignty. That is unthinkable. I cannot believe that they'd betray their commitments regarding Greenland.
Denmark and Greenland have requested a meeting with US Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Yes, indeed. People were quite alarmed. Denmark and Greenland.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Not if you want out of NATO. Right. No, sure. Absolutely. And that's clear what they want. But I guess I was, like I said, I was just making the argument, right? Like the national security argument, right? If you want to talk national security, I think most actual national security experts would probably tell you that having no allies is worse than having allies, right? Like, we do this, we end up with no allies. And that seems to me like a world in which America is actually less safe. If we want to talk about national security, specifically as it relates to America. Having nothing to do, this is once again not having nothing to do with anything that NATO's ever done in the past in terms of other people, because no, we're not here to talk about the downstream effects or direct effects of NATO and other countries. No, because this is Caroline Levitt's comment that I'm trying to respond to right now, where she said that invading Greenland is a national security priority or whatever it was. Which is a ridiculous contention or assertion. Tufik Space Base, formerly Thule Air Base, is northwest Greenland, which is the only U.S. military installation on the island serving crucial military defense, warning, and space surveillance. Yes, we know. We've talked about Patufik. I mean, I feel like we glaze over it because in my mind, it's assumed that everyone knows about the fact that we have a goddamn air base on Greenland. Especially because the vice president visited that very airbase last year. Remember when JD was over there giving that weird ass speech about wanting to invade Greenland and how Europe is bad while he was in Greenland? It was weird. It was fucking weird. All right, let's go here to France 24 from 2 days ago. The U.S. takeover of Greenland would simply mean the end of NATO, says Denmark. Oh.
We're going to talk more about this with senior reporter Clovis Casali, who joins me on the set. Clovis, you were in Greenland last year as these first reports of these threats from Donald Trump to try and take it over. And as we just saw in the report, the White House is still not ruling out military intervention.
And Donald Trump has made it very clear that he wants the U.S. to take over Greenland one way or another. So there are different options on the table. An invasion? It seems pretty unlikely because the U.S. already have a military base in Pituffik. We're going to see on the map Greenland. Pituffik is around here in the north. But the problem is that since 1951, a defense agreement between the US and Denmark and Greenland, and it means already the closest of cooperations. That's why many don't understand why Donald Trump is threatening to invade a place he already has in many ways. If he wants to send more troops, he might just need to ask, and Denmark would probably agree. Then there's the idea that he could decide to, or at least try, to buy Greenland. There was the idea waved about in recent months that he would try to push for a referendum, give cash to Greenlanders, and therefore try to win that referendum for Greenland to join the
The plan is to bribe Greenlanders directly. He's going to send the the Trump tariff checks to Greenland instead. Oh God, I love it. I love it. I love it. America first, everybody. America first. Remember last year when Donald Trump said he was going to send everybody tariff checks? What was it again? $1,000 tariff checks or something? $2,000? I can't remember how much it was. But he was talking about tariff checks, and now instead the tariff checks are going to go to Greenland. As bribe money. What a plan. All right, let's talk about the reporting over at BBC as vis-a-vis Greenland with one
This
Owen
is
Jones.
ridiculous. This is a slam dunk example of BBC bias and a BBC's failure to do journalism, to tell you what's actually going on in the world. Let's just listen to this clip from BBC Breakfast. It's from this morning. It's discussing Donald Trump, the United States, and Greenland.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. Welcome to Breakfast with Sally Nugent and John Kay.
Our headlines for you today. Using the American military to acquire Greenland, the White House says it's one of the options President Trump and his team are discussing.
Let me just read that back. Let's just read back what was said. Using the American military to acquire Greenland, the White House says it's one of the options Trump and his team are discussing. If you're wondering what that noise is, it's a howl of pain emanating from the grave of George Orwell. Using the American military to acquire Greenland. Acquire. Is there any other word in the English language that might be, I don't know, maybe a bit more appropriate? I mean, there are, after all, around 170,000 words in current use in English. It's not like there's a lack of options here. A little thought experiment for you. Imagine a story was about Russia talking about Latvia. Would the BBC say, using the Russian military to acquire Latvia?
Yeah, and this is the same argument I've been making this with regards to Venezuela and with the Caribbean. Right, we don't just get to seize territory. We've been saying that you don't get to seize territory for years now. It's all I've been hearing from people like the BBC and from the CNN and from every mainstream outlet. Because I mean, they're technically right. I mean, that's international law. You don't just get to seize territory of your neighbors because you're like, you got bad vibes. You're getting bad vibes from those guys.
That would happen. Now, we all know what they would say. They would correctly say, by the way, that Russia is threatening to invade Latvia and annex it. That's what they'd say. They would foreground the fact that this would be an act of armed aggression, an illegal act of armed aggression at that. Note the text as well. They're using on their on-screen banner, US Greenland plans. Euphemistic doesn't even begin to describe it. They're talking about it like, I don't know, government plans for transport or education. Use plans for things like going on holiday, spending time with friends and loved ones at the weekend. To emphasize again, we are talking about the US illegally invading territory in an act of aggression. Would the BBC have as their on-screen banner Russia-Latvia plans? I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it is ridiculous. If Russia was talking about invading and annexing Latvia, I know they wouldn't. You know they wouldn't. And what's more, BBC journalists and their editors know they wouldn't. We should use this as an example and take a stand, because we saw how the BBC refused to do their job during Israel's genocide, and I'm being euphemistic there. We can see how BBC journalism is completely failing when it comes to Donald Trump going on an armed global rampage. This is a public service broadcaster. If you're British, you pay your £174.50 a year license fee, and you should expect in response the BBC to get the very basics of journalism right on matters of global importance.
That's a fascinating concept, Owen. Being able to rely on journalistic outlets in matters of journalism. Really? Yeah, that's revolutionary. That's what that is. Innovation. We should try that. We should try that here in the States, too. I like that idea. Now, in the United States, we don't pay for our journalism. Our journalism is wholly owned by entertainment conglomerates like Paramount, Skydance, Warner Brothers, HBO, people like that. Comcast. I think Comcast owns, who is it? Is it I think it's MSNBC, right? It's the NBC. Is it the NBC? I think it's the NBC family. I'm trying to remember. It's Universal. Universal owns at least one studios, like one of the news studios as well. So I guess there's 4 major players in the space. So diverse. Okay. Where should we go now? Looking through my list. Ah, yes, France 24 English 2 days ago. Donald Trump had some very fascinating things to say about NATO.
There likely won't be boots on the ground in Greenland, according to U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson. After White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said military action in the semi-autonomous territory was on the table, Johnson dismissed the statement Wednesday.
I don't think anybody's talking about using military force in Greenland. They're looking at diplomatic channels.
The White House said they're keeping military options there open.
The U.S. always has military options for everything.
The White House has since said that diplomacy is its first option, though it is open to all others. President Donald Trump also appears to be contradicting himself. Despite threats to take over Greenland, a NATO ally, he affirmed lasting U.S. support for the military alliance in a Truth Social post Wednesday.
I doubt NATO will be there for us if we really need them. We will always be there for NATO, even if they won't be there for us.
Greenland falls under the protection of NATO since its defense and foreign policy remain in the hands of Denmark, a member of the alliance. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has cautioned that Trump taking over the territory will bring an end to NATO. Danish officials are set to meet next week for talks with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who recently said Trump plans to buy Greenland rather than invade the island.
I'll be meeting with them next week. We'll have those conversations with them then.
Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Can you clarify your comments to lawmakers this week?
Well, that's always been the president's intent from the very beginning. He said it very early on. I mean, this is not new. He talked about it in his first term.
The plan to buy Greenland has already been strongly rejected by politicians in both Greenland and Denmark.
There we go. Marco Rubio reiterating Donald Trump's interest in buying Greenland, a ridiculous claim. From a nonsense person, Donald Trump saying that NATO wouldn't ever be there for us if we needed them. A claim I mean, where do you even start with that claim? NATO wouldn't be there for us? NATO's been, I assume he means if the United States was invaded. I honestly think that's ridiculous. Canada, our neighbor to the north, is in NATO. I'm fairly certain they would come to our assistance, including many other of our NATO allies. But NATO forces have worked together in the past at the behest of the United States, even on things that I think in some of their cases to their detriment. But he's acting like NATO forces have never, worked on anything together. It's kind of weird. Not that they're, broadly a force for good. Just saying, it seems strange. Recent history, like the Middle East, comes to mind. Once again, not saying the things that NATO has done in the Middle East have been good, but it just sort of flies. History, these claims are just so just wildly false. I feel like I'm forced to make these ridiculous arguments that I, in most cases, wouldn't find myself making. Disney owns ABC. That's right. That's right. Thank you. I knew I was forgetting someone in there. So five. The big five. Denmark sent 9,500 troops to Afghanistan to fight our war. That's just one of many examples. Yeah. Thank you for the specifics. A series. All right. Let's go here to democracy now.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Following the U.S. attack on Venezuela and the abduction of the president, the Trump administration's publicly saying it wants to take over Greenland, which has been controlled by Denmark for over 300 years. On Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said in a statement, quote, the president and his team are discussing a range of options to pursue this important foreign policy goal. And, of course, utilizing the U.S. military is always an option at the commander-in-chief's disposal, she said. At a congressional briefing Monday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio floated the idea of the U.S. buying Greenland. White House advisor Stephen Miller talked about Greenland during an appearance on CNN.
The United States should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even think or talk about this in the context that you're asking of a military operation. Nobody's going to fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland.
In that CNN interview, Stephen Miller defended the U.S. attack on Venezuela.
We live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else, but we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world.
Meanwhile, Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has warned if the U.S. attacks Greenland, it'll spell the end of NATO.
Firstly, I believe that the American president should be taken seriously when he says that he wants Greenland. But I also want to make it clear that if the United States chooses to attack another NATO country militarily, then everything stops. That is, including our NATO, and thus the security that has been provided since the end of the Second World War.
We're joined now by two guests. Pavel Devyatkin is a non-resident fellow at the Quincy Institute, senior associate at the Arctic Institute. His new piece for Responsible Statecraft is headlined, "Is Greenland Next? Denmark Says Not So Fast." He's joining us from Moscow, Russia. And joining us from just south of the Arctic Circle in the Canadian city of Iqaluit is Ayu Peter. She's a Greenlandic Inuit activist and attorney, recently featured in the documentary Twice Colonized. We welcome you back to Democracy Now! Let's begin with Pavel Devyatkin. Pavel, can you talk about what is at stake right now and the response by Denmark and also, of course, most importantly, the people of Greenland?
Thank you for having me, Amy. Trump says we need Greenland for national security, but his threats actually harm our security and threaten to destroy international law and institutions. In trying to acquire Greenland, the U.S. is acting like a rogue state with a reckless foreign policy. There is absolutely no military threat to the U.S. from Greenland, and no threat of Greenland forming military alliances with Russia or China. So this is pure imperialism.
China!
Trump's claiming that Russian and Chinese ships are all along the coast of Greenland and that Denmark can't protect it. But this is false. He's mixing up different parts of the Arctic. Russia and China do send ships into the Arctic, but those ships are nowhere near Greenland. They're way out in the Barents and Bering Seas.
Donald Trump is too stupid to understand this concept, I feel. You know, like... It's not clear to me that Donald Trump actually has object permanence, but like his concept of how the world works, or like the globe and geography works. He hears that they're up in the Arctic, and he's assuming that they're literally in, like, you know, the bay. It's very strange.
Thousands of miles away. And the U.S. already controls Greenland in terms of military security, thanks to a 1951 agreement with Denmark that gives the U.S. control of a military base in the far north of the island. When Trump talks about Greenland, he keeps lumping the whole island together with the Pituffik military base, insisting that the only way to keep the base safe is to own the land beneath it. What we're witnessing is a dangerous might makes right worldview. You played that clip of Stephen Miller saying nobody's going to fight the U.S. militarily over the future of Greenland. They're really betting on raw military power to seize territory from a sovereign nation. And that statement came after Stephen Miller's wife posted a picture of the American flag covering Greenland on Twitter. She captioned the photo with the word "soon." The White House is currently discussing how to acquire Greenland and not exempting military force. Trump's push to seize Greenland is also related to the island's vast critical mineral deposits. Billionaires like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are also behind the push to extract these minerals for tech and to set up a so-called libertarian freedom city on the island. I think it's also important to not ignore the timing. The attack on Venezuela and the escalating threats against Greenland conveniently come as a time.
These guys, these billionaires, like, obsession with these libertarian freedom cities that are essentially set up as lawless-ish areas where only like the rich like get their you know, get their needs met. Everybody else is basically like a peon, like a servant. It's like a servant. You know, it's a very strange world that they're trying to create. It's just like through colonialist. It's not just in this case. We've talked about how they've been doing it in Honduras. What's that place called? Pandora? I think it's called Pandora. But like, it's not just Honduras. They've been trying this same playbook in a bunch of places. I think there's been an attempt to do this in Puerto Rico. It's like, I think there's a bunch of examples of this just in our
Come at the
hemisphere.
time that new Epstein files reveal Trump was on Epstein's jet many more times than previously reported. Officials are saying that more than 2 million Epstein files are still unreleased. Meanwhile, Americans are struggling with inflation, housing affordability, and crumbling infrastructure. Most Americans are opposed to the new war in Venezuela and seizing Greenland. Most Americans think Trump hasn't focused enough on lowering the cost of goods and services, but instead he's manufacturing these foreign crises.
So, Pavel Devyatin, I wanted to ask you about this issue of NATO. Here you have the European leader.
Yeah. Do they realize Greenlandic people deal with polar bears and such? I don't know. I don't know what they know about. It doesn't seem like they know very much. He thinks we need Greenland for the 5 extra armies. Yeah, like he's playing Risk. Yeah, it's very stupid.
Trying to deal with the fact that the United States did a 180-degree turn on the war in Ukraine and left them holding the bag of what to try to, how to deal with the situation in Ukraine. Will Trump's move to try to grab Greenland basically rupture for sure the relationship within NATO between the United States and the European Union?
Yeah, there are real risks to the Euro-Atlantic community. European leaders are facing an existential crisis, and many are actually failing the test. We've seen the Danish Prime Minister warn that if the US attacks another NATO country, everything stops, including NATO. And so that the security that has been provided since the end of World War II is also in question. Some European commentators are showing backbone. I saw the ex-NATO general Michel Yakovlev said how if Trump moves on Greenland, Europe must be ready even to fight the US and to expel America from key bases in Europe. We saw how 7 European leaders issued a joint statement that Greenland belongs to its people, but other leaders are shamefully weak. UK ministers are basically saying nothing according.
Yeah, we've talked about the reaction of European leaders, and it's been crickets over there from most of them. I think because all of them are navigating these waters. They so want to keep their trade relationship with the United States. They don't want to have things devolve into, you know, the Liberation Day trade war again. They don't want to, you know, upset Donald Trump, this erratic, you know, dictator with the seemingly expansionist desires. But the fact is if Europe doesn't speak up soon, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. It really is. People saying it on Democracy Now! Isn't gonna get to Donald Trump, I'm afraid. Because that was 2 days ago. And this was Donald Trump earlier on Friday, saying a bunch of other crazy fucking things. Look at this deranged lunatic.
How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S. takeover?
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
We're gonna move on Greenland whether they like it or not. Grab them by the pussy. Hey, this guy is a fucking psychopath, whether they like it or not. Well, Donald Trump certainly he's consistent, if nothing else. Does not care about consent. He literally thinks everything is for the taking. Yeah, exactly. He exactly thinks that. Women, money, countries. The entire democracy. I mean, like, where? I mean, it's it's the worst. It's the worst, man. All right, final story of the night. Great job, everybody. We're gonna end in Iran here tonight, real quick. It's been something we've honestly, for the last year we've been talking about Iran a hell of a lot. Really, the last 2 years. There's been a lot of discussion of Iran in the media. No, it's too early, says Columbia Rican. Look, I'm sorry, Columbia Rican. I'm sorry. But we didn't do a galactic content goal tonight. We're doing this stream sans goal. And like the first portion of the stream, like the protests, like the murder of Renee Good and the protests, all of that coverage took us like 8 hours almost. Like it took us like 7.5 hours to do all of that. I'm sorry. We're gonna do 2 more streams this weekend. We're gonna do a Saturday and Sunday stream. I just wanted to do night without a goal. I feel unobligated to do every clip I had. If I did every clip I had tonight, we could go on and on tonight, but kind of tired. I could use some food. We didn't even do a goal. I just want to finish. I just want to end it here, okay? Is that too much to ask? Okay, let's do Iran. Now, protests have broken out in Iran. Protests that have, at least in my estimation, been led by a number of things. General discontent, a water crisis, which was going on for like the last 2 months of the year, if not longer. I think the water crisis hit ahead at the end of last year, as well as a currency crisis. But mostly the last two, more than anything, in my estimation. Hold on, I gotta get past Syria here. Yeah, okay, so this was from last week. I just want to start here. That's the way I want to do this. This is from last week, 7 days ago. Last Friday, Donald Trump had this to say after protests in Iran turned deadly.
President Trump and top officials in Iran are now exchanging threats as protests across the Islamic Republic turn deadly. Several people have been killed during the growing demonstrations sparked by economic hardships, and President Trump says the U.S. is ready to intervene. In a social media post, the commander-in-chief said, quote, "We are locked and loaded and ready to go if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters." But
Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom. The United States of America will come to their rescue. You're locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald Trump. Yes, that's right. It would be authoritarian to violently kill a peaceful protester. This last week, 7 days ago. Remember, it's so long ago. Almost hard to remember that time, that long ago time. Now, protests have continued, and the crackdown has
On shop
also
shelves in
continued
Iran,
through
products
the week.
abound, but no one's buying. Amid the worst economic crisis in years, they just don't have the money.
A liter of cooking oil used to be 790,000 rials. It's now 1.85 million. As the government announced, prices for other goods will rise by 50% to 100%. As goods become more expensive, costs for all services will increase too. The price hikes will spread into other areas of people's lives.
Yeah, this is certainly a big-time problem for Iran if they can't get the currency crisis under management. On top of the water crisis, really doesn't seem like the regime has long in this world. People probably will not be putting up with those two things for very long. All right, let's talk more about this. This is from yesterday. Yesterday, CNN, dozens reportedly killed in Iran after Trump warned that U.S. is quote-unquote locked and loaded. Someone's trying to feed the puppy? What's that sound? Okay. Yep. I see you.
Warning a lot. Since the U.S. captured Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, President Trump has been warning a long list of countries, including Iran. Nationwide protests there against a cost of living crisis are ramping up, and President Trump has warned that Iran will get hit hard by the U.S. if protesters are killed. CNN's Paula Hancock has the latest.
A female protester is dragged from a street in Tehran. Demonstrators run for cover as gunfire is heard in Malek Shahi, a city in Iran's western Ilam province. It is a familiar and brutal response to nationwide protests, now in their second week. The Iranian currency is collapsing, inflation rising, and the cost of living becoming hard to bear. Shopkeepers, traders, and students on the streets.
What's strange to me is that I haven't seen anybody bring up the water crisis one time, but we talked about it for months leading up to this. Not a single mainstream outlet has covered it. I don't understand. It's weird to me. So I want to go to. I think at some point they go to Donald Trump in this, and what he's been saying. Right? No. Oh, maybe not. No, that's right. No, I'm thinking of something different. No, I don't have that footage. Footage not found. Footage not found. But Donald Trump, I mean, is coming to the aid of protesters in Iran in a way that he has not for American protesters, literally for all of last year. Right? Like, it's not just Renee Nicole Good. She's just the latest in a long string of violence being enacted upon the U.S. populace.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. You just shut the fuck up!
You okay?
Good morning. We begin with development.
That was 9 months ago. Remember that? When riot police shot a Australian reporter in broad daylight? I do. I remember that. Or this from... that was from 7 months ago. This is from 3 months ago. Remember when you had ICE agents in the street pointing guns at people in traffic?
This video shows an ICE officer dropping his handgun during an arrest. He appeared to point the gun in the direction of the bystanders after picking it up.
Put the gun down.
Rafael Talisman, who recorded the incident, tells CNN he did.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Here we go. Idiots who can't keep their guns in their holsters, pointing them flippantly at bystanders for no apparent reason aside from confusion and incompetence. That was from 3 months ago. You're seeing stuff like this all over the place. This was the same month. In Chicago.
Come on, man.
Tomorrow it's you!
Come on, man. Y'all, you know that was. Y'all know that was. Y'all know that was.
Here! Wake up! Trail! Wake up! Wake up!
You're gonna hear.
Wake up!
We're gonna go this way and then we'll see.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Y'all don't get. None of us get paid enough for this.
Hey.
Job and arrest ICE.
Wake up!
They shot a Chicagoan
Wake
today.
up.
Arrest ICE.
Remember that? Remember when ICE tear gassed police in Chicago? Yep. I know, I remember that moment. Donald Trump wants to come to the aid of Iranian protesters. Oh, how dare the government of Iran repress peaceful protesters. Oh, so horrible. Authoritarianism.
Oh, shut up, you stupid son. Fuck you. You're such an idiot. You're such a fucking idiot. Oh my God.
You're gonna tell your grandchildren you pep.
Or that. Tackling people in the street, spraying pepper spray into the breathing apparatus of an innocent frog. That too was from 3 months ago. How about this from 2 months ago, once again in Chicago, when ICE agents deployed tear gas on trick-or-treating children in the
Chicago's
Chicago
northwest side,
neighborhood.
expressing outrage tonight after federal agents once again deploy chemical agents against protesters. This time, it happened as parents and children were heading to a neighborhood Halloween parade.
Tear gas in Old Irving Park right now, our own neighborhood, scaring our children.
Chaos rocks a quiet northwest side neighborhood.
Started hearing some whistles, and when I looked out, I saw two fully uniformed Customs and Border Patrol agents tackling a guy to the ground, literally in my front yard right here.
That man had been working construction on a nearby home when federal agents chased him down and took him into custody in the 3700 block of North Kildare. His brother saying he's an undocumented immigrant who came to the U.S. with his family at 4 years of age.
The f out of here, man.
Within moments, angry neighbors poured out of their homes, joining protesters blowing whistles who'd been on patrol looking for federal agents.
I don't understand how you could think this way, man. Scaring the children.
As angry residents shouted, the federal agents began lobbing tear gas around 9:50 Saturday morning. That's just minutes before the scheduled start of an annual Halloween parade organized by the Old Irving Park Association.
Happy Halloween, kids. Here's some tear gas, says Ice. How festive. Yeah, Donald Trump likes, he loves peaceful protesters so much. You know? He has proven it over and over again, and so is Ice. Especially with posts like this on social media. Remember this? 2 months ago? Donald Trump posting this to Truth Social? Remember when he posted this lovely video of him flying a F-35 or whatever, dropping poop onto peaceful protesters in the streets? Peaceful poop. He's helping them, don't you see? Because he loves protesters and America. That's why he's dropping poop all over everyone. It's perfectly normal. He's a bastion of freedom. He's just a bastion. Donald Trump is just a bastion of freedom. He's a freedom lover. He's a great patriot. He's just shitting all over America. Shitting all over America while he vows to protect peaceful protest in Iran. What a great patriot. We must protect Iran and their First Amendment rights to freedom of speech. Oh wait, they don't have a First Amendment. Or how about this, 3 weeks ago, in Minneapolis, on a street like the one we have been looking at for the last 2 days. There we go. Ice dragging a woman through the streets, through the snow, pointing weapons at peaceful protesters. Donald Trump, he just wants to protect freedom of speech in Iran, okay? That's all he wants to do. And that's why he might have to bomb Iran again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Iran, protests have been sweeping the country. This has, I guess, all been a bit neglected given what's happened in Venezuela and also now Greenland and also Colombia, Mexico. We could go on, really. And not only protests, but Donald Trump has suggested that the US could attack Iran, which it's already done. Of course, last year, there was war between Iran and Israel. What's going on? Is there now going to be another war? And how likely is there things escalating, there being some sort of conflagration? It's obviously quite a high chance given it happened only a few months ago. There's no better person to speak to than Trita Parsi, who is Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, who do really crucial work on international relations, former President of the National Iranian American Council, but also the author of the book, do go out and get this, Treacherous Alliance, The Secret Dealings of Israel, Iran and the US, which is more than obviously relevant. Great to speak to you. How are you doing?
Good to be with you again.
Always great to speak to you. Let's just start with the protests. So I'm interested, how, I guess, organic are they? Are they, obviously there is a massive economic crisis going on in Iran, partly sanctions and all the rest of it. So how much is it to do with, the kind of the economic side, but also the regime? I'm interested, I don't have any love, obviously, for the Iranian regime. Don't we need to make that clear? But I mean, some of the protesters seem to go very much harking back to the Shah of Iran. That regime was overthrown. It was a very brutal regime in the 70s. It's obviously the father. What do you make of it all?
So, first of all, I think these protests started off undoubtedly, in my view, at least in my assessment, as completely organic as a result of the plunging of the currency, which then prompted a protest in the Iranian bazaar, who are the ones that are directly and immediately affected by this. And then I think it has morphed into something else at times. And that's understandable, mindful of the fact that you have not just a terrible, terrible economic situation, but overall a tremendous amount of anger and unhappiness vis-a-vis the government in Iran. And there's no mystery as to why that is, given how repressive it has been, but also how incompetent and how corrupt it has been in delivering basic goods, which has, of course, become even more and more difficult because of sanctions. I think sanctions in this case is actually very much part of the trigger, because sanctions have disabled the Iranians to have access to their own funds, around $120 billion of their assets that are held in other banks in other countries that they can't access to because of financial sanctions, which means that they are very limited in their ability to protect the currency when it is under attack. But what we're seeing so far, and I think I have to make this point, what we're seeing on media reporting and what we're seeing in social media reporting seems to still have a huge delta with what I'm hearing happening on the ground. It is so that people are very upset. People are protesting. The size of this is nowhere near what it was around the time of Mahsa Amini protests in 2022, and absolutely nowhere near what it was in 2009. That doesn't mean that it's insignificant. It doesn't mean that it may not be crucial. But I think it's important to understand that, because when you look at social media, you think that the regime is just about to fall. I don't see that at all. That doesn't mean that they're not unpopular. That doesn't mean that people don't want them to fall. But it means that there are numerous other ingredients that are necessary in order for that to happen. And one of
okay, let me just skip ahead a little bit here, because they talk about a bunch of stuff during this conversation.
his legacy will be not that he started a war and defeated Iran, but he started a war and he achieved mutual. Israelis started floating the idea of a ceasefire. So, and why is that? And I think the fundamental answer to that is because this was costly to Israel. This was not as simple as they thought it was going to be. But this then means, instead of it having, the fact that there's a degree of balance between the two sides, that means that there won't be another war. That may have been the case under normal circumstances. But given what Israel's security doctrine is, which is it does not tolerate that any country in the region can challenge Israel's maneuverability, can deter Israel, that Israel has to have absolute security, and that necessitates that everyone else has absolute insecurity vis-a-vis Israel. That means that you cannot tolerate that Iran has this capability. In fact, if you're sitting in Netanyahu's shoes, he's going to have elections in about 9 months. Those are elections that he cannot cancel. This is not like the previous cases in which he could evade the falling of his government by doing, extending the war further, etc. Those elections will happen. And there's a likelihood, of course, that he will lose it. We don't know yet. But if he were to lose it, that means that his legacy will be not that he started a war and defeated Iran, but he started a war and he achieved mutual deterrence, which is exactly the opposite of what his doctrines requires. So I think the Israelis are desperate to start this again, and they're desperate to do so before the Iranians manage to get enough of rebuilding of their air defense systems or other types of help in which the work for Israel would be harder. And desperate to do so before Trump either changes his mind or he gets too deep into the midterm elections in which this would be too risky. That window is closing. I frankly thought that it would have closed by end of December, but perhaps they've managed to extend it a little bit further. But from that standpoint, and from the way that the Israelis look at their own security, which I think is completely erroneous, but nevertheless, that's how they look at it, they're going to attack again. The question has always been, will the U.S. be part of it? Will it just support it defensively, or will the U.S. go all in? And I think the Israeli effort has been to make sure that the U.S. goes all in.
So just to be clear, do you think an Israeli attack on Iran is almost inevitable?
I would say almost inevitable. I think the things that can change it, of course.
Yeah, I don't like this. These choices, but the United States going all in on a war with Iran being brought in by Israel, and also Donald Trump's whatever fever dreams he's having over there. Like, God, it just sounds fucking horrible. We've already seen, an illegal invasion by way of air. That airstrike we did, let's not forget, that was a violation of Iranian sovereignty. An escalation from there seems, where do we go from there? That's my question. The United States has air bases all over the place, Qatar, Iraq. In this region, we could launch all sorts of strikes. What that would entail. I was told we were going to end the forever wars. A war with Iran seems just like a continuation of them. Well, of course, we're already doing it with Venezuela now, so I might as well. I guess you might as well just do them all at once.
Are elements that are perhaps unforeseen, meaning that something else happens. Imagine if Venezuela had gone really badly, for instance, and the United States would have gone bogged down in its own hemisphere and would have little ability or patience for it. Politically, it would be very dangerous for Trump as well. So,
wow, or rumor accusing Owen Jones of having Temu bookshelves. All right, I think that's where we're going to wrap it up, though. Trita Parsi suggesting that a war with Iran in the United States is almost inevitable. Sounds bad. Well, this is a crazy week, everybody. Crazy week indeed. Well, we got through another one. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Jokey, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Rizla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, and the Reference Frame, who should have been on the list, but I didn't get to it today ahead of the stream. Sorry about that. TRF. I'll get you on the next one. All right, everybody, enjoy the super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream. Oh, and also, you too could contribute to the production of this stream just like the patrons on Patreon. For the low price of 300 cents a day, a month. 10 cents a day. 300 cents a month, 10 cents a day, $3. That's it. Just a few bucks. It's practically free. You could empty out your change drawer, or whatever you got, your dish, and pay for multiple months of Galactic membership. Just saying. It's so very affordable. Alright, everybody, it was a long week. You earned it. You deserve it. Enjoy the After Hours Galactic Chill stream.